So it's time to ditch one track for two, and of course 2 groups for 4. All 12 teams readying themselves for the season finale here online in the RENNSPORT R1 series as we get ready for the Esports World Cup. The road to Riyadh is officially on, and in the commentary booth it's myself, Lewis McGlade. And it's not George Morgan. Don't worry, we're safe from him for another week. And for the last time, I guess, this season at least, here online. It's Ewan O'Leary back alongside. This is going to be a fun one, bit of a different format for this evening, though, as all 12 teams will be back on circuit for the first time, basically, since round 3.
Yeah, since the seeding rounds when everybody was more driving as an individual, really, rather than in their teams. They're still driving in their teams, in groups, but like you say, we do see all of the groups here today. And there are places at the World Cup at stake as well, or at least at what stage of the competition they'll enter anyway. We'll talk a little bit more about that, especially when we get later on. But this is going to be a sort of jam-packed action sort of day with all the teams involved, but less racing for each individual driver, if that makes sense. 2 races per group rather than the usual 3.
Yeah, indeed, but still that same sort of battle for points as we've seen quite a lot here in the dynamic group phase. If you've not joined us thus far in R1, we're going to have a little bit of a format explainer right at the end of it. It'll tell you exactly what's going to be happening this evening. When we come back, we'll show you the 2 circuits of race again.
The RENNSPORT R1 season is about to start with a new format, and here's everything you need to know. The championship is split up into 2 parts. The regular season, containing seeding stage and dynamic group stage, followed by the major at the Esports World Cup. The regular season starts off with 3 seeding rounds. Those are your typical R1 style tournaments in which drivers will be collecting points based on their finishing position, whilst the top 6 in each race will progress into the next round. The points scored by each of the drivers will accumulate towards the points tally of their team. The dynamic group stage separates teams into 4 groups, initially based on the points accumulated during the seeding stage. In rounds 4 through 7, 2 groups will play each week. At the end of the races for that round, the team with the least points scored in its group gets demoted to the one below, whilst the highest scorer per group moves one up. Their position at the end of that week determines the number of championship points they accumulate. As an example, number 1 in the top group, Group A, will receive 12 points, while number 2 in Group C will receive 5. Round 8 is the final round of the dynamic group stage before the major, and the first chance for teams to qualify for the finale at the Esports World Cup. To qualify, you either have to be the best scoring team in Group A or be among the 2 highest scoring teams from Group A or B across the dynamic group stage. If you are the worst scoring team in Group D or one of the 2 teams with the lowest amount of points across the dynamic group stage, your championship ends here. The remaining 6 teams will go to EWC and enter a last chance qualifier round to determine who will join the fight for the RENNSPORT R1 Spring Season Championship at the Esports World Cup.
So there's a little run through as to what we've done throughout this online season and what we'll be dealing with tonight. For Group A, it is basically winner takes all. The winner of the group will confirm their place into the finals already in the Esports World Cup, which, of course, realistically, Porsche Commander and Redline have already confirmed themselves into, but that lone outlier in the group being Williams can also push their way through into that, bypassing Virtus Pro, despite being a bit of a middling season for Williams so far. They have had some big highlights. Let's talk about the season that we've had, though, Ewan, because, of course, the run through the calendar, of course, we started with those seeding phases a little bit earlier on in the season at Spa, which is one of the circuits we'll be seeing tonight. Then we had Monza and Hockenheim. Fuji is the other circuit we'll be seeing out in action tonight, before we had Jeddah, Daytona, Monza, and then, of course, the evening that we have now. The evening victories have been split, though, haven't they, between Porsche Commander and Team Redline at 2 apiece.
Yeah, exactly. And you'd have to say that Porsche Commander maybe overall have had the slight edge in terms of when you actually dive into the races themselves. I mean, I'll just bring up some statistics I made earlier. 7 wins for Porsche Commander so far in the non-seeding phase, after that in the dynamic group phase, versus Redline's 5. And they've scored 36 more points over the 4 weeks as well to Redline. So they have had the slight edge, but it's tonight basically that who's going to get the top seed, if you like, who's going to finish top of the dynamic group phase. It's only going to be one of those 2, and it's going to be settled over 2 circuits, as we saw there. This is the first of them, the Fuji Speedway.
Yeah, indeed. Really long run down into that first corner, dropped slightly downhill. We had quite a lot of drama here in the opening of the dynamic group phase, where Porsche Commander were the team that ended up going on to be victorious that day. Won all 3 races, 2 in the hands of Joshua Rogers, 1 in the hands of Dane Warren, if memory serves. Big overtakes down here at 10, 11 and 12 before we rise up this hill through this right-hander, then tightening left, then tightening right once again. Quite an awkward final sector there, where we did see 2 and 3 wide running their way through. It is actually a surprisingly difficult circuit, despite having basically the longest straight on the season. We'll talk to you a little bit though about those dynamic group stages as well, because of course we've built up to this point by seeing Porsche Commander, by seeing Team Redline effectively dominate their way through. They are joined by Williams in that group, and again, as I was trying to explain, that the winner of Group A this evening will automatically progress. So you can see there at the bottom there, between Porsche Commander and between BMW and Team Redline, those two are automatically progressing anyway. But if Williams do also win, they are currently sat 6th in the standings. But they would effectively get that free pass straight into the Esports World Cup finals, bypassing Virtus Pro, who are currently sat 3rd, who effectively are locked into 3rd basically already.
Yeah, exactly. So not many of that. We'll talk a little bit about the positions that can actually change because of points, but there aren't actually very many of them. You're right. It's down at the bottom there where we're really going to be focusing on here tonight. Are Porsche Commander and Team Redline going to win again and dominate, or are Williams going to pull off possibly the surprise of the season and take Group A, which would, as you say, put them directly into the Esports World Cup, despite the fact they're only going to finish in points probably 5th. I don't think that they'll overtake Miles, definitely. There's no doubt about that. Will they overtake BS Competition? Maybe not. I think they'll finish 5th this season. As you say, Virtus Pro are going to finish 3rd. They will also be straight in if Williams don't win. They're effectively cheering on Porsche Commander and Team Redline. And it looks like a really difficult prospect for Williams, but it's worth noting that the teams who have been with them so far, Porsche Commander and Redline, have progressively got better over the course of the 4 weeks. In the first week, I'll quickly do this while practice is coming to an end. Virtus Pro first time round really didn't score very many points. Second time round, Miles a few more points, but still not many. Virtus Pro didn't score as many as Miles in their second attempt, but they did score more than their first attempt. And last week, BS Competition, 58 points. That is pretty much by far and away the biggest score we've seen from any of the teams with Porsche Commander and Team Redline. Now, that is way off where they need to be, of course, in terms of staying up, even getting second place. That was nowhere near second place, 58 points. However, it's worth noting that the teams with Redline and Commander have been getting a little bit better as the season's gone on.
Yeah, certainly so. By the way, just to give a little bit of a note as well as to how teams have progressed a little bit. This is more touching on Group A a little bit later on the evening, but still, because that is going to be the main talking point going through this evening. Of course, we'll have Group C, Group B, then Group D, and then Group A here at Fuji. When it comes to races that have happened against Porsche Commander and Redline in that top group, well, the points that have been scored so far, Virtus Pro in the opening week, which was around here at Fuji, scored 40 points versus 156 and 126 for Redline and for Porsche Commander, who scored the 156. Then the week after that was 51 for Mouse. The week after that was 45 for Virtus Pro. And then the week after that, which of course was last week, was 58 points for BS Competition. And that 58 points is the best of the third place teams thus far, right? And they were still less than half of the top 2 teams. That is how hard it is, how hard the task is for Williams here to potentially go out and beat Porsche Commander and Team Redline. And they only have 2 races to do it. But that might be more of a blessing than a curse.
I think it absolutely is, because many times actually after race 1 we've gone, hello, this is absolutely on this week. It's either Redline or Porsche Commander starting to struggle in the first race, because that can happen to anyone over the course of one race, even the best teams in the world. So yeah, I think 2 races absolutely helps the Williams team get up there. Now, admittedly, that was only for those moments of hope for those other teams we saw was really only for staying in the group rather than for actually winning it, which I don't think any team has really been close to. I don't think they've even scored most points of the 3 teams in any singular race yet. But we haven't seen Williams in Group A yet. It's so many unknowns, and the prize is so big for them.
Yeah, indeed. Well, we're into the first qualifying of the evening then, and it's Yuri Kasdorp here for a Mouse team that have had quite a few struggles thus far this season. Obviously, they got promoted in the opening round of the dynamic group phase, which was around here at Fuji, before dropping back down at Jeddah. And then things started falling away from them a little bit, dropping down again at Daytona, obviously surviving last week to stay in Group C here, and to be fair, comfortably so. They are joined by, again, this is the thing, these top 9 teams, they're all very competitive. They're joined by MSI, who are a quality team, that is, of course, Apex, and Falcons, who finally managed to actually go forward for once in the dynamic group phase for the first time this season, just last week.
Yeah, it's remarkable, isn't it, that that's their only promotion, and it came just 1 week ago. Yeah, pretty unbelievable, to be honest. So that is where we are with Group C. Mal's definitely favourites, I would say, coming out of this first race of the day. There's Yuri Kasdorp, thumbs down to the camera. I think he's struggled a bit this season, but he seems good-humoured about it. Over the line, 36.8 is our opening benchmark.
Yeah, Johan Art will be the next driver to work his way around this final sector of the circuit and head his way up towards the line. Comparing this, by the way, to Group A earlier on in the season, it was a 36.3 for Joshua Rogers, which was pole in the opening race of the dynamic group phase around here. So 36.8. As much as you're comparing that to Josh Rogers, I would still say that is a little bit away from where you'd really obviously want to be. You're aiming more for the 0.5s, 0.4s if you're looking to be further up the order. Johan Art comes across the line. It's another 0.8. Same with Yuri Kasdorp.
Yep, that's a time that Kasdorp wasn't very happy with, so he'll be relatively pleased. I think that Johan Art hasn't beaten that just for the moment. Jimmy Antonez now makes his way out of the final corner. He's looking okay for the moment here as well. This is looking right around those 2 previous times that we've got that is going to be absolutely obliterated by Dennis Schoninger in a minute, by the looks of things, as he now makes his way up towards the line. Antonez, that is. It is a 38.7, which is a bit of a slower lap time. Apologies, I didn't spot the slowdown there. He has gone into third, unsurprisingly.
Yeah, Dennis Schoninger then, the next one to come across the line. Someone who has really impressed an awful lot this season with some very, very good results, including just last week where he was able to take his first victory in R1, of course, promoting himself up from 2nd place on the grid to be able to fend off the likes of Robbie Stableford and Yuri Toman across the line, a 36.566. Little bit more like it for Dennis Schoninger.
Absolutely. And he's been a real revelation this season, in my opinion, for Mouse, even though he only got his first race win of the season in 2025, that is, in the 2nd race last week at Monza, which is a pretty remarkable statistic in itself. Here's John Robertson up towards the line as well. A couple of attempts away. This is going to be right around his teammates, or at least Johan Art, it will be. Over the line for Robertson, it's a bit better, in fact. 36.7 from his first time of the evening.
The last time we were at Fuji, of course, here in R1, Mouse did take on Falcons. And in that group, it was Group B at the time, Mouse scored 117 points, which was only 2 clear of Vitality, which was comfortably clear of Falcons, who got their first demotion of quite a few. Unfortunately, they dropped their way down into Group D. Max Benneker, of course, was the leading light of the team, won the first race of the evening, and that was by setting a 1 minute 36.5 in qualifying. This time, still at 1 minute 36.5, just slightly slower than his teammate.
But that's absolutely fine as far as Mouse are concerned. They've got their 2 big names up towards the front, and that's exactly what they need. Jamie Fluke then, final MSI driver to work his way over the line. Surely going to be faster than his teammate Jimmy Antonez, but how much quicker than the others is it going to be, if at all, as he makes his way over the line? 36.8, very crowded, 6 rather, 36.6, very crowded around that part of the field, but it is 3rd for Jamie Fluke.
Well, we get our first of 4 Falcons in the final 5 drivers of this qualifying session. We're yet to see the green and white of the Esports World Cup world champions in the entire competition, of course, not here in R1, just over the entire competition. Confirmed that they will be making an entrance in the 2025 edition of the Esports World Cup here in R1. Just whereabouts will they be seeding their way into it? Across the line for Laminac, it will be into 4th place. They're looking to just build confidence.
Yeah, and that's why, even though it looks like a bit of a dead rubber, some of these groups, it is pretty important for these teams, and especially these individuals as drivers, to actually perform well here at Fuji and at Spa as well. They're no doubt circuits that we're going to end up using at the Esports World Cup, and you're going to want to get off to a flying start, especially for Falcons, who are looking to rebuild some momentum. And if they can finish top of this group to end the season, that would be a pretty good confidence booster going into the next round, although they will be the 9th placed finishing team in the Esports World Cup at the end of this team standing dynamic group phase. This is Jakub Masiewski making his way over the line. If you're wondering why it's been such a long time, you're not going mental. We have got a qualifying ban for this opening race of the day, and that's why it's a little bit longer until Masiewski comes over the line. Here he is, though, 36.5 from him, right in the middle of the two Mouses somehow.
Yeah, we're actually getting told it might not have been a qualifying ban per se. It was due to internet issues, but this qualifying time we think might get removed. Anyway, we're not actually sure what's going to happen, so this will be fun. Moritz Lerner is going to be heading his way up towards the line regardless, and the sector times are looking all right for the Mouse drive before we get those final two Falcons cars across the line, which Thomas Tatter is looking pretty quick. So Moritz Lerner heads into 8th position. 2 more drivers left to go.
Well, I'm not sure Kamil Pawlowski is good, because the sheet I've got says he's got a qualifying ban for the first group race, so that may prevent him from setting a time. It doesn't look like he's out there at the moment anyway. We'll see what happens to Moritz Lerner anyway, as Thomas Tattler comes up towards the line. He's been the shining light for Falcons this season, getting loads of race wins, by the way, 5 in 2025, and that is only 3 drivers with more. He's been pretty remarkable this season, Thomas Tattler. That lap time isn't, though. He will go in at the back.
Yeah, certainly. So a driver who's actually made it a bit of a habit winning race 2s so far this season. Has won an awful lot of them. I think he's won most of the race 2s he's been in. But of course, this is race 1. And race 1 sees Dennis Schoeniger on the pole position. Of course, Mouse doing a solid job with him last week. Obviously, unfortunately, they weren't able to progress. That was mostly courtesy of Vitality's 1, 2, 3, 4 that they opened out the evening with. Still, it was a solid evening for Mouse, and it seems as though things are starting off in that way here for them this evening. Dennis Schoeniger on the pole position, and well deserved. Also, he gets to start alongside Max Benneker as well.
Yeah, they'll no doubt be helping each other up towards the front, that's for sure, for Miles. They've probably taken the edge off of that qualifying session, if you add all the points up from that. But, of course, it's a very short 2-race evening for each of these groups. And so anything can happen, as we know. Things change a lot in race 2, but normally there's another one afterwards to finish the evening off. It's going to be very changeable, very quick here tonight. There's also going to be a much longer break between the 2 races tonight for the drivers, which I'm not sure they'll be pleased or not about it. We'll have to ask one of them. Yeah,
not only that, it won't be the same circuit either. They'll be racing on 2 different circuits also, which will make things... Obviously, that's the difference here, is that once you're done with your stint, you're kind of like, right, once you're done with your race, it's still an endurance race, so I'm getting really hyped up for the weekend already, my goodness. No, once you've done with your race, you kind of want to jump in already and start practicing for the next race. We can take a look on board with Dennis Schoeniger here. Of course, it was Benneker who won this race from pole position when we were in Fuji earlier on in the season. Mouse actually ended up scoring 50 points in that race versus it was 31 for Vitality and 27 for Falcons. Unfortunately, from that point on, Mouse have kind of struggled a little bit in the opening races of the evening. Last week's Group C race was actually the best that they have scored in a race 1 this evening outside of Fuji, and they scored just 21 points.
Yeah, that as the best one is... yeah, pretty remarkable, really, for a team of that calibre. You wouldn't expect that, but they often do make up for it in the rest of the evening. The problem is, tonight, they don't have the rest of the evening, particularly to make up that time. They've got to do it all in one go, really. This is the final sector, though, on board with Schoeniger. He just makes sure he clips that apex down the hill towards turn 10, then through the fiddly part of this circuit. A lot of people enjoy this circuit. Apart from this part, the very end of the lap, the final sector, very stop-start start through here. This is the never-ending turn 14, 15, where you're looking for that super late apex. Bit of a slide on power as normal. Utilise the whole of the circuit on the exit, and then focus on your exit, because, as you mentioned earlier, this is the longest straight that we go to.
Worked really well in the Tokyo 2020 Olympics, which is obviously in 2021, obviously as part of the cycling Olympic. That's fine. Olympic Games, it's fine. Of course, outside of that, it's a tricky final sector, and I in all of my laps of Fuji, I have never driven around it and gone, oh, I really enjoyed that. I've always thought, my goodness, this is that's tough, that's hard work, that is. Oh, I've got on the power to it. Nope, that's too late. That's too. I mean, it's barrels of understeer and oversteer all at the same time. But obviously, these drivers are far better than us commentators, and that's why they're behind the wheel of the car, battling for. Obviously, at this point, whether they're battling for major positions in the championship or not, they're fighting to take that confidence in to the Esports World Cup. So a win, and especially for Mouse, a dominating win here would be very important. Yeah.
It would. I think we can say the same for all of these teams. I think, especially for Mouse, though, given that, in my opinion, they're quite clear favourites, actually, for this round. I think MSI have done a good job to get out of Group D initially in that first week of the dynamic group phase, and then sort of consolidate that with good finishes generally in and around the Group C, Group B kind of area. Of course, got relegated from Group B just 1 week ago, but they've not been as strong as Mouse, in my opinion, and neither have Falcons. Falcons have been maybe a little bit below where I would have expected them as well. So I think you're right, especially for Mouse being favourites coming into this round. They've got to go and execute a round victory here. They've only got 2 rounds to do it. Let's hope for their sake this race 1 is going to be their best yet.
We are getting a bit of a note as well for Race Control for all you Mouse fans out there that Moritz Lerner's connection has stabilised to the server. So obviously he did get that lap in. There was big concerns about his qualifying lap. He was able to get it across the line and was able to set a time. So realistically, that seems like it's hopefully stabilised. Not to give the commentators curse or anything, but we'll keep our fingers crossed that he's able to bring his way across the line. He's starting down the order in 8th. But that's not too bad. I mean, look, obviously, when you've got your teammates right up there in first and third, obviously Jakub Maciejewski right in the middle of them on the front row, you can still score decently. Let's take a look then at the opening starting grid of the evening. It's Falcons on the final row with Kamil Pawlowski and Tomas Tatler in 12th and 11th. It's Jimmy Antunes for the MSI Esports team in 10th alongside his teammate Johan Hart, with all Mouse there on row number 4. Moritz Lerner with Yuri Kasdorp. Then we've got Robertson, Laminek, my goodness, easy for me to say, Fluke, Beneka, then Maciejewski and Schoeniger.
Yeah, that's a good-looking grid for Mouse, that's for sure. All of them in the top 8, and 1 and 3 as well. They are going to be lined up together, although being on the pole wasn't the greatest thing in the world at Fuji when we were in the dynamic group phase earlier on this season. We'll hope for their sake that it's a bit better this time around, but look at them as they go around the rolling start here. You'll notice immediately they're on the outside line for turn number 1, and that is not where you want to be.
No, certainly not. I will do my best to avoid giving you my greatest George Morgan, Will Vincent impressions on this broadcast by not losing my voice. I don't know why. It's fine. Starting grid's one thing. I will say, looking back at some of the results from earlier on in the season, race victory came from pole position 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times across the 12 races. So it's 50% across all 12 races that we had. Of course, one of those races, though, was won from 12th, and that was Nikodem Wisniewski in Group C after a penalty for Jack Keithley. Will that happen the way, though, of Dennis Schoeniger this time? We'll have to wait and see, because for the final evening here in the RENNSPORT R1 online season, before we head our way to Riyadh and we head our way to the Esports World Cup, we are ready to go racing with the 12 cars of Group C lined up and ready to go. It's Dennis Schoeniger, it's Jakub Maciejewski, it's Max Beneka, it's Jamie Fluke, who won twice around here back in Group D earlier in the season. Max Beneka won around here. Tomas Tatler also won around here. Who's going to win the opening race of the evening? Bit of bump drafting happening with Max Beneka right on the rear end of Dennis Schoeniger as they head their way down into the first corner. Big dive coming in from Przemysław Laminek as he's leaving himself alongside Schoeniger. Bit of contact there and a bit of a brush as here comes those Falcon cars. Straight through the middle comes Laminek and Maciejewski, who's dropped back from the front row in the third.
It's a nice calm start though, all the way through the field, and there you have it. Mouse are leading the way in terms of points with a big haul by their standards in race one. Through the very long right-hander now for Yuri Kastrup, right behind his teammate, which is not the best place you want to be. Here comes Lerner down the inside of John Robertson. There goes flying in Tumas Tatala, who has spun round Yuri Kastrup.
Yeah, big shame for Yuri Kazdorp, who is down into 12th position where there are no points offered. So it's down to his teammate Moritz Lerner, who's in between a sea of MSI cars. He's got 2 ahead and 2 behind. The pressure then goes onto the shoulders of Max Benneker to maybe get his way past Jakub Masiewski and Przemysław Lamenek to stop that 5-point gap, that tiny gap on the live standings between first and second.
Yeah, it's a very, very tight race one as things stand, but still a very long way to go, especially if Max Benneker can at least get back to where he qualified for this race, maybe even up to second position. But Schoninger's going to be under pressure himself here in that Mouse car, immediately pulls it over to the right-hand side. There's not a lot he can do to help his teammate here. As soon as Masiewski gets attacked, Lamenek is going to try and help him with a bit of slipstream.
Yeah, here we go. Can Benneker work his way through and maybe go and assist his teammate? That was a bit of a kind of assistance really coming in from those 2 Falkers cars to kind of box in Max Benneker, and they are going to do so brilliantly. It's the inside line for Masiewski, as Benneker's going to try and go all the way around the outside, gets squeezed off just a touch on the exit, and it's going to allow the Porsche to remain firm. Up towards turn 3 they go. You can make moves into this corner. We saw it a couple of times earlier on in the season, but this time Max Benneker has to settle for 4th place.
And through the long right-hander again, Benneker even closer this time round. Surely there's going to be a dive in towards turn 6. Not this time. Benneker bides his time just for the moment, but he is helping his teammate, definitely. That gap is growing out front, although it is still only half a second. Lamenek is still very much in the slipstream there. What about down at turn 10? Is Benneker close for that, maybe? Into the deep braking zone here? No, not quite. And Jamie Fluke's got to start doing something here as well. MSI just getting dragged off the back a little bit at the moment. Although they're all in the top 9, none of them are in the top 4.
Yeah, it's actually looking like a good drive as well from John Robertson as well. He's been struggling quite a lot this season. Did in the opening though evening of the dynamic group phase have a 6th place finish around here. That was in the final race of the evening. Of course, his teammate Jamie Fluke was able to go on and take victory. It scored them 48 points. That was enough to overhaul both ERA and Guild and take the lead spot in Group D. But that was, of course, in round 4 of the championship. This is round 8, and for now, John Robertson needs to hold off Moritz Lerner, one of the most experienced drivers here on RENNSPORT and, of course, here in R1. And he's got to assist his teammate on the potential move through. Let's see if Benneker can make the move, though, down at the first corner. Can he get to the outside? Can he make this one stick?
Very late on the brakes, too late probably. He's just left a bit too much space there for Jakub Masiewski on the inside line, who's just going to slip straight back through again and the exit of turn number 1. And so Benneker has got to bide his time again here, and he wants to get on with this because of Jamie Fluke and that factor that we were talking about there. John Robertson queued up as well, and actually Fluke is closer than he ever has been actually on the way towards turn 6 here. Has he got the space here though to fire down the inside? No, not quite. He's going to bide his time for the moment. Benneker still stuck in a difficult position here. This, by the way, is how Kazdorp was spun around. That's fairly slam dunk, I would say. Tumas Tatala might well find himself in trouble for that.
Yeah, the thing is, though, for it depends on how big the penalty is for Falcons. If it's a 5-second time penalty, it won't actually cost Falcons anything at all, because Tumas Tatala would drop back behind his teammate Karol Pawlowski, but not behind Yuri Kazdorp. Even if it's a 10-second time penalty and Tumas Tatala then drops to the rear end of the field, Yuri Kazdorp would only be promoted 1 point, 1 position, and thus the 1 point. And because Karol Pawlowski would fill the spot that Tumas Tatala would leave open then in 10th, effectively Falcons would only be cost 1, maybe 2 points if you really want to throw it with Yuri Kazdorp gaining it for Mouse. So that points gap would only open up by 2 despite the penalty. So it's not that big of a deal.
No, and that's the nature of penalties, isn't it? You punish the action rather than the consequence, and you know, it's unfortunately for Mouse not going to hurt Falcons or Tumas Tatala individually too much as we go on board with Przemysław Lamenek here. Third of the race gone, and still can't find his way through, although he's probably just biding his time for the moment as well. I want to bring out, because there's nothing happening per se at the moment, an obscure statistic of the day. Max Benneker has only won once this season, 2025. He's the only driver to have only got got only one win, and it be here. All the others who won in the 12 races. 12 races is it we had in the first round. Everybody else was able to take at least multiple wins, and in most cases wins somewhere else as well. Benneke hasn't won since we were back here at Fuji all those weeks ago. Feels like a very, very long time ago for such a great driver to have not been on the top step at any stage.
Yeah, that is actually very interesting. And I mean, look, I've not done the stats. Obviously, if you really want to hear some seriously nerdy stats, you wait 1 month's time when we get to Riyadh. I'm pretty sure me and you are going to be pulling out some absolute ridiculous, stupid statistics. But I was wondering as to who was the highest point scorer of each given team at this point. I would be surprised if Benneke was the lead point scorer for Mals. I was going to say, sorry, I've got a great view of Ewan losing his. He's swallowed a bit of water badly. I was having a bit of a coughing fit earlier on. I think I've given it over to my co-commentator on the other side of the desk. Either way, it's a half-second lead for Dennis Schoeniger across the line. Not quite the halfway point of the race. Lamnek then in second. Jakub Maciejewski and Max Benneke. All is calm at the front end of the field. That will not be the case when it comes to lap 10.
And all is excuse me, all is calm in my throat now as well, which is nice. Dear me, nearly died on stream. Anyway, yeah, here's the acting towards the back end of the field, and we're much more likely to see this earlier in the race rather than what we're likely to see out front, which is a bit of waiting until the late stages there. But Thomas Tattler queuing up behind Jimmy Antunes at the moment, and you'd expect him to be the next one to make a move. Thought he might even have a look actually at turn 6 there. But he didn't. Turn 10 is the next opportunity. He's too far away there. Antunes quite close to Johan Hart, actually. He was not really doing anything as far as overtaking Moritz Lerner's going, and so the stack-up goes on, and Tattler almost accidentally finds himself down the inside.
But I think it'll be worthwhile now for the team to effectively get Thomas Tattler to sidestep here and allow his teammate Kamil Pawlowski to go through. Boom, that's exactly what happens, as if I can see the future. That is because there's been a 5-second time penalty gone the way of Thomas Tattler after the incident between himself and Yuri Kasdorp, who does have clear road at the moment to try and close the way back down. Of course, you can see that gap is 5.4 seconds, 5.3. I think Yuri Kasdorp will finish within 5 seconds of Thomas Tattler and will gain 11th position from the clutches of the Finn. But it was very important for Thomas Tattler to allow his teammate Kamil Pawlowski to get through, because of course Thomas Tattler can't really gain any more points in this race courtesy of that 5-second time penalty, whereas his teammate hasn't got anything right at the moment. So it's kind of right, get on with it, mate.
Yeah, I do think they could have done it in a better place, to be honest, to lose less time, actually. But anyway, the fact they've done it is the right call there, definitely. And they'll want to keep the pace high as well to try and keep Yuri Kasdorp at bay. I do think the battle is going to ensue here in the final half of the race here that is going to slow them down so much that Tattler is going to be overtaken by Kasdorp with that 5-second penalty in the end. But we just don't know that yet. And Pawlowski is much better placed if he's in 10th. Although they have lost about a second, as I say, in it. Antunes and Hart now are quite a long way away, so not sure whether they'll be able to get involved. But when there's a concertina effect down here at turn 10 pretty consistently, we will see the gap close, and here it is, down on the brakes for the hairpin. This is from first to last, by the way, and so the Falcons in the background will get a bit closer, and that's John Robertson making a bit of a mistake there. Oh, just a little bit too late on the brakes. Moritz Lerner looks to capitalise.
Thing is, if Lerner gets this wrong, he could open the door for Johan Hart to work his way through, and we've seen enough of Johan Hart's racing over the last 5-10 years. We know how aggressive he can be. There goes the move to the inside. Moritz Lerner works his way through, still side by side at the final corner. Now Johan Hart seeks the rear end of his teammate as they work their way through the final turn. Almost gets fully alongside Moritz Lerner, who carries more speed off of the corner and will now push himself alongside. But look at this from Johan Hart. He's going to stay behind his teammate, going to give a little bit of a bump draft, give a little bit of the slipstream from John Robertson. And this could mean that the pair of them will be holding station from Moritz Lerner, who is still on the inside. There was almost a switch between Max Benneke and Lamnek, but I think Benneke's been round at T1. I think Benneke has had a problem.
It's Masiewski who's got past Lemonek and Fluke who's got past Benneker in the background. All of a sudden, lap 7, and it's all kicked off here. Benneker having to defend, and he has done successfully. Lerner is getting ganged up on here, though, by some teammates. I'm not sure whether they could have coordinated that better, to be honest, to MSI Esports, but they anyway have found themselves in the same positions as before. Pavlovsky is closing in now as well. He'll have a look down the inside, but won't go anywhere. Antunes was waiting for that one. Johan Hart now is really close to Moritz Lerner here, coming out of turn 6. And this is going to be all on again down at turn 10, where it all started, of course, as John Robertson broke too late down there at the hairpin. Here we go again. Inside line for Johan Hart. He's just... There's side-to-side contact. Moritz Lerner stays in front.
I will say for Moritz Lerner at the moment, though, one bit of issue that's going to go his way coming from race control. He himself has been given a 5-second post-race time penalty, courtesy of having an overlap with the car ahead of him on the race start. He gets pushed out of the way by Johan Hart. He's trying to get in the way, basically trying to slow this all down, cause a little bit of chaos, maybe even cause a couple of penalties for those behind to maybe open up the opportunity for him to gain an extra couple of points later on. But I do get the feeling that we're not going to be seeing many points being scored by Johan Hart. So here we go. This is getting a little bit messy behind as Max Benneker's got his way past Jamie Fluke as well. The side-by-side between the two MSIs as one of them now, Antunes gets alongside. We're on board with Kamil Pavlovsky, who's got so much speed comparatively to those drivers he's around, as it's potentially going to be 4 wide down to the first corner as Johan Hart sends it in. Contact there sends one of the Falcons cars, being Kamil Pavlovsky and Jimmy Antunes out wide. Johan Hart so aggressive down at T1.
That was really aggressive, but 4 wide, especially when your teammates are already involved. Oh, wow. Big snap of oversteer there through turn 3 as well for Hart. He's just about gathered it up again, and Thomas Tattler's trying to get through now. All this is Moritz Lerner trying to slow down Thomas Tattler, stay in front of him at least, but you can at least get Kastrup another point by getting him further up in front. But as you can see, Falcons gaining points at the moment, by my calculations anyway. They will be leading at the end of race 1, and Maus again are going to be struggling towards the end of race 1, just when it looked like they were going to take charge of this group in the opening race of the day. They're faltering at the end here.
This group's going to be very close, though, across the line between Maus and Falcons. But you're absolutely right. I believe it will be Team Falcons taking the lead of this group, courtesy of the 5-second time penalty for Moritz Lerner. Do remember that Thomas Tattler also has a 5-second time penalty, but it means that Kamil Pavlovsky will be gaining quite a lot of points comparatively to the Maus team. And like I say, it's already started off with a little bit of a cluster, but this is exactly what we want. Do remember that these cars here, these drivers here, will not be racing for around 2 hours, and they will not be racing around Fuji again. They will be taking the Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps when the final groups once again take to action. It's going to be very exciting then. It's very exciting now. As to the outside comes Johan Hart down into the first corner. He's going to still try and clear Moritz Lerner. He gets onto the brakes as he perfectly judged this one on the start of the penultimate lap. He's still fully alongside as they head their way down towards 3.
And Lerner has done his job in terms of slowing down the progress of these guys. They're not going to get any more places after this, I wouldn't expect. And right now they're just jostling for position behind him. Good bit of racing between the two of them, but surely Johan Hart's not going to go all the way around the outside here. Oh, there's a bit of contact. Here comes Tattler into the fray as well, and that's the one that Lerner needs to focus on. They've both got penalties, don't forget. Lerner again throws the bot to the inside of turn 6. Tattler somehow managed to find himself in the middle of all of this, despite the fact he won't be by the end of the day. Side by side between Pavlovsky and Antunes as well, down towards the back end of the group. This is the penultimate lap as well, by the way. It's all going to kick off on the final lap as well for the lead. You'd expect 3 wide. Pavlovsky over the curb, sends into his teammate. Oh, Tattler goes around, and Kazdorp's going to get some places after all this.
And that is exactly what Moritz Lerner wanted. With a 5-second post-race time penalty, he wanted to slow that group down. Now Moritz Lerner is guaranteed a point because he'll still finish ahead of Thomas Tattler. Will he still? He's going to be very close to whether he finishes ahead of any of the other ones. But he might still finish ahead of Antunes, you know, based on that gap. So by him slowing down that group, intentionally taking the pace out of it, he was trying to cause a crash. He was trying to cause an incident, which could work out in favour of Maus. You could, like, I mean, look, I'm going to say it, I think that's fair.
Yeah, I do as well. Masiewski, by the way, is getting very close to Schoninger for the lead of the race, and it is going to be a fight on the very last lap here between Jakub Masiewski and Dennis Schoninger, 2 drivers who have won before in 2025, doing battle again. Schoninger, only bit of defending he's had to do, was successful in towards turn 1.
Yeah, he holds Jakub Maciejewski at bay as they work their way through the long right-hander, then onto the brakes into the hairpin. At the moment, Schoninger is holding firm, keeping Mouse at the front of the field. One big move, though, from Maciejewski down into the hairpin at the end of this straight could open up the door, though, for Falcons to head once again to the top of the field.
Is there going to be chance, though, here for Maciejewski? If he wins this race, then he'll get Miles to second place and Falcons to first, but he can't do it. He wasn't close enough down there at turn 10. He didn't decide to go for the inside. It would have been a late lunge, but he didn't go for it. And it looks like Schoninger's going to hold on here. Just a few more corners for our most recent first-time winner in 2025 to also become our most recent double-time race winner in 2025.
Certainly so, as he heads his way through and up into the final corner. There is going to be a big drag race between these two. How well does that Porsche kick off the final corner? How well does the BMW M4 of Dennis Schoninger nail that final corner deep into the slipstream? Watch the gap close down. The big drag race up towards the line with the dealing of 25 points between them. This could go down to the wire. Let's see what it's going to be as they head up towards the line. It's going to be incredibly close, but it is Dennis Schoninger just about taking victory for the first race of the evening. It's Mouse on top. It's Schoninger for the second time. It's Jakub Maciejewski and Przemysław Lamenek in second and third, with the Mouse of Max Benneker in fourth. A disappointing opening race for MSI sees them a fair way down on the points, but still, what a race to open out the evening. That was exciting, as we'd expect.
It certainly was, and it was Maus sort of vanquishing their race one demons, if you like. They already know they're going to be losing a position in the team standings this afternoon with Williams up in Group A, so they're looking to any consolation they could possibly get, and that opening race win is certainly a good one. Would you believe it? Only their third race win of the whole of 2025.
But Dennis Schoninger is cementing himself as the number one driver at the moment in that team. Now, this is where things are like really interesting with Mouse, is that even though we're seeing that with Dennis Schoninger being the number one driver, i.e. he's the one that's scoring the most points, when it comes to going to the Esports World Cup, when it comes to going to Rio, you know Max Benneker is going to come back strong. So if Dennis Schoninger keeps firing the way he's firing, and if Max Benneker finds his form back as we would expect with him at LAN, that team genuinely has a very good chance of doing some very good things in the Esports World Cup.
Yeah, I think so. But, you know, with teams up front who have four drivers who are firing on all cylinders, I don't think, you know, two, even at as good as Dennis and Max are, I'm not sure they can drag the whole team. They also need Yuri Kastrup and Moritz Lerner to score a few more points here and there. You know, they don't need all four of them to be exchanging wins all the time like Porsche Commander do, but you know, they need a couple of other wins from somewhere else, or some good results at least. But anyway, here are the highlights.
Yeah, let's take a look at how this race fully unfolded. So, obviously, Dennis Schoninger, who we're looking back from here, trying to give the slipstream to his teammate Max Benneker. There was a big look coming in from behind. You'll see Thomas Tattler marching his way onto the scene, spinning around Yuri Kazdorp and sending the Mouse driver right to the rear end of the field. Gave him clean air, though, so he was able to fire in some very good laps to try and close his way up to the rear end of this grouping. This is back up to the battle for the race lead. Jamie Fluke staring at the rear end of Max Benneker, of you know, those two Falcons cars that are running in second and in third, and of course our race leader, the fantastic drive from Dennis Schoninger, who was holding firm at the front of the field without any major dramas as well. Saw a couple of little battles behind though, and that was where most of the excitement was in this race. It was all coming from behind of the top six, because realistically I think Schoninger's pace was maybe a little bit too high, and he was basically unfazed at the front end of the field.
Yeah, he was very, very comfortable all throughout that race, and the only chance that Jakub Maciejewski had, he just wasn't close enough in the end. It was a close race all throughout, as you can see from here. One long line, especially the first 11, but other than a few moments late on, there was no real doubt for Dennis Schoninger. This was further back in the pack. I think this is Moritz Lerner doing his job of defending a lot, or it's Max Benneker. I don't know. Jamie Fluke was certainly attacking him at one stage as well. MSI Mouth. This is definitely Lerner. Have a look at this. They're all queuing up behind him. This was definitely the most exciting battle of the race.
Certainly so. Lerner being able to keep Johan Hart at bay and opening up the potential opportunities as well for the likes of Antunes as well, and Robertson trying to find their way through on the feisty German, keeping them at bay and doing everything he could with a 5-second time penalty looming over his shoulders. This was Johan Hart's big attempt going around the outside at the first corner. However, the outside at turn 3 was where it was all at. This has worked every single time basically back in round 4 of the dynamic group phase. And it works here as well. Straight around the outside at turn 3, because in the inside line through this long right-hander, Maurice Lerner was once again able to fend off the Frenchman of Johan Hart, nearly opening the door for Thomas Tatler as well to fire his way back through in the mix. This was very late in the race on the penultimate lap, with Jakub Maszewski taking to the inside, causing this bit of contact as well, which will be investigated as well after the race. But just a very clumsy bit of driving there, going down into the hairpin on the penultimate lap. This was the final lap, though, and this was the drag race up towards the line. See how close this one gets for our race leaders. Maszewski denied by that much. Small margins, but Dennis Schoeniger is your winner. Here's the provisional race results by 600ths of a second. It's Schoeniger on top, with the 2 Falcons behind of Maszewski and Lamanek. Then we'll have Max Benneker in 4th position before we get to Jamie Fluke, then Robertson, then Arth as well. So Hart, despite having the some early drivers, still up to 7th. Same with Yuri Kazdorp, spun round on the first lap, up to 8th place. Jimmy Antunes in 9th, with Kamil Pawlowski in 10th. The final 2 positions, it's Maurice Lerner with a 5-second time penalty, and Thomas Tatler as well down in 12th after his 5-second time penalty and the incident as well. Great start to the evening, must be said. But this evening's going to keep coming when it comes to the action, isn't it? We're going straight into Group B.
We certainly are. Vitality, Virtus Pro and BS Competition. I think a fitting way to end Group B action, actually. A very strong group, it must be said. All but one of these teams have been involved in Group A action at one stage as well. Virtus Pro have been there a couple of times as well. But it must be a weird situation for Virtus Pro tonight, knowing that even the best evening in the world doesn't necessarily decide whether they're going into that top 3 or not. They're relying on other teams to do the work for them.
Yeah, so the reason why we say that is because for Virtus Pro, in the points standings, in the leaderboard at the moment, they have 37 points coming into this. The winner of Group B gets 9 points in the championship. So should they win, they'll get themselves a healthy amount of points. I think basically almost, well, regardless of what happens this evening, because BS Competition are 4 points behind them, they will finish in 3rd position in the standings. That will not change. However, because Williams, who are further behind them, are in Group A, if Williams win in Group A, which is completely out of the hands of Virtus Pro, if Williams are to win in Group A, then that means that they will be the ones to automatically progress into the Esports World Cup 2025 finals, which means then that Virtus Pro, despite finishing in 3rd position, despite having a decent season, they would be moved into the last chance qualifiers, which will be for the teams placed from 4th to 9th in the standings.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a weird feeling for them. It must be for Virtus Pro. But again, confidence required going forward into next, well, not next week, sorry, next month's competition. They'll certainly need that, whether they're going straight through as one of those 3 or whether they have to go through the qualifier at the Esports World Cup. We just don't know for the moment, and neither do they. But as I say, that little bit more confidence would be a good thing. Their season really has been won by getting top of Group B twice, being in Group A twice, I should say, and getting the points from that. That's where this has been won and lost, really. On another day, this format would have very much meant that this would have been alive in Group B because of the points, as you say. They would have needed a certain position with other teams in different positions, whatever. As you say, 4-point gap too big between BS Competition and Virtus Pro, partly down to the fact that their seeding round was so good for Virtus Pro. If you think all the way back there, I think maybe it doesn't matter the seeding phase, where it certainly did. They started out in a much better group than BS Competition, who I think started in Group C only just. That's immediately putting you behind things, and they never really recovered from that BS Competition.
Yeah, BS Competition did indeed start in Group C. They were able to get an automatic promotion straight up into Group B. You're absolutely right. Virtus Pro, they've been in Group A twice. However, of the 4 teams that we've had that have been in Group A, on both the occasions they've been in, they actually have been the worst performing team against those top two teams, which actually is kind of surprising because I think, you know, when you look at like McCormack and Kevin Ellis Jr., you would assume they'd be maybe a little bit stronger than that. But unfortunately, things have not really gone their way in Group A. In fact, they have, and this is not a good stat, so sorry for bringing it up, they have the lowest point score from a single race of any team in any group in the dynamic group phase, which was 9 points. That was scored around here in the third race of the evening.
Wow. The minimum, by the way, is 6, so that gives you an idea of just how close they were to actually getting the very minimum points score. And to add to that, by the way, I worked out earlier on the average race score for them when they were in Group A. Those two occasions they were in Group A. On average, per race, they scored 14.16 points. Obviously not possible, but we'll round it to 14 points. That is very, very low. That is effectively none of them getting in the top 3. And as you say, it is especially surprising for a team that have Kevin Ellis Jr. and Darren McCormack on their team, proven winners in this series, not performing, not even getting a podium for them. So, you know, one of them on the podium in any of the top 3 positions would have brought that average up. That's how, you know, disappointing they were in Group A, unfortunately. Hopefully, as I say, they can end the season well and move forward into a more positive Esports World Cup campaign, because that average is very, very low.
Yeah, certainly so. I will say for Virtus Pro, things are not going to start out particularly well this evening for them. We have got 3 qualifying bans to deal with in Group B who have been proving to be very, very naughty boys indeed. One of those is Darren McCormack. One of those is Wojtek Fialas. That's 2 for Virtus Pro. The other one is the number 33, which is Nikodem Wisniewski, who did start from 12th place around here and still won from there back in the dynamic group phase earlier on in the evening. Either way, first driver across the line will be Mikhail Stutsenko at the first time of the session at a 36.528. That's actually pretty good.
Yes, yeah, it's a good start to the day for Mikhail Stutsenko. There's Yoski a little bit further behind because, as you say, there are qualifying bans. By the way, Group B has been terrible for qualifying bans this week. I don't know what got into them last week, but there's loads. 5 overall, so 2 in the next race as well, and they're for different drivers. So every group has got a qualifying ban for at least somebody in every race but one, and this group has got by far the most. Don't know what they were doing last week, as I say, but loads of them to contend with. And as you say, 2 for Virtus Pro, including, you'd say, their best driver and maybe the best driver this season, with the most wins for Darren McCormack at 7. That is going to be bad news for them to start off the evening. Here is Erhan Yoski coming out the final corner. You say, not a bad time at all from Mikhail Stutsenko, and it's not going to be beaten, you wouldn't expect, by Erhan Yoski this time around. 36.5, the current benchmark to beat, and that lap time is a 36.6. Not bad, but not as quick as Mikhail Stutsenko.
Well, we've given a lot of plaudits to quite a few drivers this season, the likes of Dennis Choniger and such, who have been marked improvements for their various teams. Even though I do bring it up quite a lot, I think sometimes we don't give enough credit to this driver here. Ferris Stanley has been such a marked improvement in his team. He's alongside Kike Oliveira, Nikodem Wisniewski and Gregor Schill, all 3 of which are quality drivers. Ferris Stanley, though, does have a victory to his name back in Jeddah, and is looking strong, is looking fast, is looking consistent, can deliver the goods. Very curious to see how he's going to get along in the Esports World Cup in Riyadh.
Absolutely. Here's Kevin Ellis Jr., another driver who is going to look to try and pull Virtus Pro towards a good finish this season. Only won the 1 race, though. He's actually one of 2 drivers to have won in the seeding phase and then never again, unfortunately. So Kevin Ellis Jr. would look to rectify that, and it's a 2nd place he'll start with, perhaps, after this qualifying session in race 1.
Thibaut Casabon, then, the next one to come through as the team that is going without a qualifying ban in this qualifying session. Obviously, Virtus Pro with 2, BS Competition with 1, Vitality with none. What an epic race one it was for them just a week ago when they were able to get a 1, 2, 3 and 4, something which has not happened very often, of course, in R1. Was it 2 times it's happened before? One of the hands of Williams, of course, back in Riyadh, and then once with ERA at Daytona.
1, 2, 3, 4, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. That is correct to my knowledge. I was actually looking back at that result, and what a remarkable turnaround that was, by the way, when ERA scored all in the top four. I'm sure we'll talk a little bit about them and that round a little bit later when we get to Group D, which is coming up next. But this is Group B, and Marcel Czincik making his way over the line with a slowdown penalty. He will start from last, probably above the qualifying ban people, obviously, but not any further. Not a good qualifying so far for Vitality.
No, certainly not. Not quite the same as not only did they have a 1, 2, 3, 4 in the race, they also had a 1, 2, 3, 4 in qualifying as well, which is what gave them the positions to have done so. Either way, here comes Kaiki Oliveira up towards the line. The sectors are looking okay, but it looks like it's going to be tracking close towards a 6. He does set a really good final sector, though, and sets a 0.557.
These times are very, very close and pretty strong across the board as well. So this is difficult stuff right now. Yuri Toman, newly a race winner in this series as of last week as well, of course, in 2025 that is now making his way up towards the line. He's going to join them as well, but this is not good news for Vitality. They had to take advantage of the fact that none of them had qualifying bans, whereas all the other teams did. I'm afraid they just haven't. 4th place for Yuri Toman.
Not good enough as Gregor Schill will be working his way through, the last driver to qualify in this session. He'll be heading up towards the line, and I mean, these sectors aren't looking great. It looks like, despite 2 qualifying bans for Virtus Pro, for Wojtek Fiala and Darren McCormack, it looks like it's still going to be a front row lockout for them as BS Competition work their way up towards the line with their final driver in Gregor Schill. It's going to be a 36.6, something like that. Let's see, 36.7 across the line. The second slowest time of the session. And qualifying is over. It's Statsenko and it's Kevin Ellis Jr.
It's a very good qualifying for Virtus Pro, despite the fact that 2 of their drivers, half their drivers, didn't compete. There is Statsenko. Get a whole view of his rig there, but very good qualifying indeed from him. Virtus Pro have got 8 wins this season, but don't forget 7 of them have come for Darren McCormack. They need one of their other drivers to start picking up some of the pieces, and there is Mikhail Statsenko with a great chance to do exactly that here in race 1.
And hopefully that massive handbrake next to him won't be used in this one. We'll keep that one safe for rally driving, shall we, of which Ewan O'Leary is moderately proficient at. Do you remember, by the way, if you are watching the stream on YouTube, you can head over to twitch.tv /RENNSPORT_GG if you want to get involved in various things, like, for example, getting your opinion out there as to who's going to win there. I've seen a few bets and stuff in chat. Obviously a lot of drivers that exclamation mark bet and then typing in the team how many points they want to put down for it. Seen a lot of that happening in the chat. I think you'd be hard pressed to look past the Virtus Pro drivers at the moment as to which one, though. I don't know. It's quite a tall order. I would say Statsenko is probably the favourite to win this one.
I just think when you're starting on the outside after getting pole, I think Kevin S. Jr. has probably got it. Down in towards turn number 1, as long as he can hold the lead, of course, because they'll be the guy in 4th place looking to try and come straight past him down the inside as well. But I think Kevin S. Jr. probably would have my vote at the moment for favourite to win this race of the day, but you just never know. And if those 2 Virtus Pro somehow squabble with one another, it's going to cause a whole train in this race, and everybody's going to be involved trying to get the race win. Don't forget, especially McCormack and Wisniewski trying to come through the field are going to be very, very exciting to watch as well.
I'm not gonna lie, I'd stick 10 points against you there. I'm staying firm that I think it'll be Statsenko across the line in first spot. But you are right, it is tricky to hold it around the outside of that first turn, especially when you're starting alongside your teammate. Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. Let's ride on board with the Aston Martin for a pole position around this great circuit. Of course, with Mikhail Statsenko. I'm pretty sure it's going to be a relatively calm lap. The Aston Martin, the Porsche kind of seems to be a little bit, rear end, as you'd expect with a Porsche, sliding it around. The Aston Martin front engine V8, bit heavy. It almost feels like it understeers a little bit more than it oversteers, at least from my eye.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. I mean, it's such a new car compared to the rest of them. The BMW, the Mercedes and the Porsche, that it's such a still an unknown quantity in so many aspects, and we're wondering where we had that Fuji round where Virtus Pro were with Redline and Porsche Coanda. Actually, is it the Aston Martin that isn't very strong round here, and maybe is that the reason they struggled so much? But I think we've been finding out afterwards that maybe not, because I mean, so far this has been a good qualifying lap for. A good qualifying session rather for Virtus Pro, not necessarily for Vitality. It shows that teams really do make all the difference rather than the cars themselves.
Yeah, certainly so. Of the teams, by the way, that were obviously driving the Aston Martin, obviously we'll see Guild out a little bit later on in the session. We've got two of the Aston Martins out here. We've got the Vitalities and, of course, Virtus Pro. Of all of those, we did have a victory for Vitality in the final race of the of Group B in the opening round of the dynamic group phase. That was for Marcel Chinchik. Because do remember that the Aston Martin of Vitality, they were denied by a whopping 2 points in one of the closest fights that we saw across the entirety of the dynamic group phase. It was Mouse that denied them in that final race. But I mean, look, Vitality nearly completely overhauled Mouse in that final race, which, considering how far back they were going into it, was absolutely incredible. They were 27 points back going into that final race, and they still nearly overtook them.
Yeah, and don't forget about lap 5, they were still 20 points behind as well. It all happened very late on in that race, and I would say probably the best of the rounds in an individual group. I'm struggling to think of any others that I thought were more exciting. Last week's were pretty good actually at Monza, and the Daytona ones actually I quite enjoyed in all the groups. But
I don't know how good they are. Here he goes, list them all off. Fair enough. No, that's good.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, put it this way: I enjoyed this round for group. Was it Group B or Group C? It was Group B, wasn't it? I enjoyed it most anyway around here. It shows that it can be very, very exciting, and I think tonight is going to be extremely exciting. Race number 2 here today, because as we said earlier, there's just not the time for the gaps to get too large, and so for the second race, there's going to be all sorts of positional changing in all 4 of the groups. No matter what it means for the team in their progression in the Esports World Cup, put to one side, it's going to be a very exciting race too anyway.
Yeah, Group B, of course, like I said, back in Fuji, it was 2 points that separated them for victory. Group B's been consistently one of the closest groups. Of course, that opening round of the season of the dynamic group phase where it was just 2 points. Of course, Daytona, it was just a 1 point between BS Competition and Williams. Of course, it was BS Competition that ended up being victorious then by that single point. It was 123 points playing 122. Either way, talk me through the starting grid, Ewan.
Yeah, there's the qualifying band drivers at the back, as you'd expect. Nikan Wisniewski, who has won from 12 before, Dara Cormac and Wojciech Viala. Marcel Chinchik got a slowdown, so he starts 9th ahead of Gregor Schill, or behind Gregor Schill, I should say. Then the Vitalities didn't have a very good session. Tibor Kazmon, Erhan Yoski and Yuri Toman, only separated by Ferris Stanley, who's in the top 5 for BS Competition. Kaki Oliveira as the best qualifier for that team. And then Kevin Ellis Jr. and Mikhail Statsenko on the front row together for Virtus Pro. That's a big chance for them. They've got to execute with a race win here, and as I say, my money is on Kevin Ellis Jr. to do the business.
I think Statsenko will make them. Well, we'll hold on to the lead around the outside of the first corner. Of course, let us know what you think in the Twitch chat, twitch.tv/RENNSPORT_GG. You will notice there is a little bit that you can drop in there as well. ! Commands to see exactly what you can drop into the chat. Unfortunately, ! New commentators not an option. As you can see, the RENNSPORT app there in the bottom right. Get the QR code scan to download it on either Google Play or the Apple App Store, and then you can look through all the stats so you don't have to have us reading them to you, trying to find interesting things on the stats, which there are many things. Sack Lewis. Thanks, Felix.
Yeah. Good. Out of the final corner and ready for another 10 laps. This is Group B kicking off here on the final night in RENNSPORT R1. Online, that is, as the road to the Esports World Cup gets ever shorter and it gets ever closer into view. Virtus Pro on the front row, locked out. Kevin Ellis Jr. and Mikhail Statsenko with a great chance here to take some good points, although their teammates are going to have to do some of the work as well. Fiala and McCormack with their qualifying bans, of course, as the race springs into life and the green flag waves. Look at that down the inside already for one of the Vitalities. Looks like Yuri Toman trying to make it 4 wide down in towards turn 1, and he's managed it as well. The Virtus Pro's going to get sandwiched if they're not careful, and Toman on the inside might well take them all here. Kike Oliveira's on the outside trying to take the lead as well here, but he can't do it. Here comes Kevin Ellis Jr. as backwards goes Mikhail Statsenko. He's side by side with McCormack already. Side by side for Kevin Ellis Jr., who retains the lead ahead of Yuri Toman. Then it's Kike Oliveira, who's got Hanya Yoski right in behind him.
I send my apologies to Virtus Pro. Mikhail Statsenko dropping back to 5th position. Here comes the movement to the inside as Kike Oliveira, with an epic start, was able to work his way around and was working his way back right into the mix. Look at how close they are on the points as well between those top 2, between Vitality and Virtus Pro. BS Competition, the one languishing a little bit down the order. It's Kike Oliveira who's the one trying to do all the work at the front at the moment. There's a side-by-side behind between Darren McCormack and Thibaut Casamon.
Yeah, I thought someone had gone around. Gregor Schill has spun around down into towards turn 10. Just paused for a moment because I didn't know who it was. I think that was at the hands of one of his teammates as well, by the way. We'll get a replay of that when this calms down in a moment. But Gregor Schill certainly gone backwards, and I reckon there were teammates involved as well. Never a nice situation, never a nice argument to have there when it's your teammate at fault for an incident that you've had.
Yeah, certainly so. Back out to the start, finish straight they go. It's already a half-second lead from Kevin Ellis Jr. Yuri Toman and Hanyovski lead the duo of Vitalities across the line behind. Kike Oliveira unable to make his move in the background with Mikhail Statsenko and then Thibaut Casamon. Darren McCormack, 7th spot. I'd expect him to move a little bit further up the order. That said, as much as you've got this enormous straight here, overtaking can be a little bit difficult around Fuji.
Yeah, it can be. Turn 1 is really your biggest chance, as we know. But as we saw in that first race, can be a lot about biding your time here, and indeed a case of can you overtake or are you just not able to? That was certainly the case up towards the front of the previous race between Denis Schoninger and Jakub Masiewski. It was clear that Przemysław Lemonek wasn't quick enough to do it. Oh dear, it was Nikodem Wisniewski. Now, was he hit maybe to cause a knock-on effect there? I'm not sure, but Wisniewski is certainly the one who's made the first bit of contact there and has spun his teammate Gregor Schill around.
I can't remember if it was Gregor Schill or if it was Ferris Stanley, but I do remember it was Nikodem Wisniewski into the hairpin around here earlier on the season. BS Competition were looking really good, and Nikodem Wisniewski got absolutely yeeted into his teammate, courtesy of Jack Keithley, which, as a as a bystander, as a neutral here, I thought that was hilarious. But I'm sure as the team, less so. Did cost BS Competition an awful lot of points on that day. I'm not sure if there was any assistance coming in from behind for Nikodem Wisniewski to throw someone else under the bus. I think that might have been him just breaking a little bit late there and tapping his teammate Gregor Schill. Yeah,
I think so as well. We'll see what the stewards have to say about that, if anything at all, as we make our way down towards turn number 1 with one of the drivers who does have to make moves earlier than the last 3 laps. So Darren McCormack on the move already. Thibaut Casamon breaks late to try and defend. Well, there's late and then there's that. That was miles away from the apex, I'm afraid. He didn't squeeze Darren McCormack as much as he could have done. Just slightly misjudged that, and that gives Virtus Pro a slightly bigger lead than they had before over Vitality in the standings.
Yeah, certainly so. So McCormack up that single spot. It's kind of one of those ones where, as much as Statsenko's had the pole position, as much as he's shown the speed, you know the speed of Darren McCormack, and there comes that point where I think it would be a wise call to have Statsenko slightly sidestep here to allow McCormack to get straight on after Kike Oliveira and maybe after something a little bit more in this race. Here comes the move to the outside for the penultimate points, basically. 2 points for 10th, 1 point for 11th between Marcel Cinczyk and Wojciech Fiala. Not a good start to the evening for Marcel Cinczyk, is it?
I was thinking about this earlier. Would it be unfair to say that Marcel, ever since winning the spring season in 2023, I don't feel like Marcel Cincic's ever really been the same again?
Yeah, I mean, the interesting thing there is obviously straight after that we had Gamers 8, but then straight after that we had the full season where, as a team, R8G were very strong, like comfortably stronger than the rest of the field. That's why they absolutely dominated the Teams Championship in the online season. But Marcel Cinčić as a whole, less so. But then, looking back to the spring season, this is maybe a controversial opinion, but you know, we love watching Marcel Cinčić drive. He's a quality driver. He is fantastic. As here he goes down the inside for 10th spot. He was extremely consistent and still remains extremely consistent. I know obviously he's in 10th position at the moment and has kind of put an end to that maybe a little bit. But he has always been relatively consistent, hasn't he? The thing was, those final 2 weeks in the online championship and then through the major in Munich, he took that consistency and then just stepped it up that little bit. And as much as maybe he's not quite had that step up, he's still got the consistency, generally speaking.
Yeah, I'm just not sure that's and it's true, but I'm not sure that level of consistency is, going to drag Vitality to, major teams championships or whatever. But whereas that Marcel Cinčić before certainly could have done. It's very interesting. Maybe never recovered from his night out afterwards, I suppose, in Munich. I guess that's the problem.
Rolling into the hotel at God knows what time of the morning on the it was him, it was Yuri Toman, it was Will Chadwick, the three of them on 2 scooters. What a night.
Yeah. Oh dear. Yes. Well, I'm joking. Obviously, I'm not sure I recovered either. But yeah, it's just a strange thing, really, because he was so amazing at Munich, really incredible. But ever since then, not quite so much. Hopefully, we see the best of Marcel Cinčić towards the summer this year at the Esports World Cup, and we can see him back to winning ways again. Because it would be really nice to see. In 2025, so far, he's only won twice. I mean, I don't know what the statistics were at this stage in 2023 or indeed in 2024, but I certainly seem to remember him winning a bit more often than that. And yeah, it's bizarre. It is a little bit weird. Got to slow down first of all in this qualifying session, and he's gone backwards in this race. Let's not forget.
Yeah, I think that's kind of like the kind of one of the things that we wouldn't necessarily see too much from Marcel Cinčić in the times past. Not only getting a slow down penalty in qualifying, fair enough, that happens. But then also moving backwards from it. Now, obviously, the 3 drivers, there was qualifying bands behind him, but it's maybe a little bit difficult. But that's sometimes how it goes. Also, you've got to accept, especially at this point in the competition, for some of these teams, every team's got a very different mentality as to how they're doing coming into these evenings, because theoretically speaking, all of these teams are going into the Esports World Cup. Virtus Pro could be going through straight into the finals, but that's completely out of their control. So it's kind of like, do whatever you want this evening. That's it.
It is a little bit, yeah. Like I said earlier, very, very weird feeling for Virtus Pro, especially knowing that tonight matters, but not for them, although it affects them. So it's, a bit weird. Out of the final corner, and the race, Virtus Pro and Vitality tied on points as things stand, and one overtake could dramatically change these standings. Darren McCormack is one of those who's looking most likely to do it. Kaki Oliveira is looking to get some points for BS Competition here, and he's going to change the leader of this championship almost inadvertently by making an overtake himself. An extra 3 points for BS Competition, 3 taken away from Vitality, and now Virtus Pro are leading again.
Yeah, this is going to be, like I say, some important points there for BS Competition if they are looking to win the round tonight, as much as it does seem as though they're almost too far behind already, being 21 points off of the lead of the group. Every position you make up, obviously you gain points, and you're taking points off your rival, so that's obviously a nice little bonus. But also, we've seen these races where they'll look like this, and then one little mistake from someone, and it completely turns things around. So it's kind of one of those ones of, as drivers, you're probably better off ignoring the points altogether and just doing the best that you can, because you can only score as many points as you can score. You can't magic a race victory out of absolutely nowhere. And me on the grid, I couldn't even manage a point, so that's fine.
Even though once upon a time you were able to race against guys like this, No, you don't like to mention it.
That was a long time. I remember taking part. The first time I ever saw Nikodim Vishnevsky in sim racing, it was around here. It was in the wet. It was in the Virtual Endurance Championship, November 2015. Oh my God, I'm old. And it was in the pouring wet. I think he finished 2 laps ahead of our team. in 6 hours. So I definitely couldn't keep up with him then, and I definitely couldn't keep up with him now.
It was, well, I was watching that if all those years ago, if it makes you feel any better. But yeah, that was a wet afternoon, that's for sure. Goodness me. Anyway, down in towards turn number 1, and here he is. Speaking of the devil, Thibaut Casabon defending from Nikodem Wisniewski down in towards turn number 1, and he can't go anywhere this time around. Wisniewski, he will have to try again later. Mikhail Statsenko, I'm afraid, is dropping through the field right now. Great pole lap, not such a great race so far.
Yeah, my bad. Sorry if you do believe in the commentator's curse Virtus Pro, I'll cop the whack on that one. It doesn't exist. But still, things are going to get slightly worse for them. How did he catch that? He was definitely sliding his way into the corner. That wasn't my eye, was it?
Well, I think he got hit by Casabon. Not really sure how he saved it, though. Normally you go around in those situations. Yuri Kastorp certainly did in the first race this afternoon. But anyway, now he's going to attack him, is Casabon on Statsenko. Here comes Wisniewski. He doesn't quite squeeze himself into that gap, and he can't go through. Ferris Stanley queuing up here as well, by the way, as Marcel Cincic and Wojciech Fiala, who have all joined in as well.
Yeah, certainly so. On board with Nikodem Wisniewski. Looking to the outside. He'll try and get a slightly better exit here. Cannot get one, though. And, of course, you then pay yourself for this awkward final corner. You don't want to go out too far wide, though, because if you do, obviously, you're inviting your teammate Ferris Stanley to dive one down the inside. But that's on this occasion no movement happening from behind. And so you just settle into the slipstream and try and look for the spots down into the first corner. You can make it around the outside of that first corner. The problem is it gives the inside for what is effectively the second turn, which is actually turn 3. And the outside line almost always prevails. Here comes the superior speed, and straight through the middle it's opened up for Wisniewski. He can't quite do it, though, but Statsenko's being hung out to dry on the high side.
And that was very late on the brakes from Casabon. Too late again in towards turn number 1. And he might take both of them here. Get up to 6th place. Nikodem Wisniewski. Outside line for turn 3. There he is. Looking for space. Can he find it? No. Casabon keeps the inside. And he'll keep 6th place. Statsenko's gone backwards by 2. Here comes Ferris Stanley through the long right-hander. And he's waiting for it, actually, is Statsenko. He's waiting for the defence, and he makes it. So Statsenko holds on from Stanley. Then it is Marcel Cincic, and look at this, he's crawling all over the back of Ferris Stanley now as Vitality looks to extend their sudden lead they found here in Group B. Down on the way towards turn 10. Stanley on the inside. Here comes Cincic on the outside. Big slide. Gets the inside for the second part. Slams the door closed, and he gets up to 9th place.
And all these drivers might be gaining an extra position by the end of the race. Darren McCormack just dished a 5-second time penalty for exceeding the instant points limit. That comes down to track limits excursions. That's what you have the instant points for. So basically, he's abused track limits, most likely at turn 3, too many times during the race, and thus has been handed a 5-second post-race time penalty. He still has, though, 2 laps to try and build that 5-second gap on the group behind. I think that's probably unlikely, and I think Virtus Pro could be losing a whole heap of points. Advantage, Vitality. Could it be more so here with Yuri Toman on the rear end of Kevin Owens Jr.?
Oh, he's had a look, but I think he's biding his time here, Yuri Toman, to be honest. Further in the background, that was all happening between Casabon. Oh, Wisniewski and Statsenko, it certainly was. Down the middle, this is the very Stanley battle, and there is contact. Marcel Cincic turning a bit too early there, and he sort of hooked Ferris Stanley around. And this is costing them all time, and it's helping Darren McCormack stay in front of these guys.
Yeah, indeed. The more they fight, the better it is for the Irishman, who sits up in 5th position at the moment, 2.2 seconds clear of Thibaut Casabon, Nikodem Wisniewski and Mikhail Statsenko. Of course, those lot will more than likely jump ahead of Darren McCormack, courtesy of that 5-second post-race time penalty, but you just never really know. What a disappointing run, though, from pole position for Mikhail Statsenko, down to 8th position. Just not there at the moment.
Yeah. It's the curse of Lewis McLean, I'm afraid, is weighing heavy on the shoulders of Mikhail Statsenko, and it's a shame to see after the pole lap that he was able to produce that he is down in 8th position now and struggling clearly a bit more in terms of race pace than what he was in qualifying. But great lap for him, great to see him on pole, but unfortunately it doesn't look like he's got the pace to sustain that for 10 laps as opposed to 1. That 10th lap, by the way, is coming up right now, and Kevin Ellis Jr. is now got to defend for the first time in this race, but also the last time, because Yuri Toman has been biding his time, waiting for his moment to strike, and if he can win here, he could put Vitality a long way ahead in the point stakes. Here he goes, inside line. Kevin Ellis Jr. only went for a bit of a half defence there, really. He tries to close the door when Toman's already in there, and he's just about still alongside here, but Kevin Ellis Jr. gets the exit, and he stays in front on the final lap.
Gotta say, the bravery for Kevin Ellis Jr. to have left the door open there for Yuri Toman, someone who was definitely going to go for it. Toman's one of the more calm and collected drivers on the grid, and yet still, if there's an overtaken opportunity ahead of him, he is going for it, and nearly found his way straight through and potentially even opened up the door for Kaiki Oliveira to work his way past if there was any major contact between these two. For now, though, they run around this circuit comfortably line astern, but Kevin Ellis Jr. knows there is going to be a look at the final corner shortly.
Well, Jakub Masiewski wasn't able to do it, and I don't suspect that Yuri Toman will either, but he's going to give it a go, because as I mentioned, that is going to give Vitality a very big advantage going into race 2 if he can win this race. Don't forget, it's a 1-point gap right now. That will extend as Darren McCormack drops through the field. It would also extend by another 10 if Toman gets past Ellis Jr. here. Can he do it? He is a bit closer, actually, but it's a good run from Kevin Ellis Jr. out of the penultimate turn before the final one, which Toman is too far away from. He's seen in the previous race that you can't draft up to the back of the leader and get past him before the line. He had to do it at the final turn, but he wasn't able to. And Kevin Ellis Jr. is going to win for the second time in RENNSPORT R1 2025. Last time out, it was the seeding phase when he took a race victory in a semi-final. This time round, he's taking it in the dynamic group phase. It's taken him to the very final week to do it, but he has now done it. And Kevin Ellis Jr. doubles his win tally for 2025.
Yeah, indeed. Great stuff from Kevin Ellis Jr. Really good drive, very solid. But, of course, did have to deal with the pressure of Yuri Toman. Dealt with it brilliantly, though. Of course, leaving the door open into that first corner. I mean, that could have ended in tears.
Yeah. I was surprised he didn't bring it all the way over, to be honest, to defend like that. But clearly, it wasn't required. And we're starting to see now, I think, a little bit of a case of, you know, are they not overtaking because they're being tactical, or are they just not able to? And I think we're starting to see in some cases they're just not able to make overtakes around this circuit in certain places. That it's certainly possible. It's not like a Hockenheimring or a Nürburgring, far from it, but it's difficult.
Yeah, certainly so. But for these drivers, they've kind of dealt with their last race around Fuji, because obviously next up it will be Spa for them. Of course, we've still got 2 more races in this iconic circuit anyway. Before we do that, though, we do have an interview with, of course, one Mr. Kevin Ellis Jr. It's fresh off of that victory. I mean, what a drive. We're able to keep Yuri Toman at bay right at the end there. It did give you a good look down to the first corner. You left the door open. We're still able to hold him off. Very confident. Great drive.
Yeah, it's been a while since I spoke to you guys this season. Just really relieved to get a win. This round there's not really anything we can do. It's completely out of our control. So we're just here to try and have a bit of fun and test some things for EWC. Obviously, our fate lies in Williams' hands, kind of thing. So yeah, we tried a couple of things. Managed to get a 1-2 in quali, which is obviously best case scenario. And yeah, in the race, things just sort of panned out pretty well. I was thankful that it was Yuri behind me in another Aston, because our issues in the last sector against any of the other cars is a big struggle to deal with. But thankfully, yeah, we're in equal machinery, so my weakness was also his weakness, so I was able to kind of use that to my advantage and hang on.
I wanted to ask you a little bit about the Aston Martin, actually, and congratulations, by the way, Kev, on the win. What is the sort of difference? How have you been finding it this season, going with an Aston Martin, a completely new car for you guys at Virtus Pro?
Yeah, it's been a tricky transition, to be honest. The car is quick, but there's a couple tracks, Fuji being one of them, where it is a really big struggle to extract the speed out of it. We have struggled to, as a team, to collectively get the speed out of the car when it matters, and the one-shot quali, obviously, Dara's been able to adjust to it a lot better than we have, but I've definitely struggled this season. There's weeks where I've struggled in quali pace, but my race has been fine, or there's other weeks where it's been the opposite of that, so I've not really had a complete package coming into a race, but thankfully, yeah, we've managed to slowly chip away at it over the last few rounds, and yeah, I'm just a bit relieved to finally get a win again. It's been too long since the last one, but you know, we're getting there. I think for EWC, we'll be in a good spot.
A big confidence boost for you. I'm sure obviously one more race left to go before we head our way to Riyadh. That'll be at Spa. Best of luck for it. That'll be a bit later on in the evening though. Go have a good rest.
Thank you very much, guys. Cheers.
Kevin Ellis Jr. then taking the victory, but Ewan, you got some highlights to talk us through.
Yeah, and it was a hairy start, wasn't it? 4 wide down in towards turn number 1 on lap 1 here at Fuji. Kevin Ellis Jr. coming out the other side with the position. Gregor Schill getting turned around by his teammate. Not a moment that BS Competition will be putting up on any wall anywhere, I wouldn't imagine, in a framed picture. Not a great moment for Gregor Schill as he dropped down towards the back end of the field. Again, much like what we saw in Group C, but a single file for the next part of the race as they've sized each other up and they figured out how they're going to race this last portion here. It was down towards the midfield and the back end of the field, actually, where the action got spiciest. Like guys like Darren McCormack coming through the field. A lot of defending for Thibaut Casabon over the course of the race in his Aston Martin. This was Casabon actually hitting what the Virtus Pro Aston Martin of Mikhail Statsenko, who somehow hung on to it in the end. Statsenko would lose a couple of places, though, eventually to the hands of Thibaut Casabon and Nikodem Wisniewski. This is further down the back end of the field as Ferris Stanley and Marcel Cinčić went side to side. Cinčić been a bit rude there in all honesty and slamming the door shut, but he got his place eventually, and the battles would continue to roll on behind as Ferris Stanley tried to win that one back again, and Wojciech Fiala got involved as well. These three fighting over 3 points, 2 points and 1 point down towards the back end of the field, all of which would change later on, of course, with penalties. That was Cinčić almost turning around Stanley entirely. Then the final lap when Kevin Ellis Jr. didn't fully defend the inside line in towards turn 1. I thought that would have been a sure thing going backwards and going back into second place, but Yuri Toman couldn't get it done, and Kevin Ellis Jr. was able to take the first race win of 2 here in Group B, the final round of the dynamic group phase here tonight. It's Kevin Ellis Jr. who takes that race win, his first since the seeding phase, then Yuri Toman just in behind him. Kike Oliveira with quite a quiet race to third, ahead of Erhan Yoski, part of the team that scored most points during that race, just about. Thibaut Casabon a few seconds further behind, with Wisniewski and Statsenko just in behind him. Wojciech Fiala eventually won the battle for 8th, although Darren McCormack only dropped in just behind him. So not too many points lost in the end for that 5-second penalty, because most of it was to his teammates. Then Marcel Cinčić, Ferris Stanley and Gregor Schill rounding out the field in what I'd describe as a little bit of a disappointing opening race for BS Competition.
Yep, indeed, but it is Vitality that have the control then in that group there, just a little bit in Group B, but that's fine. We'll have to wait and see how that thing is going to unfold, obviously, in the race later on in the evening. Now, it's time to head down to Group D. Now, the bad news, the 3 teams are about to see over the next 2 races, or this race, then their race at Spa later on in the evening. These are the last times that we'll be seeing these teams in RENNSPORT R1 in the spring season here in 2025. They will not be progressing to the Esports World Cup. So they are the teams that will finish in 10th, 11th and 12th. It is, of course, the Thibaut Courtois Esports team, or Team TC if you want to call it that way. It is ERA and it is Guild. So it's the last time we'll be seeing these teams and drivers take to the track here in RENNSPORT, which is a bit of a shame. But what that does mean is they've got nothing to lose. So let's get after it.
Yeah, it's going to be fun to watch, isn't it? It's going to be very, very fun to watch indeed. Especially, a couple of these teams who bounced around Group C a little bit. Unfortunately, Guild have been a little bit disappointing this season and have only scored 4 points. I think they finished bottom of the group every time. And now we're hoping to at least alleviate that. ERA and TC Racing have managed to climb themselves through the field a little bit better on some occasions, though, which has been encouraging to see. TC Racing, though, somewhat surprised me, only got 1 race win, despite the fact they got promoted to Group C for a singular round. Guild have also only got 1 race win, but I don't know if you're already looking at your notes or whether you're cheating already, Lewis, but can you name me the circuit they both got their only win at without looking?
Well, I'm already looking, so it was Jeddah, it was Jack Keith, and it was Marco Pajic. So
rubbish.
That's fine. Sorry. I was looking for the stat of how close Guild have been to not scoring just a single point. And that was also at Jeddah, where they were 1 point away from finishing second in the group.
Yeah, to ERA, I presume you were.
It was, yeah.
Second that time round, yeah. So that was the only other time. As far, oh no, they've been TC Racing have been here a couple of times actually, haven't they? And yeah, so this is the third time that these are together, as far as I'm aware, unless I'm counting wrong. But yeah, there's certainly three teams that know each other very, very well at this stage. I prepared that so meticulously as well. You just had the answers in front of you. That's very disappointed about it. I have to try and find a stat later on that I can quiz you on that you don't know the answer to and can't cheat on.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I'm not going to lie. I always thought the spreadsheet that I had for the entirety of R1 in the 2 years prior was actually pretty impressive. I'm well impressed with the spreadsheet that I built for this bad boy. It's fine. I'm like, obviously with the assistance of AI, which, to be fair, Michael Schmiedel looks like he needs as he heads his way through the second sector. Look, I've been asking AI, like, how do I do this with a spreadsheet? It's been telling me. I'll openly admit that on stream. It's fine.
Whenever I ever ask it anything, it comes up with some rubbish that's not real.
Well, you need to learn to ask it the right questions then.
Maybe I do.
Give it more questions and more context. And honestly, it will spit you out the exact formula you need. It's great.
I think it's one of the worst inventions there's ever been. But
God, you're such a northerner. Oh my God.
but there you go. There's my personal opinions. Over the line for Michael Schmiedel, who, as we all saw there, got a slowdown penalty through the chicane, and he's not very pleased, as you might imagine. So Michael Schmiedel is going to start this one down towards the back end. By the way, just before we get to the rest of them, we do have a qualifying ban for car 34 this time around in Group D. Matt Emery will not be able to start this qualifying session.
Danny Moreno, though, can, as he'll work his way up towards the line. Didn't get a slowdown penalty in that middle sector like Michael Schmiedel did, so this is going to be a 36 of some description. But whereabouts in those 36 is it going to be? It's just 36.904. That is not great, unfortunately.
No, that is going to be beaten, you'd expect, by somebody. Is it going to be Nicholas Matteo, maybe, who now makes his way in towards the final chicane? Well, maybe not, looking at that first sector. Let's see if he gets this chicane right. This is where it went wrong for Michael Schmiedel in the ERA Esports Porsche. There will be the second sector beam in a moment. Yeah, not quite going as quick as things stand. Losses Ildren the same as well. So maybe Moreno's time's going to stand up decently compared to all the other guys in Group D.
Yeah, certainly so. Well, he's not got long to see if that lap time's going to be any good. I don't know how good the final sector was from Danny Moreno, but Matteo's first and middle sector, not amazing. And again, it's potentially going to be around that 36.9. I do suspect there are plenty of drivers in this grid that can go faster and can go for that mid 36. 36.6 is roughly where I expect pole position to be. That lap time was a 36.8 from Nicholas Matteo.
Yep, he does eventually find the time to go a little bit quicker than Moreno, as we expected somebody to do at some stage. Now, Milos Ildren making his way through the final corner, a little bit late on the apex there. And I'm not sure this is going to be quicker than the two TC Racing Mercedes that have already gone so far. But let's see, as he now makes his way up towards the start-finish line. Milos Ildren looking for a 36.8 or better, maybe. He's got it. Oh, wow, that is close. Very close to Nicholas Matteo, but not quite quick enough.
Marco Pajic then, the next one to work his way around, and that first sector is quick indeed, but losing a fair amount of time in the middle sector. We were hearing about the positives and negatives of the Aston Martin from Kevin Ellis Jr. there at the Group B victory. Let's see what the advantages and disadvantages of it will be in this group, where we've got a Porsche, we've got a Mercedes, and we've got an Aston Martin. Pajic across the line, 36.8, another 8 across the board, third place.
This is an unbelievably close qualifying session. What's that? 4 between 23 thousandths? Have I got that right? Something like that. It's very, very close. Apart from Michael Schmiedel, who got that slowdown penalty, it is very close session. Solomon not very happy with his time. Hand to the face immediately, and I think, well, I hope you can't lip read at home, because I think, yeah, well, anyway. Over the line he comes, Simon.
Oh,
it is going to be towards the back end of the field. Oh, there it is. He puts his head to his wheel. He was so close there to a great time, but very frustrated. He didn't quite get it, and he will be 5th at best.
But House, next one to work his way through, see how the final sector is for the 5-time Formula Sim Racing World Champion. Of course, Henry Moore did message me saying earlier on, November 2015, driving at Fuji in the Ware. Wish I'd been in sim racing that long. This guy was winning world championships the year before that race I was talking about, and he'd won his 5th by that point. Yeah. So that's fine. But how's across the line? 36.837 across the line. He goes on to pole position.
What was Henry Moore doing in the November of 2015?
Yeah, right.
Oh my God,
we're old. Right.
Okay, that's not good news. Anyway, out of the final corner for Henry Moore, who, blimey, that's scary. He's going to probably go somewhere towards where Salomon is in the field here. You'd expect. Only 4 fans apart. Goodness me, this is still close. Look at this. 7 covered by less than a 10th now.
It's an extremely tight qualifying session, but here's a driver that could break it up. Jack Keithley, he's shown some extreme speed for him over the last few months. He's shown speed that can maybe throw him up into contention for a couple of races higher up. Maybe not quite Group A, of course, but certainly up the order as well. In fact, he did actually go quite well in the seeding phase a few times earlier on the season, and that was more of the time we were expecting. He has obliterated this qualifying session, setting a 36.6, blowing it wide open 2/10 faster than the rest of the field. Yeah, fantastic lap time from Jack Keithley, who you won't be surprised to learn has got the only race win for TC Racing this season. I think he's been a cut above the rest if you put him in this 12-driver field. I think he's been by far and away the best of the 12 drivers here, and it's going to be a shame not to see him at the Esports World Cup because he's done some great things for TC Racing this season. Augustin Torlaschi there, the final driver for TC Racing to come over the line. He goes into 9th place. Bit of a tight line coming here for Robbie Stableford, and I don't think he's had a particularly great lap, but of course, do remember when he was victorious here, as much as he's had a purple first sector, I think the second sector is all right, but that was a weird line through the final corner. Maybe it's going to work out for him, I don't know. It just seemed a little bit too tight, wasn't carrying enough speed out. Has he got to slow down or anything? No, it was just a very tight line. You guys say, oh, I'll shut my fat mouth. That was fine. He did win around here earlier on in the season. He's been very strong so far this season. There's Robbie Stableford as well, but not quite as fast in qualifying as this man. There is Jack Keithley giving us a thumbs up. I'm sure he'll be celebrating wildly later on if he can take his second race victory of the season. But let's wait and see on that front. As we know, pole position round here is not always the best starting position for the race, bizarrely. Yeah, certainly so. I mean, Robbie Stableford, when he won in Group D earlier on in the season at the circuit, that was done from 8th place, which, you know, pretty impressive, actually. That was actually the first race of the dynamic group phase as well. The 2 other races from that group, Jamie Fluke did win from pole position in a Mercedes. I'd say Jack Keithley's position to potentially win from that spot is quite high. However, one of the main things that we've spoken about quite a few times is it does come to Robbie Stableford and his ability to start off an evening very strong, because he has won the opening race of the evening a couple of times so far this season. Yeah, I mentioned it about Jack Keithley earlier, that he's probably the best of the 12 we've got on show in Group D here today. I think maybe saying he's a cut above the rest is maybe a bit harsh on Robbie Stableford, actually, who has been a very strong component of the ERA Esports lineup this season as well. And, you know, they've given it a good go, ERA, with a lot of drivers who haven't done so much of the driving in RENNSPORT as some of the others on other teams. And they've given it a good go, same for TC Racing as well. But unfortunately, those 2 drivers not able to get themselves to the World Cup with their teams. But here is Jack Keithley anyway, out there for a bit of fun on the last round of the season, getting his pole lap, and here it is on board with Jack Keithley. First Mercedes on the server this time round, out of turn number 1. Bit of a slide on the exit, and then making his way towards this turn 3, and then the very, very long right-hander at turn 4 and 5. As I mentioned, it's going to be about the start of the race for him in a few moments' time, when he looks to hang on to that pole position and turn it into an early race lead. Certainly. So see how tidy the lap is here from Keithley. It's looked absolutely fine, like just calm. It's been relatively, that 36.6 is a lot more representative. Of course, the pole time from Group B was a 36.528. The pole position earlier on the evening was a 5.66 from Group C. So as much as it's not a 5, it's a little bit more representative comparative to the rest of the field, who was struggling quite a lot down in the 8th. This one was a 6.35, which would be good enough for the top 6 on either of the other grids that we've seen thus far. Can tell you something right here, right now. Of course, we'll be seeing Group A into action a little bit later on in the evening. This would not be good enough for pole position in Group A. That lap time is going to be pretty rapid. In fact, I almost think the Group A pole might be, well, it might be closer to a 3 than it is a 5.
Yeah, I think so. In reality, obviously, that's not actually a very big leap, but in the margins of this series, that is a very, very big jump indeed. So it's going to be quite a shock going from Group D to Group A, that is for sure. That's coming up next. Normally, the way this format was designed to work was for this to effectively be a bit of an eliminator, really, for the team that finished to the bottom. But because these 3 teams have got the 3 lowest point scores, and they're also in the lowest group, means they can't actually stay above the bottom 3, which is where you need to be in a quite complicated set of circumstances. They would have probably been relying on other results going their way as well. But effectively, whoever finishes bottom here is immediately out of the Esports World Cup, as well as the 2 other lowest scoring teams in the bottom 2 groups. We already know those 3 teams are going to be contained within here. So unfortunately, it's not going to be quite an exciting eliminator as we were maybe hoping for, but it is a bit of a chance to race for pride and some very prestigious R1 race wins, which are starting to rack up for a couple of the drivers on this grid, like this man, Robbie Stableford.
Yeah, the jeopardy would have really came if a team like LSI or Falcons had found their way back into this group. Of course, Falcons have actually found their way out of this group just last week. But should one of those teams that are already in that top phase of the standings, if one of those had been in here, then the jeopardy for them would have been, if they'd finished last in this, then almost regardless where they are in the championship, well, I'll say almost, completely regardless where they are in the championship, they would be out. Alas, it isn't the case. It is the bottom 3 teams taking well, I would say taking the trip out of the championship rather than not taking the trip over to Riyadh, which, again, blessing and curse, means they don't have to deal with you and me for a few days.
I'd say that's a curse.
What, not dealing with us or dealing with us?
You know, it's a privilege, I would say.
Would you?
I'm joking.
I'm going to let you sit. I'm going to let you sit on that. I don't know.
I don't actually think that about myself, by the way, just before anybody gets any ideas. But yeah, it is a shame. You know, it would have been nice to see everybody there, of course, because in years gone previous, we've had 12 teams there. It's going to be just the 9 going to the World Cup this time round, which is a little bit different from what we've had before.
Certainly so. Well, let's talk you through the penultimate race here at the Fuji Speedway, of course, this evening, and of course this online season. It's Matt Emery starting from the final place on the grid after a qualifying ban. It's Mikael Schmidl with a slowdown penalty that sees his way into 11th. Augustin Tolashi will start from 10th spot, then Gabriel Salomon from 9th, with Henry Moore for the Guild team from 8th. Then Danny Moreno in 7th, Marco Pech in 6th, with Ulas Zilderim there for ERA in 5th. We get Nicholas Matteo, and then 3 different teams in the top 3. It's House, it's Robbie Stableford, and it's Jack Keithley setting the fastest time to grab himself pole position in the group. Can he hang on to that victory? Let us know what you think in the chat. Of course, twitch.tv/RENNSPORT_GG if you're watching elsewhere around the world of sim racing. Head over that way, drop it into chat, !bet, team, whichever team you think is going to win, and then whatever points you want to put down for it. Which team is going to win this race? You don't have to say driver, but you have to say team.
I'm going to go for ERA. I think second place has proven to be a very good place to start, and Robbie Stableford certainly can deliver race wins. We've seen that in the past this season in 2025. So I'm going to go for ERA, but even if you're pushing me to be more specific, I'll say Robbie Stableford will be the race winner of this one.
I'm going to go bold. I'm going to go Guild. Why not? Banter, innit? So stick me down for 10 in that. Why not? And I am not going to pick one of the drivers. Don't you shake your head at me. Why not? You got look. This race is probably going to be a little bit wild. They've got absolutely nothing to lose. None of these are taking the trip out to Saudi Arabia in a month's time. So this is where the road will come to a close for them as they'll race their way down into the first corner. Good start from pole position coming in from Jack Keithley, but the Robbie Stableford's second phase, the launch, is much better as he heads his way down to the first corner. How deep's he going to go? Big tap from the rear end, and there goes a slide for one of the Guild cars there as Bonnerhouse sliding out into the phase there of Marco Pajic as they head their way down to the first and third corner. But look at that start from Henry Moore, up all the way to fourth position as there's teammate on teammate contact that nearly collected Henry Moore in that as Matt Emery got into the rear end of Marco Pajic.
Yeah, he's got so excited he's made up so many places that he's actually hit one of his teammates there in towards turn number 3, and now he's got Danny Moreno. Danny's inside 3 wide in the background there as Salomon's on the inside line of Bono House and Michal Schmiedl. House and Schmiedl 9th and 10th is a surprise to see, along with Ulysses Ildrum, to be honest, down towards the back end of the field. But this is a very, very open group so far. Looking at the points as things settle here on lap 1, down towards turn 10. Oh, it's going to be a melee here as Pajic, or Emery, sorry, goes, oh, it was Pajic, went a little bit deep down there and towards turn 10.
Henry Moore's worked his way up into third position. He's looking for his first podium in R1. Of course, in the final night for him in the championship for the Guild team, at least here in the spring season, trying to march his way forward, has been able to work his way past Nicholas Matteo. Big slides in the background, sees Matt Emery opening the door potentially for the likes of Gabriel Salomon and Michal Schmiedl. And it is indeed Salomon that's maybe coming through. Big squeeze, and out in the background, it's Bonnerhouse dropping backwards from the front of the field into a barrier as well. It goes from bad to worse.
He has had a miserable season, Bono House, and that'll be the end of it here in race number 1. He's going to finish last unless something dramatic happens further up front, which right now is looking quite likely, in fairness. Down towards turn number 1 again, it is Stapleford leading ahead of Keithley. They're ahead of the rest of the field because from third place backwards, it's carnage. Henry Moore's still there, but he's 3 wide along with one of his teammates, Marco Pajic, Nicholas Matteo as well for TC Racing. It looks like Guild have finally sorted it out, and they have, well, just about. Henry Moore stamps on the brakes almost in front of Nicholas Matteo there and lets his teammate through. He's still on the defensive here, Moore, this time for 4th place.
Yeah, certainly so. Robbie Stableford and Jack Keithley are comfortably clear of this train, so unless Marco Pajic has got some absolute whoppers when it comes to his speed around this circuit and his pace, he's not really going to be able to catch those top 2. They are comfortably clear at the moment of the group behind. Henry Moore will keep his eye on trying to keep Nicholas Matteo and Danny Moreno at bay. Right now on the points, it's as close as it could possibly be. 39, 35, 34. We do not typically see them that close here in the RENNSPORT R1 Championship.
Absolutely. You normally get a runaway leader, or at least a team tagged off the back at the end of the first race, but we're certainly not seeing that for the moment. It is still very, very close. This is what happened to Bono House, though, with 3 ERAs all around him. He tried to squeeze out one of the Porsches. They try and come back onto the circuit, and there is a bit of needless contact, I've got to say. I mean, in fairness, Bono House shoving the Porsche off the circuit was a bit rude, but certainly didn't need to be spun around quite like that in retaliation. There's going to be some race control looking into that.
Yeah, certainly so. I mean, it was a really light bit of contact, but at that point of the circuit and with that kind of overlap, that contact's only going to do one thing: send him out into the barrier. Big look down the inside as Matt Emery is trying to fight his way past Ulash Zilderim and does indeed do so. So Matt Emery's got past Zilderim and Salomon as well. Augustin Tolashi sat behind as well in 10th spot, trying to get around the outside of Michal Schmiedl. Bonnerhouse, obviously the only driver missing from this group. Augustin Tolashi, of course, the only driver in R1's history to be taking to the racetrack with the first letter starting with A. There's there's a stat for you.
It's the kind of high-quality statistics you're employed for.
Henry Moore's the only one with H as well.
See, I enjoy this, but I'm not. Does anybody else?
No, God.
We're just enjoying ourselves here, and that's that. But yeah, no, it's good.
So dumb though.
It is, but I enjoyed it anyway. We'll see if we get them together a little bit later on this afternoon, battling away. Not sure, to be honest, but we've only got 2 races, as we know. So far, though, Stapleford and Keithley out front in this one, and unfortunately your Guild prediction is, well, it's not getting any more likely at the moment. Not looking great.
This is really taking me back to the fall season of 2023 when we all had like a big predictor, which I ran on the in the heats. There was obviously me, you, Cam, Roger, Veracity was in there, George Moore, a couple of others. Like, yeah, a lot of people that were in there, and I think it was like 9-10 of us in total. My predictions were always terrible. Like truly awful. I really sucked it, and I put a lot of thought into it. I was like, well, obviously with how they've been based on this and based on that, and blah 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 blah. And then Jasmine Veracity would come along, and she'd just be like, "Oh yeah, I like them. They'll win." and like generally, like she was topping like quite a lot of this big. It was very frustrating. This is why I don't take part in like the F1 fantasy stuff. I can't do it. It really annoys me.
Yeah, we should start with them again for the World Cup, I'd say.
God, no.
Anyway, yeah. No, you've just unearthed a memory that I didn't know I had there. I've completely forgotten about that until you mentioned it again. But yeah, we did do that. I was sort of mediocre, I think, the whole way through. I can't remember. I didn't come bottom very often. I didn't get top ever either. I think I was pretty
solidly mid-pack.
Solidly mediocre, I think. But anyway. Not much happening in this group for the moment. Battle for third. It's right the way from Marco Pajic right the way down to Augustin Tuolasi. And we've seen this in the mid part of the race again and again. Not too much in the mid point in the race. It's been a single file, and then it all seems to kick off towards the end.
Certainly does. Well, onto the start-finish straight they go, with everything being very calm at the moment. The top two separated by about 3/4 of a second. And the slipstream, if you've not joined us before in R1, the slipstream does tend to drop off a little bit on RENNSPORT outside of 3/4 of a second. So Robbie Stapleford is not far away from being safe and taking yet another victory. I know, again, it's Group D, fair enough, whatever. But his ability to pick up victories at this level is pretty, like, he's consistently doing it. It is impressive.
Yeah. And, I think he's been pretty impressive ever since we've started to see him a little bit on RENNSPORT. He was at the World Cup last year in 2024. I thought he was decent, to be honest. I think he was driving for G2 at the time, wasn't he? Yeah, in the BMW, certainly. He's in the Porsche now, but he's taken to it quite well. And not many drivers coming into RENNSPORT after not being with us from the start have taken to it quite as well as the likes of Robbie Stapleford have. And so, yeah, it's very, very impressive to see. And at the moment, he's dragging ERA along because without his points, they're only scoring 9, the other 3.
I think, Robbie Stapleford's driven for 3 different teams in R1, because he obviously drove for G2 at the start, which was when because he did do the opening round. He was actually out in Poland, in Katowice, when we started R1. I'm pretty sure anyway. He drove for G2 back then. Then he drove for BS Competition, and now he's on loan for ERA. So he's driven 3 different teams. I'm pretty sure is maybe I'm pretty sure the only driver that's done that. Wisniewski as well. Great shout, because Williams, G2 and BS. Great shout.
Thank you. I don't know if I can think of any others. Keithley, did you say that?
No, I've not said Keithley. Keithley was Williams for the most part, and then TC, so he's done 2 different teams.
Oh, is he? Is there not one in between? Yeah. No, okay. Just trying to think off the top of my head now whether there are any more, but I'm not sure I'll ever get there. Yeah, it's quite a lot though, considering we've only done it for 3 years or so. It's quite a lot of teams to be bouncing around, but there you go. Shows that you can adapt pretty well to different setups, as we know, especially from Nikodem Wisniewski's case. That was Henry Moore on the defensive a little bit, by the way, from Daniel Moreno, who's looking for that top 5. Fortunately, Moore not quite with the speed that he had earlier on in qualifying, by the looks of it. He's already seen Nicolas Patero get past him. He let Marco Pajic through. Oh, and there's contact. Matt Emery spins around Daniel Moreno.
God, enjoy that 5-second time penalty, Matt. That was straight into the rear end of the TC Racing driver, and that will be a slam dunk penalty for the Guild Racing driver. Just drove straight into the rear end of that Merc. Spun him round. So yeah, that one will be a little bit tasty post-race, as he'll drop back behind Dulash, Zilder and Masmida. Obviously, I don't want to speak on behalf of Race Control, but let's be real here.
I'll report from Race Control instead and say that Gabriel Solomon has got a 5-second time penalty for exceeding the instant points limit. So he will drop at the very least to 11th, maybe 12th. depending on how close Bono House gets, to pick up an extra point, and that will be putting ERA even further towards the bottom end of the field. But Guild will also be joining them as well, so it looks like TC Racing might well take the advantage out the first race of the day as Emery comes under fire here from Ulas Yildirim. That was pretty rude, doesn't leave much space for him on the exit at turn number 1.
No, well, we're going to get 3 wide here. As right in the middle is Matt Emery, and either way, he's got an ERA car inside and out. Battles off one of them as he keeps Schmiedel at bay. Ulas Yildirim, though, with the inside run, and now as they leave the corner, they're both going to get in potentially as they run around the long right-hander. Schmiedel's through as well, as is Ulas Yildirim. Just getting pounced on there was Matt Emery as he fires one straight down the inside to get past Schmiedel once more.
That was all over the place there, and pretty close to disaster at one stage. Michal Schmiedel surely is going to get through as well now, though, as Matt Emery's starting to see his good start slip away from him here. Don't forget, he was the one with the qualifying ban at the beginning of this race, and the fact that he was in the top half of the field at one stage was impressive in itself. Unfortunately, that's going to come to an end here pretty shortly. Well, already has from Ulas Yildirim, but it's going to get worse for him by the looks of it, as Michal Schmiedel crawls all over the back of him into the final sector as well. Looks up the inside penultimate turn. Can't do it again here. Emery really creating a train behind him now.
Certainly so. It's close, but again, this is exciting. It's good racing. This is what we like to see.
Oh.
Bit of contact, though, that's not what we like to see. As Danny Moreno then into the rear end of Michal Schmiedel, pulling Schmiedel straight off the rear end of Matt Emery, as now things are going to get very feisty on the race down into the first corner. They head their way down. Bit of a look to the inside coming in from Danny Moreno. Will it be 3 wide when they come into account with Gabriel Solomon as well, who might drag himself into the mix?
Well, he's got a 5-second penalty, Solomon, of course, but he can help his teammate possibly by keeping Moreno on a very narrow line there. And that was all, Torlassi rather, on a very tight line, but it doesn't particularly work out down towards the back end of this group. Schmiedel still in behind Matt Emery, then it is Moreno, then Solomon, then Torlassi at the very back end in 11th position. This is all queuing in behind Matt Emery for the moment, and once again, final laps of the race starts to kick off again after a quiet middle.
A bit of a look there, and there's going to be some contact there. Gabriel Solomon into the side rather of the TC car of Danny Moreno. It could drag in Augustin Torlassi still. As much as the drama that we've seen in this race, as much as all of the fisticuffs that we've seen, those points, Ewan, still remain very close indeed.
It's weird almost, isn't it, really? Very, very tight across all 3 teams, and yeah, they're just very evenly spread throughout the field, I guess, but it's something we haven't seen too much of, really. If only this has happened during promotion and relegation groups, when that was still on the table, it would have been very exciting indeed. But unfortunately, this is just playing for points between these 3 teams at the moment. And Guild looking to finish, by the way, above last for the first time this season, if at all possible. And Henry Moore right now is certainly helping them do that. After a moment of going backwards, he's now getting back alongside Nicholas Matteo.
It's been a good drive from Henry Moore. Best of the season thus far from him as he looks down the inside to try and get past Nicholas Matteo. Fires his way through, opens up the door as well for Ulas Yildirim to find his way through. Yildirim might get both of them on the race down into the third corner here on the penultimate lap of proceedings. The Porsche on the outside line. It's been advantageous to do so, to go around the outside there a couple of times this evening with a bit of contact. It's opened up the door once again for Matteo to come through. They've changed so many times this little group. At the moment, it's Henry Moore at the head of it, but with a bit of a dive down the inside of the hairpin, it could be the Merc once more.
Oh, that was very well done. Nicholas Matteo at turn 6. He's got it done, but he's going to be under pressure on the exit, and he's got it back immediately, Henry Moore. That was great racing between the 2 of them. And here comes Yildirim on the outside line as well now. On the way towards turn 10, very nearly 3 wide. Down on the brakes at the hairpin here. Outside line for Nicholas Matteo. Can he stay there? No. And that is Henry Moore in 4th position. Then Matteo, then Yildirim, Emery, Schmiedel, Moreno, Solomon, and Torlassi. They're all here in this battle for 4th place.
What a cracking fight this is. Obviously way behind our race leaders. Robbie Stableford, he's 1.2 seconds clear of Jack Keith now, about to begin the final lap of this race. Marco Pajic in a little bit behind. This is the build-up to what is going to be a cracking Group A, I think, so far this evening. But Group D has been delivering all of the action. They've got absolutely nothing to lose, and they're showing it on this race circuit as they're putting on quite a display around the Fuji Speedway.
This is quite a display. 10 laps of, well, not a lot happening in the first part, but it's sprung into life at the very end. Here is Moreno versus Salomon down on the brake. Salomon trying to, well, I'm not sure what he's doing at the moment, to be honest with you. There's Henry Moore spinning round. Oh, that's such a disappointment for Henry Moore. He's had a great race, but at turn 1 it's unravelled and he drops to 11th.
That is a big shame for what has been such a great race thus far for Henry Moore. Unfortunately, he's not going to be taking any points away with it. He's dropped right the way down, and now Guild, they've dropped right the way down on the points to just 23, placed 39 and 46 for the top two. Topped, of course, by ERA, who have only got a few more corners to tick off before it'll be another very well-deserved victory. Ulash Yildirim and Mikkel Schmiedel, though, could gain a few more points for the team and potentially drag themselves comfortably clear of TC and take the final victory of a group, effectively, for the ERA team.
Now let's see what happens here in the final sector as Robbie Stableford will come towards the line in a moment. He's got more than a second over Jack Keithley. It looks like it's going to be another win. By the way, his 4th win, joining Dominic Blyer and Luke Bennett in a tied 5th place for most wins of 2025.
Which is crazy. Either way then, through the final corner comes Robbie Stableford up towards the line to take yet another victory here in R1. It's been a fantastic performance from him. It's Stableford across the line to win at Fuji once again this season. It's Jack Keithley across the line in 2nd place and Marco Pajic rounding out the podium. But importantly for ERA, it's big points for them and it could be getting bigger. Some bump drafting between the two of them as Ulash Yildirim is going to try and beat Nicolas Matteo, but is denied by 15 thousandths of a second.
And don't forget, those points are going to change a little bit after the race because it looks like Salomon's going to lose 2 places. We'll confirm in the post-race results. We've also had Augustin Torlassi in the last couple of moments get a 5-second penalty for exceeding the incident points limit as well. And so that is going to be a change around in points for some, but not for Robbie Stableford, who gets ERA Esports' 4th win of the season. He's got them all.
Yeah, indeed. He's been very impressive for the ERA team and continues to impress. Maybe he'll take another victory a little bit later on in the evening when we go racing around the circuit, the Spa-Francorchamps. For them now, it's a 2-hour wait until we get to that point as our eyes and attention will head our way up to Group A in a few moments' time. But keeping our eyes here on Group D, and it's kind of the race that we were expecting. Maybe not quite as chaotic as we were expecting, though, but entertaining nonetheless.
It absolutely was, and I believe we've got the race winner with us now, Robbie Stableford, who has taken 4th race victory of the season in 2025 at RENNSPORT R1. Congratulations, Robbie, on the win. I mean, as we were just saying before you came in here, we were expecting a bit more of a gloves off, all bets are off kind of Group D race, to be honest. What were you expecting from this one compared to how it eventually went for you?
I was expecting it to be carnage, to be honest. Last races of the season, innit? So everyone wants to prove something. But yeah, I was a bit unhappy with the qualifying lap, but we always know that P2's normally got the advantage on the first lap here. So I was overly chuffed after I came out the first corner, P1, and I had one job, and that was just to pull away from Jack, and that's what I did. So yeah, I'm happy with that. Happy to close out the season with another win. All good.
What's the mentality like, though, in a round like this where, as we've kind of discussed quite a few times, there's nothing really that you can gain from doing it. So, but there's also nothing really that you can lose either. So it's just out here having a bit of fun. What's the mentality like for that compared to effectively a normal round of R1?
Still the same. I mean, we want to get the team on the top step of the group, but also for myself, just to pretty much prove a point that I've still got it and can race at the top.
Well, again, an excellent victory, 4th one of the season. Keep ticking them off. Still got one more race, though, to deal with at Spa a little bit later on in the evening. Best of luck in that one, Robbie.
Cheers. Hopefully do the second.
We'll have to wait and see. I'm sure it's out there. All right, Robbie Stableford then, winner here at the Fuji Speedway. And here are the highlights as to how it happened. Of course, a big look down the inside into the first corner on Jack Keithley. A couple of slides in the background would see the likes of Marco Pajic and Bonnerhouse going out for a bit of a slide in the background. Plenty of brushes as there was plenty of attempts at passes. This one, though, for Bonnerhouse, a bit of a spin-off into the barrier, courtesy of contact from one of the ERAs, and into the barrier he would go. As a little bit further down the order in the battle for what was effectively 4th and 5th. They were all trying to work their way past the 2 Guild drivers of Matt Emery and, of course, Henry Moore. Meanwhile, still those moves working on, still trying to find their way through, but unable to do so on each occasion. They would have a look down the inside of the first corner whilst all this was going on. Bit of a spin and a bit of a tag as Matt Emery would get into the rear end of Danny Moreno. Then there was a couple more squeezes that had their way through the opening corner, but a bit of 3 wide as well on the race down into turn 3 for good measure. And some big dives and some big lunges at the first corner. Whilst this was going on, our race leader was checking out into the distance, and all these fights were keeping everything very, very close when it came to things at the top of this of the standings in this group. Henry Moore trying to work his way down the inside of the first corner, was trying to muscle his way through with a little bit of contact as well. A bit more of contact as well to open up the door there on the exit of the hairpin from the Guild Racing driver. And then there was this late on. Bit of a squeeze, but a bit of a dive as well, and a bit of a spin for Henry Moore, costing him a quality result. Across the line, it was Robbie Stapleford in dominant fashion, over a second clear of the rest of the field. It was a perfect drive from Stapleford, 1.2 seconds ahead of Jack Keithley, who was clear of Marco Pajic. So there was Nicholas Matteo for TC in 4th position with Ulash Zildrim and Mikhail Schmiedel in 5th and 6th. Danny Moreno, despite his spin, would end up finishing in 7th spot with the Guild trio, Bonnerhouse, Matt Emery and Henry Moore in 8th, 9th and 10th. Gabriel Solomon in 11th and Augustin Torlashi down in 12th position. So yeah, it wasn't the perfect race for TC, but it was a very solid start to the evening for ERA. Race victory, and they'll be leading the points in the group as well. Time to talk the big stuff though, Ewan. It is Group A o'clock. This is what we've been waiting for all night. Williams must win. That is the important part of this group.
Yes, they must score the most points of these 3 teams, and they will be into the Esports World Cup proper instead of having to go through the qualifier. They'll all be going to Riyadh, but in what stage of the competition will they have to enter? It's worth noting that Williams have not been in Group A yet this season. They are the 6th team to do so, though. Virtus Pro have been in here twice. Miles and BS Competition have also made a singular appearance, but nobody's been able to do much about Porsche Coanda and Team Redline, who are both average well over 40 points per race here in Group A. When you consider the race we've just seen there, where none of the teams scored more than 40, the fact those 2 teams are averaging more than 40 a race is pretty extraordinary. Just over 44 average for Redline, just over 47 average for Coanda. That's a very high average for the amount of races they've done.
Yeah, they are unbelievably consistent, brutally consistent, the top 2 teams, and they'll try and keep that up this evening. That said, for them, for both Porsche Coanda and for Team Redline, regardless as to what happens this evening, those 2 teams will already be moving through into the Esports World Cup finals. It's only Williams that can change their fate. They're the ones that are in control. They can change the fate of themselves and the fate of Virtus Pro. And trust me, a win tonight, the win in the teams tonight for them would be incredibly important, because it takes you out of the last chance qualifiers and moves you straight into the Esports World Cup finals, which comes with 2 added benefits. Number 1, you know you're walking away with some prize money out of Riyadh. So that's always a bit of a bonus. And number 2, you get a day off as well, because when the last chance qualifiers will be happening out in Riyadh, you won't be a part of it. So you can have a breather. You can kind of settle yourselves, get out of it, control, calm down. So there is a couple of added benefits from getting straight through into the finals, which for Williams to do so, again, a win is all that would matter.
Yeah, and I believe they've got the best chance of any, because there's just 2 races here in Group A and all the groups, in fact, here tonight. I think we've seen it close after race 1 on a couple of occasions here for that other team joining Porsche Coanda and Team Redline. Now, obviously, that's not easy, and it's going to be difficult for them to maintain that. But I think they've got a great chance with it being 2 races rather than the usual 3, which has benefited the teams with more depth. Here is Jordan Caruso, though, to start off the qualifying. He's after Kevin Ayres Jr.'s win earlier on, by the way. He's the only driver to have won during the seeding phase and then never again.
So here's a bit of an interesting stat, a bit of a fun one. Of course, we have had 12 races of Group A in the dynamic group phase. And I know, again, you love a stat. When it comes to Porsche Coanda and Team Redline, and when it comes to the points for a given race, so let's say, for example, Porsche Coanda score 55, Team Redline score 36, and then in this case, Williams would score 17, right? So that would mean that Porsche Coanda and Team Redline have finished 1st and 2nd, theoretically, in that race. On only 1 race, race out of those 12 has either a Porsche Commander or a Redline finished third in the group. Only once. Now that's interesting. Now, go on. Who beat him? Who was the team? Who was the pesky team that broke that up and finished second?
First of all, I thought it'd happened more than once to begin with. But the team that did it, I'm going to go with Mouse.
Nope, Mouse was third in all 3 of their races. It was Virtus Pro. It was in race 3 at Daytona. They scored 20 points. Team Redline scored 19. So it wasn't great. Porsche Commander scored 69. Here comes Caruso, though, across the line.
Bit of a rotting afternoon for all of them in that in that group. There's Jordan Caruso, though, as you say. 36.6 immediately, and he looked disappointed, by the way, as he was finishing that. Immediately quicker and in amongst that pole time for Group D.
I can tell you 36.6 not going to be anywhere near good enough to be competing for anywhere near the front of this group. We are talking much faster than that. 2-3 tenths faster, 4s, maybe the odd 3. Let's see what Kevin Siggy can do across the line to chuck himself into the books at the moment. His teammates going a few hundredths slower behind. It is a 0.4 for Kevin Siggy. There's some time left in that final sector. Time that maybe Luke Bennett can find.
Well, these first 2 sectors maybe not looking so strong. Those first 2 for Kevin Siggy were very, very good, by the way. And that might be a difficult time to beat for these next 2 coming up. Luke Bennett, who was especially strong at Monza. Not sure how many points he scored. I think it was up in the region of about 70. He scored in 3 races just as an individual. Scored a big proportion of Team Redline's points as they went on to win that round of the dynamic group phase. He slots himself in between the 2 drivers with the times already. And Josh Rogers has got a slowdown penalty. Am I hallucinating?
Nope, you're certainly not. Josh Rogers has fallen foul of the qualifying system around here, so it's a slowdown penalty and it will be a lap which will send him to the rear end of the field. You are right, by the way. Luke Bennett won the first race and won the third race, finished second in the second race back in Monza, scoring 70 points on the dot. An incredible round for Luke Bennett. No driver has scored 75 points, by the way, as Josh Rogers then will work his way up towards the line and will cross the line in 4th.
Yeah, no kidding, by the way. Nobody's won all 3 races. That's very hard to do.
Yeah, but what I mean by that is that no driver in any of the 4 groups, in all of the attempts that we've had, the 4 rounds, not a single driver has scored 75 points, which I think is fascinating.
Yeah, there's been 4 rounds, but effectively 4 groups, so that's 16 goes at it. And we'll... yeah, it's not happened, so yeah, fair enough. Team Redline, though, looking strong to begin with. They are going to have Jeffrey Whitroad hanging them back as a bit of an anchor because he's got a qualifying ban for this first race, but the rest of them are doing the business for the moment.
Now, what's the heart and mouth moment like for the Atlassian Williams Sim Racing team? Tinko van der Velde will be the first driver to come across the line for the blue. Let's see if he can throw himself into the mix. This lap time's looking more like it's going to be the 0.6 variety rather than the 0.4 that Kevin Siggy set, and it is indeed a 0.6, 4,000 slower than Sebastian Job.
Yeah, that's not the great start for Williams that they needed, but I think with all respect to Van der Velde, it's the likes of Daniel Pastor and Dominic Blyer they'll really be leaning on here to try and get into that front row and try and battle for the race win, which they are going to need on at least one occasion here tonight if they're going to win the group, which would be an extraordinary turnaround. Here is Dane Warren making his way up to the line now. 2 race wins to his name this season. The last one was here, and he'll be starting from 2nd place if this position holds so far. That's a good lap from him.
A great final sector from Dane Warren. Of course, we head to Vasilios Belletsiotis. You can tell that Jeff Rietveld was supposed to be the next drive round because we get to see an awful lot of this final sector from Belletsiotis. First sector, about a tenth off where we'd need to be. Let's see, Daniel Pajdor's gone fastest in the first sector, proving the mighty Mercedes can indeed throw itself around this Fuji Speedway in a comfortably fast manner. Unfortunately, the sector times, what we're seeing from Belletsiotis, I think it's going to be in 7th place.
Well, let's see. He's going to get ahead of Josh Rogers at least, which he wouldn't have been expecting at the start of the session. But that is only because Josh Rogers has not got, or got a slowdown penalty rather, during his lap time. A shake of the heads from Belletsiotis. He is not particularly, he takes his headphones off as well as he runs towards the line. Just needs himself to breathe a little bit before this race begins, and he'll turn his focus to that immediately here as he comes over the line. Now, oh dear, 37.0 from him.
Yeah, that is not a pretty lap time. Middle sector, though, not pretty from this driver here, Daniel Pajstorp, who's had plenty of highlights over the 2025 season, has had a few lowlights as well. He works his way through the final corner, taking all of the track. He shakes his head. I don't think he's particularly pleased with it. I'm not sure it's going to be the best run up towards the line, losing a little bit of time in that middle sector. Firing it through an excellent opening sector of the race, but I get the feeling it's going to be around the 0.6 and around Sebastian Job and Tinko van der Velde. Slightly ahead of Sebastian Job, but it is a 0.6.
That's not bad for Daniel Pajstorp. That is in amongst it. And if Dominic Blyer can back him up there inside the top half, then Williams are going okay to begin with. They're certainly not going to have the best placed drivers, especially with Belaziotis further down the field like that. But it's not going to be a disaster by any means for Williams if Dominic Blyer gets himself up towards the front. He's not sure about it just for the moment. You can see by the expression on his face there. Over the line, 36.4. Dominic Blyer is in the game.
Yeah, an important lap time then from Dom Blyer. Needed it, as did the Williams team. One more time left to come in then. It's Charlie Collins to be the first of those. Collins, who actually struggled a little bit for pace around here at Fuji earlier on in the season. He finished in 7th position, in 7th position, and in 6th position in the 3 races that we did at Fuji. What's he going to be across the line? Straight up onto the front row of the grid ahead of his teammate Dane Warren. No pace struggles for Collins this time.
Not this time, but it is Kevin Siggy who takes pole position here at Fuji. The man who's won 3 times this season so far. The latest at Jeddah in the opening day of that, or the opening race of that afternoon. Can he win the opening race of this afternoon as well? As we've seen, going to be difficult from the outside of the front row after that pole position for him.
But, of course, well, to be fair, Kevin Siggy, this driver here, did qualify on pole position in race number 2 in Group A earlier on in the season, the dynamic group phase. And guess what? Didn't win. Josh Rogers ended up winning that race, as Rogers would win the first 2 races of the dynamic group phase before finishing in 3rd position in the 3rd and final race. So maybe you're right. Maybe you are right. Maybe pole position is not the spot. It's certainly not been the spot this evening to be starting races from, that's for sure.
Same as at Jeddah, wasn't it? I'm not sure.
Yeah, Jeddah was really bad for starting from pole.
To be honest with you, I think this is kind of the same. I mean, this is our final race of the day at Fuji, by the way. Normally we don't change track halfway through the day, but don't forget we are going to Spa for the second race for every group here, as we're about to hit halfway in our evening after this round. I think Fuji's the same, to be honest with you. I can't see how this is any better for those who are starting in pole than what it was at Jeddah, really.
Yeah, I mean, which is kind of interesting because realistically, I think earlier on the season that maybe we weren't seeing it. I don't remember when we were racing it earlier on in the season which side poles started from. So I wonder if pole earlier on in the season was started from the inside. That said, my memory does not go that far back. Because the older I've gotten, the worse my memory's got, and that's why I have spreadsheets for everything. However, I don't add on which side of the grid everyone starts on, which is probably a catastrophic mistake.
Well, I mean, I think you can be forgiven for that oversight, to be honest with you. It's not the...
I've only started adding qualifying positions onto it. Like, God forbid which side of the grid they need to be on.
I haven't got anything on qualifying performance, so yeah, I mean you're already a step ahead there. But yeah, it's a weird thing about this circuit and at Jeddah as well, that pole does give you the outside line. And some circuits are just like that. It's just the way that some of them are set up. Sometimes you're given the better line. This is Jeff Rietveld, who'll be starting on the inside despite his qualifying ban. I bet he'll be making some moves early on in this race, as will, by the way, all of the Williams drivers. They all got an even starting position. I think they're starting 4th, 6th, 8th, 10th. So they'll all be queuing up on the inside line, barreling down the inside with Jeff Rietveld probably.
Yeah, well, chuck himself into the mix, I'm sure. Of course, obviously, when you're starting for pole position, see, this thing is that I think quite a lot of the time you do actually start on the outside for the first corner, because quite a lot of the time pole position is on effectively it's the side of the racing line, right? So at Spa, I'm pretty sure pole position is indeed on the left-hand side of the grid, or the right-hand side as you'd be looking down the hill, which would be the outside for the first corner, because from a standing start you'll have a better standing start, whereas on a rolling start I would want that reversed if it was me as a driver. But drivers don't have control of that. That comes from race control, so tough, deal with it.
Yeah, exactly. It feels like a very long time as well, by the way, since we were at Spa, doesn't it? All the way back at the first seeding round. Was that end of February, beginning of March? Anyway,
Mate, I've just been commentating on Spa the weekend just gone. I'm on board of Spa already. It's fine,
oh, God, fine. Okay. Well same in some ways. But yeah, it feels like a long time in R1 anyway, since we've been to Spa. And of course, it was our very first circuit, back in 2023. So it's a circuit that we always return to, and we'll be pleased to return to a little bit later on as well. As this season comes to a close with the final race for each of these teams. For some of them, the final race in totality for R1 2025.
Indeed. Look, we've got 60 seconds basically until we get ready for this race to get started. I don't know. Obviously, the main thing is to be thinking about what's happening in that Williams camp. What is the pep talk going into the Williams team going into this race? Honestly, win it or bin it. I would take all 4 cars finishing 9th, 10th, 11th and 12th if you've put everything on the line to try and win this race, because that is how important it is. It is make or break. If you're finishing in the midfield and not kind of doing anything, maybe in this race I could understand it more. At Spa, definitely not.
Yeah. Sorry, I thought you were going to say something else. Yeah, I agree. I agree. I mean, there's because there's just no downside, is there? There's no downside at all to finishing. If you're giving it a go, finish 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th, doesn't matter. There's no downside at all. They know that this season, if they don't win this group, they're going to finish 5th in the team standings. That is going to the qualifier stage. You're definitely going to the World Cup. That is confirmed. They've got more than enough points to manage that. They have had for a couple of weeks actually now. They know that they're not going to get through into the top 3 on points, and so it's all about can they get through by winning this group, and this is where it starts for them. Here is the grid for the first race of the day. In Group A, it's Jeff Rietveld who's got that qualifying ban. He will be starting from 12th. By the way, there'll be another qualifying ban for the man alongside him. In the second race, Josh Rogers in 11th to start this one. He got a slowdown in that qualifying session, by the way. Then on one side of the grid, the inside, all of the Williams Esports drivers, or Williams Sim Racing, I should say. Vasilis Bertsiotis, Tinko van der Velde, Daniel Pastor and Dominic Blyer. On the other side of the grid, a combination of Porsche Commander and Redline drivers with Jordan Caruso, Sebastian Job, Luke Bennett and some of the others as well. That's disappeared. So anyway, then there's a few more up towards the front before Kevin Siggy, who's on the pole for this final race. But look at that. Williams Sim Racing queued up on the inside line and ready to barrel themselves in towards turn 1 down the inside, I'm sure.
Well, Team Redline have 0 points in the, at least in the stream chat. But of course, if you do have any points, exclamation mark, bet, and then whatever team you think is going to win the race. Is it Williams? Is it Porsche? Is it Redline? Who's winning this one? They'll have to wait and see. But drop that in the Twitch chat, twitch.tv/RENNSPORT_GG if you're watching elsewhere across the internet.
Going to be very interesting to see who takes this first race of the day. Could be massive as far as the destination of the Esports World Cup goes. Virtus Pro will surely be watching on here with a degree of nervousness, that's for sure, as Williams Sim Racing have a great chance to get into the Esports World Cup without having to take on the qualifier. Let's see, though, as they line up in towards turn number 1 for the first race of the day here in Group A at Fuji Speedway. Down in towards turn 1, Siggy to the middle of the road. Collins defends the inside line and not on the inside. Dominic Blyer on this occasion, but a contact in front of him though, and Siggy goes a bit wide. Collins going to get a good exit. Dane Warren's going to get 3rd, and who's going to get into 4th position? Luke Bennett is just alongside Dominic Blyer here, in towards turn number 3, and Blyer hangs on. It's only 4th for him though, and Pastor is only holding on to 6th place. It's a net loss for Williams Sim Racing off the start of this race.
Yeah, not what they needed at all, as they have to focus on moving up the order now, finding their way through. Bit of contact between the Porsches and the Red Lines, bit more up here as well, as Kevin Siggy's opened the door for Dane Warren to come through, potentially for Dom Blyer as well, who gets to the outside as they work their way through these fast kinks. He's taken a wider line because he wants to carry more speed down into the braking zone. Siggy's going to fill the mirrors of Dane Warren. It's a Porsche Commander 1-2 though, as Charlie Collins is running out clear. There was Daniel Pastor out 1.5 miles wide from the apex and a hairpin in the background.
That is a lot of points lost as well. Williams down to below 20 points in this race as Siggy tries to push out Dominic Blyer. He's still on the inside here, Blyer, and he's going to be up to third place. He's really flying the flag for Williams Sim Racing at the moment, and they're actually getting quite close to Team Redline immediately here in race number 1, but it's not second place they need, it's first, and Team Redline at the moment are in a bit of trouble. Rebound's not going anywhere. It's Siggy, Bennett and Joe 4th, 5th and 6th right now.
Yeah, Joshua Rogers got up into 7th spot behind Sebastian Jobe at the moment. Could there be more progress? Could there be an epic result coming in for the Porsche Commander team, who won all 3 races around here in the dynamic group phase in round number 4 of R1? Here comes a look down the inside with the bump draft coming in from those 2 Team Red Lines. It's Kevin Siggy getting the assistance from Luke Bennett, who started on the front row on all 3 races back in Jeddah.
Side by side on the exit, and Blyer is going to see that 3rd position stay very short-lived. Kevin Siggy moves up into the 3rd position ahead of Blyer. Next in line, Sebastian Jobe watches on as Josh Rogers comes under pressure from Daniel Pastor, and it all happens further behind. That's a bit of a tighter line from Bennett, who might well try and follow through as well into turn 6, not quite, but look at the 2 leaders, Charlie Collins, Jane Warren, 1 and 2. Porsche Coanda taking control here.
Wonder if Sebastian Jobe's going to be taking the trip out to Riyadh. Of course, you know, throughout quite a lot of this season, it's been Enzo Benito fighting for that seat and actually earning it. He's been a very good driver, has Enzo Benito, so far in 2025 in the camp. Has obviously been passed in the seat by Sebastian Jobe, who, yeah, fair enough, I get that. It does irritate me, though, that he drives around without his lights on, because it does look worse in the red light. It's just the complete black lenses look worse. I don't want to say it, but it doesn't.
I can't say I've noticed, if I'm honest.
Honestly, it was the first thing I noticed when he jumped back in. I was like, why is his lights off?
Okay, I'll try and see it here, but I've not noticed it, if I'm totally honest. Anyway, I'm sure he can see where he's going. Here's Josh Rogers trying to overtake him, though, on the way towards turn 1. Good start for Rogers, as you mentioned a few moments ago. Gained 4 so far. And Porsche Coanda leading this group by some distance already here. Well, I can't quite do the maths because it's changing. That's Blyer going deep on the brakes. Way too deep, in fact, and he loses a place to Luke Bennett.
Things are going bad to worse for Williams. The Atlassian Williams Sim Racing team, Dom Blyer, their highest placed driver at the moment, just 5th place. They're scoring less than 20 points. They need to be scoring more. At the moment, things are not looking good for Williams. They need to be scoring not just a little bit more than that, they need to be scoring way more than that. Just 2 races to decide who is going into the Esports World Cup finals. As things stand with this, Porsche Coanda will be moving straight through. Team Redline will be moving straight through. Virtus Pro in Group B, because of their position in 3rd in the championship, they will be moving straight through into the Esports World Cup finals as well.
Yeah, and don't forget that Porsche Coanda and Team Redline are fighting to be top of the group at the not top of this group, sorry, but top of the overall table. They are currently tied on points, and whoever finishes ahead of the other in this group will be top of the table come the end of the season, and that's going to come with a bit of reputation attached to it as well. So Porsche Coanda and Team Redline are certainly going to want that, and that's what they're fighting for here, along with Williams Sim Racing fighting for a place in that top 3. And a chance to avoid the last chance qualifier, as we were talking about earlier, a chance for a day off in Riyadh, where it can be a pretty intense week especially for a driver going for titles. It's a very long and difficult week, and if you can skip a day, they would certainly like to. So far, Williams Sim Racing have not really thrown everything at it. Unfortunately, they've only gone backwards. I mean, one of the only overtakes have been made so far is Van der Velde getting past Jordan Caruso for 10th.
We did question quite a few times last year when we had the last chance qualifiers as to whether it was actually advantageous to do it, because it gives you a little bit more seat time out there in Riyadh. Obviously, being a LAN event, you actually have very, very limited seat time with the 12 rigs on the stage. However, looking back on it, I think, you know, Redline, for example, they obviously did not take part in the last chance qualifiers. They were clear; they had the day off. They came back so rested, so comfortable. The minds were chill, and then they won the team's championship and the drivers' championship with Kevin Siggy and, of course, the entirety of the team. It was a fantastic effort from them. I'm not saying that they wouldn't have won had they gone through the last chance qualifier, but I think it did help that they could avoid that part of the process.
Yeah, it's maybe a driver-by-driver basis, to be honest. Some drivers have really like the time away, and others maybe not. So I don't know if we can put a whole blanket thing over everybody. It's definitely a good thing to avoid, but Williams Sim Racing is certainly going for that here today. So far, it's not worked out quite so well. On average, by the way, a team that is not Porsche Coanda or Team Redline score between 20 and 14 to 20 points at any given race. This is exactly fitting in with that average, with just a 19-point score. BS Competition have the best average, by the way, at 19.3. So Williams doing exactly what the other teams have done. They're just coming up against some very, very stiff competition.
Now, you'd sit here and you'd think, right, obviously going into Saudi Arabia, this is a slam dunk. It's going to be the Team Red on a Porsche Coanda, which, by the way, has been the battle in sim racing for the last, I was going to say 5 years. I was going to say 10 years. Yeah, it's been a long time. They have been battling the world of sim racing at the very, very top. It has been those two teams that have been the mainstays in it. Sometimes Porsche Coanda have been comfortably stronger, or Coanda as the team have been stronger than Redline. On other occasions, Redline have been the dominant force in the world of sim racing. These days, especially over the last year, it has leaned itself more towards the BMW and Team Redline camp. But the format is so different in Saudi Arabia that it does open the door for a team like Virtus Pro. We don't get all 4 cars out on the circuit all the time when it comes to it. And because of that, it does mean that that things are a little bit more interesting, that things are a little bit tougher when it comes to taking those victories.
Yeah, it will be more difficult. You've got to remember that, it was Rogers gets down the inside here of Sebastian Jobe. That was a bit clumsy. And here come the Williams drivers actually on the front straight, and they're surely going to all help each other now as Daniel Pastor pulls alongside immediately. That's going to get Josh Rogers boxed in here. Now he needs his teammates, Pastor. He needs Belaziotis and Van der Velde, because there you go. There is Josh Rogers with the slipstream. Going to immediately get straight back past again. Now Jobe pulls over to defend, and that gives Pastor the speed again. Is he going to take 2 maybe in towards turn number 1? Can he take both? Not quite. Jobe covers him off. It looks like Rogers is going to cover off Pastor as well.
Pastor trying to find his way past the 2 top winningest drivers in R1. Of course, the 2 of them between Rogers and Sebastian Jobe, first and second. More than 70 victories between them over their entire run over the last 2 and a bit years. The more than 250 races that have been taken part in R1 in totality across all of them. Every quarterfinal, every semi-final, every final, every group stage race. We're well over 250 now. I don't know how close we're getting to 300. Pretty sure we passed the 300 at some point in Saudi Arabia, but don't worry, we'll bring you the numbers and stats on it, and we'll probably have arguments over how that looks on the spreadsheet. Remember, that was the main talking point last year.
I had some serious problems with some of the numbering that was going on.
I can't remember what it was. Was it because my spreadsheet counted the final race so take example, it was quarterfinals. It would say
yes.
4. And then because there was 2 semi-finals, it would then say 6, because 4 quarterfinals, then 6 being the 2 semi-finals, and then 7. So it was basically the number of the final race. Ewan, Cam, Zach, everyone was like, "What is this?"
Yeah, well, yeah. The main problem I found was that the first one is not called number 1. That was
4.
Yeah. Exactly. First row number 4. Nobody starts counting from the number 4. So anyway, I can get my head around that. Anyway, Josh Rogers alongside Sebastian Jobe again. As you mentioned, these 2 brilliant drivers in R1. They have been for years. As we know in the world of sim racing, making contact again. And here comes Daniel Pastor again. Really is helping Williams Sim Racing. If they can get all 3 of these cars just up a little bit further, then they'll give themselves a chance. But right now they need a bit of a miracle. Round the outside for Jobe. He'll have the inside for the long right-hander. And can Pastor insert himself into here? Not quite.
Yeah, he can't pass either of these 2 up ahead, and the problem for him really is that the gap has then grown between Sebastian Jobe and Dom Blyer to 2.2 seconds, a gap which will not be closed down throughout the entire running of the final few laps of this race, and thus any further points potential for the Atlassian Williams Sim Racing team has basically gone. It is Dom Blyer trying to take on the 2 red lines, who are way behind the Porsche Coanda duo of Charlie Collins and Dane Warren. It does look as though things are going to be slipping through the fingers of the Atlassian Williams Sim Racing team. We've done a great job to get through here into Group A, but it does seem as though their chances of progressing into the Esports World Cup finals we'll have to wait until the last chance qualifiers when we go racing in Riyadh. No movement coming in from Daniel Pajtor yet.
He had a chance there, though. He really had a chance to fire it down the inside there, and he didn't decide to go for it. I think if that was any other corner than the final one, then he probably would have gone for that. Here comes Josh Rogers again, though. Oh, dear, it's free wide further back as Caruso and Rietveld get, well, they're ganging up on Tinko van der Velde a little bit here, who's going to be in the middle of a three wide if he's not careful. Caruso goes backwards. Rietveld with the double toe further up front. Pajtor goes for two. Can he get them both? He is going to, because Rogers goes very deep there, but he's going to pull it back in time. In fact, Pajtor only gets Sebastian Job in the end. He is single-handedly keeping them in the game here, but with Jordan Caruso gaining places, it gets more difficult. Here comes Van der Velde on the outside. If he can stay there, he'll have the inside for the long right-hander, and he does. Can he keep this 10th place?
Crucial for Tinko van der Velde to try and keep Jordan Caruso at bay. At the moment, Caruso's got the inside line. They fire it down to the hairpin. The outside line comes in from Tinko van der Velde. He goes out wide, gets it all crossed up on the curb as well as they depart the hairpin. Where is this going to end up? It's the inside line, though, for Tinko van der Velde as they almost go three wide. Bit of a dab of the brakes coming in from Jeff Rietveld, who was trying to look to the outside. Then comes the inside line from Tinko van der Velde, who's going to squeeze Jordan Caruso straight up onto the curb. And this could work out in favour of the Mercedes, and it does indeed do so. The Atlassian Williams Sim Racing team, they're still hanging on to 10th spot and some important points, but second in the group doesn't matter for them. It is only first in the group, and at the moment they are 33 points behind Porsche Coanda heading into the Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps. They need to be scoring more points here if they are to get through into the Esports World Cup final straight away. If not, Virtus Pro will be the team joining Team Redline and Porsche Coanda in the finals.
Yeah, and Virtus Pro cannot do anything other than support Team Redline and Porsche Coanda, which I'm sure they don't often do, to try and beat Williams Sim Racing to that group win here tonight as Rietveld comes up to the back of Caruso here and goes down the inside. This would help Williams, well, all the teams actually, if Porsche Coanda would lose points. Obviously, it's not going to lose them the lead in this group, but it would just take a point away from him if Jordan Caruso would lose that place to Jeff Rietveld. He doesn't, and Van der Velde holds on to 10th as well. So there's a designated group there for 10th, and there's also that one for 6th place, which surprisingly is being kept together right now, despite the fact that Josh Rogers is leading it.
Yeah, certainly so. I mean, look, Josh Rogers, after starting from the rear end of the field, he's going to have to do that at Spa as well, starting from the back. And yeah, that's not going to be easy either. It's not going to be a great final evening of the season online here for Joshua Rogers. But still, he's doing what he needs to do for the team. He's scoring some decent points. His teammates are doing the heavy lifting at the moment. Dane Warren, who's finished on the podium in 3 races out of 3 around the Fuji Speedway, could be making it 4 from 4 this season. Charlie Collins will make sure that it's going to be 4 victories from 4 races for the Porsche Coanda team around Fuji. Will they be able to do something very similar at Spa, where they started out the season so very strong? Of course, Charlie Collins started out the season incredibly strong around there. Could he take the double on the night?
Well, he is looking good right now to take the first here, Charlie Collins. If he does, he will join Darren McCormack on 7 wins, by the way. If he could take this win and have the chance to go in front of him as well by the end of the evening, but let's wait and see on that front. We are on the final lap here, and Daniel Pajtor, instead of putting the pressure on Rogers, is defending from Sebastian Job for this position right now. Here is Caruso and Van der Velde as well, and John Caruso's through here. They could have done without that. Williams Sim Racing, they lose another couple of points. Porsche Coanda extend their lead out front here at top of the group here of Group A.
Yeah, indeed, it grows further. It's 22 points over Redline. It's 35 points over Williams. It's looking comfortable for Porsche Coanda. Do remember, again, a victory for them this evening will put them ahead of Team Redline in the standings, at least in the overall, which would give them top seed heading into Saudi Arabia, whatever that means. When it goes out there, of course, you do still want to be top seed. It was a little bit advantageous for Redline, if I remember correctly, last season. I can't remember what they gained from it. I think they got to pick the first track, if I remember correctly.
Yes, yeah. Pretty sure they did.
Yeah. I'm sure Porsche Coanda will know more than us.
Yeah. Yeah, they certainly will. But they've not done it yet, of course. They have, though, got a 1-2 for this first race. Charlie Collins and Dane Warren executed this race expertly this afternoon at Fuji. And it's going to be Charlie Collins' 7th win of RENNSPORT R1 in 2025. It's going to be Porsche Coander's 8th victory in Group A during this dynamic group phase, but overall their 16th victory in 2025. Charlie Collins wins at Fuji, and Porsche Coander take the Group A lead out of the first race of the day. Williams 35 points away from where they need to be if they want to get into that top 3 by winning here tonight. It's a mountain to climb, made even steeper by this man, Charlie Collins.
Yeah, and that'll be a huge confidence boost heading into Riyadh, regardless as to what happens over the rest of the evening, because Porsche Coander will know going into Fuji, whatever races we do at Fuji Inland, they are undefeated on this circuit so far in 2025. 4 races, 4 victories, 2 for Rogers, 1 for Dane Warren, and 1 for Charlie Collins just there and then.
Yeah, it's been a very, very strong track for them, and they are cementing that status very much so. Again, another factor of that race that is not going to be a factor necessarily at Spa, but I'll talk about it one last time. Pole sitter didn't win again. Kevin Siggy struggled a little bit, but he's still got a top 5.
It's actually a good thing. That is a good thing to keep a note on heading into Saudi Arabia, that potentially, obviously, you can't really control starting from second. You have to do the best lap you possibly can, and you'll want pole position where you can. However, much like what we had at the Jeddah Corniche circuit, it did seem as though starting at second was the ideal spot. That happened an awful lot throughout that evening, but again, it's one of those things, one of those nuggets of information that all the teams will be taking and just putting into the bank a little bit for Saudi Arabia, just for reference, and we probably should do as well in the comedy booth.
We'll need to write it down, otherwise between us we'll definitely forget.
We'll forget, yeah.
So we should write it down, but yeah, it's been a big factor, and here's why. Kevin Siggy with Porsche Coander either side of him in towards turn number 1. Charlie Collins got the lead there and then and never was seen again. This was the beginning of the end for Williams Sim Racing, as they started decently but unfortunately got overtaken on a couple of occasions by some Redline and Porsche Coander drivers. Here was Dominic Blyer trying to win some of them back again. Went too deep in towards turn number 1 and dropped back to 5th position all over again. Down in the brakes towards turn number 10. All things were nice and clean this time round. No unnecessary contact in this group down at turn number 10. This was Josh Rogers giving it a go, I think, at the final corner. A little bit of contact here, a little bit further back, which allowed Daniel Pastor alongside for a brief moment, but didn't last very long before he was drafted back past again. This is again down in towards turn number 1 as Porsche Coander and Team Redline went door to door, as they have been on so many occasions this season. It was Joe versus Rogers, as Daniel Pastor, as I say, tried to get himself involved. He wouldn't make the double overtake this time, only the singular overtake, which would be where he would finish in the end. This is on board with him right now, just in behind Josh Rogers. Couldn't gain any more positions other than that, unfortunately, for Williams, who end up with the lowest score of the 3 teams in that race. Through on the inside line came Jordan Caruso, a little bit further down with Tinker van der Velde battling away for 10th position. In the end, it would be Caruso with that position, but Charlie Collins would win the race, coming over the line here for win number 7 of 2025. He makes up now nearly 50% of Porsche Coander's 16 wins in 2025. 4 attempts this time ahead of Dane Warren. Kevin Siggy and Luke Bennett were next for Redline ahead of Dominic Blyer, who couldn't really get near them in the end. Josh Rogers fended off Daniel Pastor, Sebastian Job at the end as well. Mercedes Bertiotis were there for some time, but he finished 9th. Ahead of Jordan Caruso, who got past Inge van der Velde on the last lap, and then Jeffrey Utveld, who rounds out the 12 in race number 1. Porsche Coander take control and likely the first seed as well, as long as they don't have a disaster at Spa a bit later on.
Yeah, which, to be fair, Spa was a good hunting ground for them a little bit earlier on in the season. Of course, we had 7 races around here earlier on in the season, because it was a part of our seeding phase where we had the typical format that we've seen quite a lot in R1, i.e. we start off with 4 quarterfinals, we then have the top 6 drivers move through into the semi-finals, top 6 drivers from that move through into the final, so 7 races in total. They won 6 of them. The only driver who won that wasn't a Porsche Coander was Darren McCormack, of course, in the Virtus Pro. And the important thing from that was pole position won most of those races. In fact, I'm pretty sure only 1, maybe 2 times, 3 times, pole position didn't win. but the victory still came from the front row of the grid. Charlie Collins won all 3 of his races, and only one of those he didn't have pole position on, and he qualified second because Don Bly decided it was a good idea to stick his Atlassian Williams Sim Racing Team car onto pole position in the final.
And that might be what's required here from Bly. If Williams are going to do anything at Spa, it's going to be very, very difficult for them to do so by the looks of things after that first race. Although, having said that, that first race score was better than what we've seen from some of the other teams when we've seen them in Group A so far in 2025. This, though, is Spa, the second circuit we're using, second and final circuit we're using here tonight. The place where it all started here on RENNSPORT. This is the circuit itself. There are the famous corners, Eau Rouge and Radion, up over the top of the hill, and then the good overtaking opportunity up here at Les Combes, where so much drama has happened in R1 down the years. Then into the middle sector, which feels like a totally different racetrack to the other two, twisty and turny all the way round. There's the campus, the Pif Paf chicane, then Stavelot, Curve pour Frere, and then it gets a bit more straight on again. Straight line speed, a lot more youthful on the way through Planchemont, which is pretty much flat out, and then in towards the bus stop chicane. One of the best overtaking chances, of course, and the scene, I'm sure, of some late drama in these final races of the dynamic group phase.
Yeah, indeed. It's always a great racetrack to go to. Of course, it's always good for overtaking, always good for racing. I always bring up the stats, see if you can remember it, Ewan. How long is it where you're almost basically completely pinned between La Source and Les Combes? How far is that run? How many kilometres is that run?
2?
It is 2 on the dot.
Oh, is it? Oh, wow.
It is 2 on the
Great
dot.
guess. I didn't know that.
Just wild stab in the dark from Ewan O'Leary. Fair shout. No, yes, it's exactly 2 kilometres from the apex of La Source to Les Combes.
It's about a third of the circuit, isn't it? Nearly?
The circuit's 7 kilometres, yeah, so it's about a third.
Between a quarter and a third. Yeah, it's a very long way. It makes you realise that actually the rest of the circuit takes ages. When you have to do it. Anyway, this is the Group C standings. Not too much on the line here, but a bit of pride, of course. Mouse are certainly taking that at the moment. Although it's close, 9 points between them and Falcons, and then MSI only 24 behind going into this second and final race for Group C.
In all of the 7 races rather. He said 6, but I'm stuck to even numbers now that we've done this dynamic group phase for a while. We get 12 races around. Of the 7 races that we had when we were racing around Spa earlier on the season, Mouse only had 1 podium, and that was Dennis Schoeniger in his quarterfinal. Falcons had 2, which was Thomas Tatler in quarterfinals and semi-finals. MSI, I'm pretty sure they only had the 1, which was Jamie Fluke in quarterfinal 1. So they've all been able to finish on the podium round here. None of them have been victorious. At least this season, rather. Let's see if today might change that. Of course, Mouse did have victory in the first ever final that we had in R1 back in Katowice. Max Benneker taking that one.
Yeah, absolutely. He's got good history round here. And we're already into the qualifying session. Got to say as well, just before we begin the times coming through, I've got to say Spa is home to some of my favourite R1 moments. That race between Marcel Chinchik and James Baldwin, was it as well? For the title, or not James Baldwin, sorry, somebody else. Maybe it was. To win the title or not in Munich was one of the best races we've ever had in R1, I think. And yeah, so it's a great venue of R1 moments for the last few years.
I did catch up with James Baldwin about that at Alton Park a few weeks ago. Of course, he is the British GT co-commentator now, is James Baldwin, and we were reminiscing about some good racing. That was probably one of the best races we've ever had in R1, and I just remember being on the I said the edge of my seat. We were stood up the whole time, but we had a great time doing so. This is Moritz Lerner into the middle sector, 39.4 in that first sector. The total time they're really looking for somewhere in the mid 14s. A 14.4 would be really good. 14.3 would be unreal. 14.5 though would be all right.
Yeah, and that's what John Robertson has got so far. Somebody who's gone quicker than the both though. Coming through third, Jamie Fluke most likely. Just before the times come in as well here, by the way, we do have qualifying. Oh, excuse me, this is the only. Sorry, this is the only race where there are no qualifying bans, I should say. In the next one, get ready because there's another load. But anyway, in this race, the only one of the evening where there are no qualifying bans, and we're going to see all 12 of them come through the field in a few moments' time. Here is Moritz Lerner to kick us off, though, For Mouse, 14.5 or 6. A mid-14 for him.
Yeah, so that will be okay, but not great. This will be nor okay, nor great. It'll be more on the oops, that's really quite poor, unfortunately, for this. For Robertson, at the moment, the middle sector, really not ideal. This is going to be 15 of some description, unfortunately, for the MSI driver. Obviously, clearly a couple of mistakes through the mid-sector of the lap. He'll need to find something better in the race. Meanwhile, his teammate is going decently around this lap at the moment. Let's see what Robertson does across the line. 16.4. Yeah, not great, unfortunately.
Yep, that's going to be down towards the back, unfortunately. Jamie Fluke, though, is doing a good lap here for the MSI Esports squad. And that first sector standing up well to the test of time that even Max Benneker has had a chance at beating here. Through the final chicane now for Fluke. He's got a couple of wins to himself here in 2025. Now comes over the line, 14.6 again, but not quite as quick as Moritz Lerner.
Yeah, not ideal. We get 3 of the MSI cars quite early in this session because we've already had Robertson, we've already had Fluke, now we get Jimmy Antunes across the line. The sectors are looking okay, but again, not great. This is going to be around the 45, 46 margin, depends on the final sector. Takes quite a lot of the curb in the opening part of the bus stop chicane. Meanwhile, Max Benneker is going quick at the moment. Let's see what Antunes does across the line then. It will be an 14.8 for him, unfortunately. Meanwhile, let's see this driver here. Here's Max Benneker.
He's back again. Max Benneker is looking strong so far in this lap. He's seen Jennet Sonninger overtake him now as far as race wins for Maus this season are concerned. And he's looking for another one himself now. His second only of the season, if he could get it. And this is looking like a strong start to proceedings. It's going to be 14.6. Thought that middle sector and first sector was going to be good enough, actually. But maybe the final one where he lost it a little bit goes to third.
Yeah, indeed. Decent from Benneker. Now we get the first of the 4 Falcons. Masiejewski will be the first one around. Of course, Maus the top team in the group at the moment. Jakub Masiejewski into that final sector. It's a good first sector for the Porsche driver as he heads his way through and into that final sector. However, his first sector's just been stripped off by the MSI of Johan Hart. Let's see what Masiejewski does across the line. Fastest final sector, 0.581, 14 thousandths faster than Moritz Lerner.
That's very, very close to Moritz Lerner's time, but it's just about on the right side of it. Karol Pawlowski doesn't look like he's quite going to go as quick as Jakub Masiejewski by the looks of things here. But let's see for Falcons, who are currently second behind Maus after the first race here this afternoon. Up towards the line now for Pawlowski. What is it going to be? 14.7. Not that far away, but it is only 5th.
Yeah, indeed. Johan Hart then. Here he goes. So the first sector's already been beaten, I believe, by Thomas Tattler. There we go. Confirmation of that on the right-hand side. But these times are getting faster and faster. Johan Hart with the fastest middle sector as well. He's going a little bit quicker than Jakub Masiejewski at the top of the session. What's he going to do through the final sector? Bit of a slide there between the 2 apexes of the bus stop. Kicks it out of the final corner. Can the Frenchman go on a pole position at the moment? Across the line, it's just about good enough. 0.556. But Thomas Tattler is charging behind.
Certainly is. He has been the shining light for Falcons this season. As we've said already, 5 race wins to his name, looking to make it 6 here after his race win at the final race at Monza only 1 week ago. Got them back into Group C again, which is very important for them, by the way, as far as their participation in the World Cup goes. Not delighted with his lap time, but it's good enough for second.
Yeah, indeed. Look, again, it's really tight at the top end of the session. We've got 4 drivers on 0.5s. We do expect there's a little bit more time out there to be gained, but 0.5s are still decent lap times around the Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps, and from Johan Hart, it's good enough for pole position at the moment by 4 thousandths of a second. There's not long left to go, not many drivers left to go. Lamennais will be the next one across the line. This is not going to be challenging for pole position, though. This is more like a mid 0.6, maybe a high 0.6, dependent on the final sector. Let's see what Lamennais can do across the line. Can he challenge at least the Maus drivers in the middle of the field, the likes of Lerner and Benneker? No, he can't. Just 7th spot.
So Falcons 2nd, 3rd, 7th and 8th for the moment. Now, if Kasdorp and Schoninger can get past and ahead of Lemonek and Pavlovsky, they're probably still in a good points position here. And we'll see if Kasdorp especially can do that in his Maus BMW. Up towards the line now for Yuri Kasdorp. 15-0. That is not what he needed, nor Maus either, as Kasdorp's struggle continued.
Certainly so. Well, Dennis Schoninger, he's the last driver to cross the line. And his sector times are looking okay. And unfortunately, that's all it's really looking at the moment. Onto the brakes into the finals. You can't say okay at this level. He's still going to tend it a bit off. And that is all it is for okay. But let's see if he can maybe throw himself up close to Max Benneker with a decent final sector. No, he can't. 0.7. He's back down the order close to Yuri Kasdorp. And Falcons, they've taken a pretty solid swing at this qualifying session. The final one of the season for the group. But it is Johan Arthur, MSI, starting on pole position.
I don't think he can really believe it, based on his reaction to that a short while ago. But he is on pole here at Spa, and this is how he did it. Our first onboard lap here from Spa. Johan Arthur taking that pole position in the first race of the day. Slightly wide for the Lassource hairpin, but that'll be all okay. Stamps on the power now down the hill and towards Eau Rouge and Radiant. The start of a very, very long lap round here. Don't forget, 2 minutes 14 you're aiming at round here. And this is the fastest of them. Here it is up the hill through the compression. So much downforce and GT3s these days. Take it a lot quicker than you used to.
Certainly so. Basically keeping it all pinned all the way over there. Do take a lot of the curb on the left-hand side of the top of Radiant, because you can get away with it on RENNSPORT. Why not? Onto the brakes, you'll see the curb will start on the left-hand side. You use quite a lot of that as he flicks his way into Les Combes. It's just very tidy up here, taking an awful lot of the curb. You need a car that can really abuse the curbs around here. Of course, they cannot change the setups in R1. They are fixed setups in these cars, so obviously they're balanced based on that, from the Mercedes to the Aston Martin to the Porsche, and of course to the BMW as well.
Down the hill in towards Dubagos, just pumping it down into 4th. And then just letting it run a little bit. Feels very understeery through here, by the way. The cars, it's just the downhill nature of the left-hander. Now in towards Piff Paff, just down another couple of gears this time round, down to 3rd. Hooking that curb over on the right-hand side a little bit, then really much further over the left-hand side. I think he was aiming for both, but only hit the second one, really. Then a short bit into 4th before back into 3rd again for Stavolo. And then the gravel preventing me from exceeding track limits like he used to be able to, and then in towards the Curve Pour Frere, where again track limits enforced by a good old-fashioned bit of gravel for that long run up towards Bonchemont, and the very high-speed left-hander here. Again, another display of how much downforce these cars have these days. Barely noticeable now that you're going through Bonchemont in these cars.
I can't remember what was the time difference when me and you were driving around here. It was about a second, less than a second around here.
I remember doing a 13.
Honestly, I can't remember. I don't remember what lap time. I remember doing a 1 minute 40 odd, and that was in an F1 car, so slightly different. All I remember was I was 12 seconds faster than George Morgan. So
12
that's
seconds.
what I remember. 12 seconds, yeah.
It's crazy.
He didn't know what an apex was. It's crazy.
Hey, I can understand, a few here or there, but 12 is, that is...
Honestly, it was the proudest moment. Well, one of the proudest moments of my sim racing career. Me and George, and Ben Spanky, who, if you don't know, is a very good driver in the world of sim racing. And he's one of the people that's behind the scenes here in RENNSPORT that basically handles things like the BAP, things like that. He's a very busy man. Obviously working with a lot of the drivers to get the BAP as close as possible. And he is a driver who's won many championships of his own right, most notably for me in things like touring cars. I think he's 2-time WTCR Esports champion, maybe once, I can't remember. But we were doing TCRs around here, and we got taken off to a shipping container in Sweden, me and George, which I thought maybe it was going to be the end of it, but no, we're there to do laps. I set a lap time. I get out of the rig. We only did one lap, and Bence was like, that's only a second off of me. And I was like, whoa, okay. Still got it, mate. Thus, from that point on, I've maybe done 200 laps on a sim. I really don't drive very much these days.
I thought you were going to say you were faster than Ben Spanky.
God,
that would have been...
no. That would be unrealistic.
Yes, well, yeah. Well, that's what I thought you were going to say. I thought being 12 seconds off the pace-off of you is unrealistic as well, but George Morgan managed it.
Honestly, I'm pretty sure of the, what is it, 20 apexes, maybe 19 apexes of the Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps. I think maybe he hit 3 of them.
I'd be surprised if it's that many, by the sounds of that. Goodness me. Anyway, this is the starting grid for the final Group C race, the final time we're seeing these 3 teams. John Robertson starts at the back end of the field, unsurprisingly after his lap time. Yuri Kazdop 11th in the 15s with Jimmy Antonez and then Dennis Schoninger. Then the first of the Falcons, lowest in 8th place for Kamil Pawlowski with Przemysław Lemonek in 7th. Top half of the grid for Max Benneker again with Jamie Fluke just in front of him. Moritz Lerner gets the best lap time down for Maus, and he is just in behind Jakub Masiewski, Thomas Tattler and Johan Hart, who's taken the pole position for MSI. I think Falcons are in a good position here though to take some big points away from Maus and maybe even take the round.
We've seen it a few times from Maus where they'll start off the evening pretty strongly in the dynamic group phase, and then the second race doesn't quite go their way. Will this be the occasion this time? They've got a lot to gain from this race though. But Falcons, they're in the position at the moment that they might be taking the round victory in the final one in Group C. Doesn't really matter. Will it change their fates in the Esports World Cup? Not really, but you want to carry that confidence in.
You certainly do. And that is what these guys are going to hope to do. We'll see all of them there at the Esports World Cup. But who is going to go in there with a Group C victory on final day as Johan takes us to the green flag and gets us underway. A look up the inside from Jakub Masiewski, but it's Moritz Lerner who's steaming through the middle, and Max Benneker as well. All in a bit of a crowd coming out of La Source, but nobody ends up in the gravel as they get down the hill and towards Eau Rouge for the first time.
Certainly so. It's going to be almost a little bit of a 3-wide look as we had Max Benneker try and get it alongside Moritz Lerner, who had a great start up to 3rd. They crest the top of the hill at Radion, and now the slipstream gains begin. It's Johan Hart leading from basically everyone else. He goes over to cover off Moritz Lerner, who's getting squeezed in here. You've got Jakub Masiewski making it potentially 4 wide. You've got Max Benneker that might throw himself into the mix as well.
3 wide for 3rd. Oh, it's going to be contact there between the 2 Mouses very nearly. Moritz Lerner holds on to 3rd place. Benneker and Tattler go door to door now through Lecom and in towards Malmedy. Oh, and off in the background there, one of the MSIs. That's Jimmy Antonez, who nearly spears back onto the circuit into his teammate John Robertson. They get it sorted out. These 2 haven't just yet though. Benneker and Tattler still side by side into no name. Oh, he's on the inside just about. Tattler there, but contact maybe. And it looks like Benneker's hold on. 4th place for Max Benneker, and those places he's gained have given them the lead here in Group C.
As starts go, considering how things were looking after qualifying, that is as perfect as it gets for Maus. 3rd, 4th, 6th, 10th. I know it doesn't sound amazing, but it's enough. That's the important bit. They're outscoring Falcons by enough. They're holding on to the top of the group by enough. That is the important bit. MSI, though, they're the ones that are currently leading this race in the hands of Johan Hart. We stare at his highest placed teammate in Jamie Fluke, who needs to somehow scythe his way through the entire group ahead of him if they have any chances of being victorious in this group. At the moment, it seems as though MSI are destined for the bottom of Group C.
It feels like a very open race though. All 12 are still very much in the slipstream of one another now. Only 7 laps in this race, of course, because it is a bit of a longer lap, but that doesn't mean that it's going to be any less pressure for Johan Hart here in the next 7 laps, 6 laps as it is now, to hold on to this race victory. He would become the 29th different winner in 2025, by the way, if he can hold on here to this race victory. That's a big if at the moment, although the front group is going to reduce in size if Thomas Tattler, Max Benneker continue their fight. They don't, but don't rely on that for too long. This is going to continue on down the back end of the Kemmel Straight and in towards Lecom again.
Yeah, indeed, that slipstream though, the margin 0.8 of a second between Max Benneker and Moritz Lerner. Is that too large? Will Thomas Tattler be firing his way down? I think the answer to that question is yes. I've seen Thomas Tattler race a fair few times in R1. If there is a move, he's going for it. Speaking of which, his teammate Jakub Masiewski is the one now making his move to the inside of MSI, gaining an extra 5 points for the Falcons team. It's now 83 apiece at the top end of the group between Maus and Falcons, courtesy of Max Benneker, losing out to Thomas Tattler as Jakub Masiewski heads himself to the front of the field. It's as close as it can be. Very tight margins on the points that keeps flip-flopping further down. Wow, this is going to be a fascinating end to the race.
It absolutely is. Very, very exciting end to the race here, with all three teams available to win it as well, by the way. At the front as an individual, MSI, Falcons and Mals, all with a chance. Further down the field, Castorp's been overtaken by Jimmy Antunes, and that has given Falcons the lead. So that 1 point lost by Mals is the difference right now.
Yeah, indeed. 83 plays 82. It's as close as it could be for the victory here in Group C, but still so much time left to unfold around the Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps. So many more kilometres to navigate, so many more corners to turn to decide who's going to win this group. And right now, it is Falcons who have found themselves in position after what has been a dismal start to 2025's dynamic group phase. They started out with the seeding phase being quite strong, and then they dropped down, and then they dropped down, and then we thought they're going to be a guaranteed exit out of Group D. They're going to move their way straight back up. Failed to move up at the first attempt. Now they've started their upward trajectory at what could potentially be just the right time when it comes to R1 as they head their way into the Esports World Cup.
The games have begun out front here, by the way. Johan Hart was looking up the inside of Masiewski there, but decided against it. I think he definitely could have gone through, but just decided not to really there as he worked his way down in towards the final chicane. That down towards the bottom of your screen is Yuri Castorp. I know they're at the back of the field, but they are not far off the rest of them. That is how close it stays here at Spa. 1 point still the difference. You'd expect Maus to be back on top, though, by the end of the Camel Straight.
Certainly so. Well, let's see these position switches then. At the moment, it's Masiewski. Johan Hart, you'd assume, will work his way to the front of this group in basically no time. And will the battling between them drag back in Thomas Tatler, in Benneker, in Schoeniger, in the group behind, as we'll see those switches as well a little bit further down. It is Johan Hart returning his way to the front end of the field. Further back, there are switches as Yuri Castorp gets his way ahead of Jimmy Antunes and up into 10th position, meaning that with that switch as well, Johan Hart back to the front, with the position switch for Yuri Castorp back ahead of Jimmy Antunes, it is once again Maus at the top of the group by 5 points.
Yeah, MSI playing a big role in this at the moment, even though they aren't actually fighting to lead Group C here. I'll be very pleased that the dynamic group phase is coming to an end after this one, because they'd be down to Group D as it stands if we had another week to go on to after this, but we don't, of course. It ends here today, and MSI will be there in the Esports World Cup qualifier. However, I think they will be not certainly one of the favourites to go through from that into the next phase, to be honest. They've got to build some momentum from this, and a race win for Johan Hart would certainly do that in terms of building that momentum into the Esports World Cup if they're hoping to make it to the latter stages of that tournament.
Certainly so. Well, like I said, this is where the games begin, though. At this point, we're approaching the halfway point of the race. We're approaching that point where people are making the decisions on how and why they're making the moves. And as much as the top three had cleared away from that grouping behind, I would say that gap now, Thomas Tatler is hovering around that 3/4 of a second. Thomas Tatler himself is closing the gap. He's not exactly, though, taking Max Benneker with him. There's the leader through. It is Johan Hart, it is Jakub Masiewski, it is Moritz Lerner. And then you have that slight gap back to Thomas Tatler. Then it's Benneker, and then Schoeniger. And to be fair, basically everyone down to Lamanek as well.
It is a very big group at the front of the field, and that's what you expect to see from Spa. It's what we enjoyed so much about this circuit. Great racing that it provides, and has been providing since the very first round of R1 a couple of years ago. Up over the top of the hill, and it's going to be another change for the lead here for Jakub Masiewski, getting to the front again by the looks of things. Does Moritz Lerner continue to bide his time? Well, he might be forced to here because he is a few tenths of a second away, and well, he's looking, but no, again, not going. Further in the background, Yuri Castorp's got his hands full with Antunes and Robertson. That's the only other bit of side-by-side, actually. Everybody else is biding their time on the way towards the Le Mans chicane. Lecombe chicane, rather. Antunes comes out the other side with that place ahead of Castorp and Robertson, exactly as they went in.
And it's now the exact same, at least on the points, as it was 2 laps ago around the circuit. It is a 1 point lead for Team Falcons. It is once again Masiewski at the front. It's once again Jimmy Antunes ahead of Yuri Castorp. How many times will this flip-flopping continue? When does it end? Because there is an end point surely in this, especially now that Thomas Tatler is right on the rear end of Moritz Lerner. So now things in that dynamic in that top group become slightly more complicated because it's not just a top switching over again and again. Now Moritz Lerner is going to feel the requirement to make something happen. Now, though, he has the assistance of not one but two of his teammates in Beneke and Schoeniger.
Yeah, it's going to change a little bit with the addition of these guys getting a bit closer, but at the moment, it's difficult to see how they really get themselves properly involved here rather than just bystanders sitting and watching here. See if things start to happen down into the bus stop, because they've definitely been close enough so far, but again, no, nothing here. And towards the latter portion of this race, I guess we're getting to that stage now, stuff's going to start to happen down there at the bus stop, which will change things as well.
Indeed. Now, like I say, you don't really want to make a move down into La Source, the most pointless move in the world of sim racing. Almost makes you wonder. I still maintain for maximum banter, we should have the start-finish line on the endurance side, which is this side here, have the start-finish line here, because then on the last lap, you're making those punchy moves down into the first corner, or into La Source rather, and that's where the banter really comes from. It wouldn't make any difference at this point in the race though, so still La Source, pointless place to go for an overtake, because you've got this wonderful straight all the way up to Les Combes to try and make something stick. Beneke's had a mistake, by the way, because he's now a second off of Thomas Tatler. What has happened to Beneke as we're going 3 wide for the race lead? Here comes the look from Lerner.
Oh, it's not going to happen though. It was a bit of a squeeze down the inside 3 wide there, but Thomas Tatler can only watch on as Moritz Lerner only goes for it sort of half-heartedly, really. I wonder whether he was just trying that out for the latter portion of this race, and whether he's going to do that maybe on the last lap. You mentioned that mistake for Beneke. Well, it's been wiped away immediately. The battle for these guys means he's back in the game pretty much straight away.
Yeah, he's obviously, 7/10 or so off. He'll be able to close his way back up to this group with relative ease. So the drama only really comes in when the gap gets to like a second and remains a second, or once it gets to that like 1.5, then it becomes very hard to close back down. When it's around that second to 7/10, you can close it down, and once you do, it's actually quite easy to get within that sort of half-second, 4/10 margin. It's just when it slightly goes too far, regardless of speed, that's when it just almost like balloons immediately. That said, with how hard the battling is, you're kind of always dragged back into it anyway, as we'll see basically the top 9 remain as our battle contingent ready to start the final 14 kilometres of the circuit de Spa-Francorchamps to see who's going to come out on top, not only as the driver on top of this race, who will be catching up with us, oof, poor guy, but also the team that will top this group as well.
Exactly. It's going to be big stakes here for who wins the final Group C event of the dynamic group phase, which I've got to say has been pretty enjoyable this time round for RENNSPORT R1 in 2025. The constant changing of groups and changing who you're racing against. Not the same names always coming up towards the front, but different names all throughout the field. For example, Maus have been as high as Group A and have been languishing Group C for a couple of weeks now. Falcons have been as high as Group B and spent a couple of weeks in Group D as well. It has all changed throughout the season. That's what's been so fascinating about the dynamic group phase in 2025. This is the penultimate lap, though, of their final race, and Jakub Maciejewski is going to get straight back to the lead here. Penultimate lap, though. Is that going to mean Johan Art's going to get it back again for the final lap in 7 kilometres time? We'll wait and see, but Maciejewski retakes the lead. Here comes Thomas Tatler as well. He's on the inside, and Falcons are well and truly in the lead of this group now.
Big swing for Falcons on the penultimate lap of the race. It's Maciejewski, it's Thomas Tatler, and Tatler will be focusing on this lap on putting everything on the line to close his way up to Johan Art and at least give his teammates some assistance at the front end of the field. A victory in this race would be a requirement for the Falcons team. They'll be heading their way back into Riyadh, into the Esports World Cup, which at some points throughout this season, we were maybe thinking that their journey to Riyadh would be over before it's even really begun. Thankfully, they will be heading their way over into the Esports World Cup. Maybe not in the position they would be expecting to, but they can still top this group and show exactly what they're about.
Yeah, absolutely. They are really getting some momentum together now. A couple of weeks of good results. That can make the team feel a whole lot better after a couple of weeks languishing down in Group D for Falcons. That could be a big difference maker going into the Esports World Cup. Here is the run towards the bus stop chicane. Surely going to be a huge run of importance on this final lap. What does Johan do on this last lap? Does he wait for this point next lap, or does he go at Les Combes again?
He's got to go at Les Combes again. He might have a little bit of a look here to try and force a mistake, but he'll wait until the end of that 2-kilometre run. Once you get up to basically the crest of the hill and begin the roller coaster down at Les Combes and Malmedy, that's where his move's going to come. That's where the attempt's going to come from. The difference this lap is Jakub Masiejewski is going to get some significant assistance from another Porsche, from his teammate, from Thomas Tadler, from a driver who's had plenty of victories at this level. Meanwhile, Jamie Fluke and Lamanek will battle behind. Oof, that's a bit sketchy.
It was over the sausage curb, and he got that a bit wrong there, did Jamie Fluke, and that loses MSI some more points as well. They're surely going to finish third, but who is going to finish top of the group? It matters a little bit here as to who's going to win the race. First of all, as Moritz Lerner and Max Banneker go side by side, Masiejewski turns the aggression on this last lap. He knows that now's the time to stay in front here at Les Combes, but he can't do it, and Johan Hart is back to the front again here. Jakub Masiejewski next in line, and then Thomas Tadler. They've got to try and win here to just cement that place top of the group. Having said that, they are still 4 points in front even now.
Yeah, I would be sending my communication as fast as possible to Jakub Masiejewski and Thomas Tadler. Second and third, good enough. Do not do anything silly. Do not put anything on the line. To all four of their drivers, effectively, do not move, and we will win the group. As boring as that is, as tough as that is, as hard as it is to basically look at a potential victory and say, I'll hold fire for now. But that's how you get these victories on the round. That's how you take it. And for Team Falcons, that should be far more important than maybe even the single race victory that maybe Masiejewski could do. That said, greed says a lot, doesn't it?
I think they're going to go for it, to be honest. I think Masiejewski's going to give this a go into the final bus stop chicane, but let's see here as they make their way out the curve pour Frere. That's a good exit from Johan Hart here. He might just about have the space here to stay in front of that Porsche. Thomas Tadler can't do anything. It's going to be a grandstand finish to the final race of Group C in the dynamic group phase of RENNSPORT R1. 3/10 of a second in towards Blanchimont. It's getting closer and closer. Johan Hart's going to have to go on the defensive, but which side does he choose here? The bus stop chicane fast approaching. Here comes Masiejewski, outside line, breaks super lane, he slides and he spins. That's exactly what Falcons didn't need, and Mouse are going to finish top of Group C as a result of that spin. Johan Hart holds on to the race win here, just 1/10 in front of Thomas Tadler, and that is exactly why we said don't go for it here, otherwise he could throw it all away, and he has done. Jakub Masiejewski finishes 9th, and Falcons end up 2nd in the group.
That's what I said. I said if you go for it, you're putting it all on the line. You're risking it. You're putting it up there, and you're potentially costing yourself. And Mouse have just watched that all unfold and thought, wow, easiest victory we've basically ever had as a team. Straight across the line, and that will be good enough for Mouse to win the final round here in Group C. But what a dramatic end. I mean, look, I get it. It kind of doesn't really change much. Of course, when it comes to your overall position in the championship, you're kind of going for it. You're going for a bit of banter. You want that victory. Fair enough. But for me as a team, I'd want to top the group. I'd want to be going into the Esports World Cup having topped the group, having proven yourself, having beaten, teams like Mouse and like MSI, who are both quality teams themselves, both teams that are capable of winning finals. We've seen that with Max Banneker and, of course, with Jamie Fleet back in Road Atlanta in the fall of 2023. It's maybe just a bit silly there.
Well, not sure how the team are going to view it, to be honest. We'll find out, obviously, but or maybe we won't. But yeah, I mean, it's a little bit of a puzzler. We will find out, though. We'll at least chat to one side of that story, that battle for the race win, and that is with Johan Hart now, part of the MSI Esports team, who have taken a race win at the very final Group C race. Congratulations, Johan, on the victory. I mean, there's only one place to start. Final lap of the race. You were exchanging places with Jakub the whole way through. What was that final chicane like? What was your plan going in and how you executed it?
Well, plan after Les Combes was to sort of cap him in Sector 2. Didn't quite manage that. He was, I think, 0.3 back out of Stavlo, so I was, we'll have to defend in the chicane, which I did, and I need to review the incident, but I feel like I was on the inside curb. We touched a little bit, which made him spin, obviously, so that's a bit unfortunate, but yeah, I'm not really sure I could have done anything different on my side.
It's been a tricky season in this online part of R1 for you and the MSI team. There have been a lot of high points. There's been a few low points as well. What are you expecting heading into the Esports World Cup? Of course, we know that you were going into the last chance qualifiers anyway. What are you expecting from that as a team that we know can perform some pretty solid results?
Well, the second half of the season went a little bit better than the first half, so if we can keep on improving throughout the couple of weeks we have before heading to Saudi, I think we maybe have an outside shot at making to the later stages. That would be nice. I'm not sure we're going to be fighting for the top spots, obviously. Don't have quite the team for that, but if we can sort of be in the top half of the standings, that would be a pretty good season.
Well, congratulations, Johan, on the win here at Spa tonight, and we'll see you at the World Cup.
Cheers, mate. See you.
Thanks very much. That is Johan, the winner for MSI Esports tonight in the final Group C race of this dynamic group phase. These are the highlights, rather, of a pretty chaotic and dramatic race all the way through. This was the opening lap, trying to squeeze 4 wide at one stage. Couldn't quite manage it. Johan staying in the lead this time round with Masiewski in second, and that is how they would stay for most of the race, exchanging places again and again throughout the 7 laps. The battle for third was an interesting one as Tumas Tatler overtook various Miles drivers and got Falcons to the top of the standings. There's one of the exchange of places, by the way, and that's the closest Moritz Lerner came to the race lead in the end. Looked for a 3 wide. With a bit of hindsight, maybe should have gone for it there, but also with hindsight, didn't actually turn out to matter in the end. Masiewski continually getting good runs out of the first corner, and Johan doing the same as well when he got out of the first corner in that second position and drafted straight back through on the way towards the Lecombe chicane. Further back in the pack, the battles for the minor placings put Falcons in a good position for the very end of the race. This is on board again further in the midfield as MSI Esports unfortunately consolidated their place down towards the bottom end of Group C. This is the last lap though. Johan down the inside and was defended pretty fiercely by Masiewski, but he couldn't do anything on the outside line here at Lecombe. It all came down to this though. Was there contact? Yes, a little bit. Is there really going to be blame pinned on half there or not? We will wait and see. The run to the line itself was quite close, but there was only going to be one winner. Johan taking that victory. 1/10 of a second he's credited with at the end. Tumas Tatler couldn't quite get there to take his 6th win of the season. Instead, it's half first, become our 29th different winner of 2025. Max Benneker finished on the podium for Maus with Lerner and Schoninger also in the top 5. They'll win the group. Jamie Fluke finished in 6th ahead of Pavlovsky and Lemonek, who were also in that group. Masiewski dropped to 9th in the end, but he did get out just in front of Antonez, Kastrop and Robertson, who all battled away amongst themselves in the second race and final race of Group C. The final time we'll see them now until we get to the World Cup.
Indeed, that will be the next stop for them. Alas, we've still got 3 more races to deal with this evening. I think looking at that incident from up above, there might be a little bit of a penalty coming for Johan Hart. I don't know, but that obviously will be coming from race control. We'll have to wait and see. One thing, though, to confirm, because of that, it will not change the result as to who wins the round. I believe regardless, it will still be Maus winning the round in Group C. So that one is settled, that one is sorted. And now we move on and put our attention towards Group B. As Team Vitality, as Virtus Pro and as BS Competition will do battle. Just 7 points separating the top 2 teams. BS Competition a fair way behind though. But we know that you cannot count out BS Competition. That is not large enough of a points deficit to count them out. Vitality will know that more so than most. Remembering back to what we were talking about earlier on the broadcast, back in Fuji in round 4, Vitality were behind by 27 points going into the final race, and they nearly overcame that in one race. They were just 2 points shy of doing so. So they know that 20 points ain't safe.
Exactly. Yeah, and that is going to be the key factor in Group B's final race of the day. All 3 of them scoring quite well in race 1, really. 20 points for the lowest score is quite high. So it's all pretty close going into the final race of the day. And you just don't know what to expect from this group with all the qualifying bans that are going to come through once again for the second race in a row for these guys. and everything else in between what we're going to see in the race. The exchanges of places you normally get here at Spa, this is going to be a wild one to keep up with, and the group leader is going to chop and change quite often unless one of the teams has a surprisingly clean sweep style qualifying session, which is possible, but I feel unlikely.
I'm literally just scanning through my results now because you've triggered something that might be interesting to me anyway, not to anyone else. But another stat. I wonder what the highest amount of points that a team has scored finishing in third in a group.
Oh,
or at least not overall in the group. I mean, just in a single race. That I think I found it as well. Hold on.
In a single race.
In a single race, yeah. What is the? Wow, that is well close. In fact, all three teams that are in this race were a part of that race as well. It was BS Competition, it was Virtus Pro, and it was Vitality. Any guesses as to what the number would be?
High 20s?
Higher.
Wow.
Yeah. BS Competition and Virtus Pro both scored 38. Vitality finished third in that race. They scored 32.
Goodness me. Okay.
Yeah, right. Very even race, that one.
Very, yeah. So I'm presuming that these three all met before. This Group B, maybe round 5, something like that?
And it was Virtus Pro that were victorious. BS Competition was second. Vitality were demoted after that one.
Yeah, it was the beginning of some real struggling weeks for Vitality, because then they spent a couple of weeks in Group C as well after that. Only just getting promoted last round. So their points are surprisingly low, Vitality. They are going to, or they had the chance anyway, to draw with Mouse on points here at the end of the team standings, but not that it matters for anything really. But because Mouse have top Group C, Vitality can't overhaul them now. And so Vitality going to finish a surprising 7th, I would say, in the 2025 dynamic group phase.
Just how things unfold here, Ewan. Yeah, obviously the chops and changes as to how this season's unfolded. The dynamic group phase has been a very interesting addition to the season. Of course, it's one of those ones of like you'd assume with 12-car basically races, the format couldn't really be experimented with too much. Yeah, we do have a lot of experimentation in R1. Either way, Thibaut Casmon, the first driver across the line with a 14.7, can tell you something for free right now. That ain't pole position.
That shouldn't be. We'll wait and see who gets it, of course, whether it would be his teammate, maybe. Marcel Chinchik, who is now making his way towards the line. Very good middle sector there, 59.0. Kike Oliveira with a very good first one. We'll get to him in a moment here. Not a very bad second sector either. That's a good time looking up there for Oliveira. But Chinchik gets much more around what might be like the pole position. 2:14.5.
Certainly so. Nikodem Vishnevsky then will be, Kike Oliveira will be the next one to come through. Vishnevsky afterwards, first sectors for the pair of them relatively close to Marcel Chinchik's opening sector of the race. The middle sector, again, dropping off a tiny bit for Kike Oliveira, a circuit which he has gone well at in the recent past of R1. Up towards the line for Kike Oliveira. And second place, pole position rather, it was a 14.493. Good lap time then from Kike Oliveira and a very solid final sector. Yep,
that is a strong lap time from Kike Oliveira, which I don't think is going to be beaten too easily here by anybody. Nikodem Vishnevsky certainly not quite as quick at the moment. He's about a 10th away. I think he's going to slot himself between Chinchik and Casabon as things stand, but let's see. Down on the brakes, missed the apex a little bit there. You want to be a bit closer to the right-hand side, but anyway, out the final turn he now goes. Is this going to be a 14.6 as I'm predicting? Yes. Oh, pleased with that. He's not, and it's third place.
Yeah, indeed. I always love getting a time prediction correct. Sometimes the drivers are not super pleased with it. Wojciech Fiala has gone very fast in the first sector, not so fast in the middle. Still aiming to be that 14.5 margin. Might be a 4. It depends how the final sector is, although I don't think, at least riding on board, it was particularly good enough. Look at the facial expression changing him. Oh, wait, it really didn't. As he crossed the line, it's a 0.6 for him, so it's even slower than I was expecting. It's a 6.36 and good enough for third.
Yeah, that's the first of the Virtus Pro drivers, not all of whom will actually make it out onto the circuit. Don't forget, Mikhail Statsenko has got a qualifying ban, and so has Yuri Toman for Vitality. So BS Competition's turn to try and take advantage of penalties. Wisniewski got his one cleared in the first group race, and that has not been a great qualifying in his only qualifying lap of the day, unfortunately. What about his teammate Ferris Stanley? He's going to be right around where Wisniewski is. 4th and 5th for those two right now. Oliveira saving their session as it stands.
Darren McCormack then, we get to see quite a lot of his lap as he'll work his way through first sector, slower than his teammate Wojtek Fiala, who went purple in that opening sector of the circuit. Let's see what the middle sector is from Darren McCormack. I'm expecting pretty quick. We know how fast McCormack can be around the circuit. He's lost a little bit of time, though, in that middle sector, so maybe it's not quite as quick as we were expecting to be. Might be a tenth or so off, that said. Chance of him to throw together a good final sector? We'll have to wait and see.
Yes, it's looking okay. I think with a good final sector, he could be on pole here, but let's see for Darren McCormack. It's very much in the money, or in the games rather, for a pole position here. Let's see as he now gets on the brakes for that final chicane. A bit nicer up over the inside of that curve there, and over the sausage curb on the left as well. Watch for the expression. Indifferent, I think, because this could be right around pole position. Over the line, it's close, and it is pole. Darren McCormack so far on the pole position.
You see, he was having a swig of water racing up towards the line there. He'd come out of the final corner and was like, right, time for a swig. Takes me back to one time as Ewan O'Leary is now in Swig City as well. Gogo Baldi was leading a race in WTCR Esports at the Nürburgring Nordschleife, started eating marshmallows halfway around the lap. He was leading by that much. Kevin Ellis Jr., though, not quite leading by the same margins. He crosses the line. Good enough for 4th place. And yes, that story is 100% true. 2018 WTCR Esports Nürburgring. Go look it up.
Okay.
2019, rather. Correction.
Some strange things have happened in that series, by the way, based on the videos I've seen.
Yeah, I took part in it once. My goodness.
Oh dear, yeah, that's weird. Anyway, this is Haniowski, who is making his way to the final corners now as well. Penultimate lap time setter, of course, because of those qualifying bans. It's only 7th place for Yoski. This is not a great qualifying so far for Vitality. When you add into the fact as well that Yuri Toman won't take part.
Certainly so. So we've only got this lap time then to deal with, basically, to deal with, and it's Gregor Schill at the moment, whether it'll be challenging for pole position. It's been a relatively close qualifying session thus far. No slowdowns to deal with, going a little bit wide there, and not setting a particularly great middle sector, unfortunately, for Gregor Schill. So it is advantage Virtus Pro and Darren McCormack at the moment at the top of the session. For Virtus Pro in totality, this will be a solid session and one to remember, because for them, they will be pulling clear of Vitality by quite a solid margin, even based on qualifying here.
It certainly looks like that at the moment, and that would be a great statement for the rest of the teams going into the final round. Oh, Gregor Schill, yes. We nearly got through a whole session without a slowdown, but he's got one right at the end.
We were yeah, okay, maybe I jinxed it a little bit, but then again, he's going full send in the final corner, so why not? But Gregor Schill, 10th place, penultimate row of the grid, as expected. This driver, pole position, as expected? Question mark? I mean, surely it would have been particularly, I mean, this is McCormack. We do expect him to be qualifying front row, pole position, something like that. He did win around here earlier on in the season in the seeding phase.
Yeah, he is. He's won a lot this season, that's for sure. And this is how he did it. Looking at his camera there, something strange being poked out the window. I didn't quite see what was going on in the background there. Anyway, is that what that is?
I'd assume so.
Okay. I mean, is it that hot in Ireland this time of year? I mean,
it's quite muggy in this room right now. I could do with some aircon.
It's only 13 degrees. Wait.
It's certainly warmer in here, mate. And I'm sure it's warmer when you're throwing a car around a circuit in the virtual sim space. That's why you get some, especially in the summer, it gets very sweaty behind some sim rigs. That's why drivers wear gloves. It's not just to kind of like feel like you're fitting in with a racing driver. It's because sweaty hands don't grip wheels.
No, as we all know. It is a bit of a problem this time of year, but anyway, there you go. That's my puzzle over. Just very smooth, I got to say, as we were watching Darren McCormack there through the Lecombe chicane. This is exactly how he got that pole lap together. Not massively quicker than the rest of the field, but a lot wider than Johan Hoff went, I've got to say, through double gauche there, actually. The double left-hander. That was pretty wide, but anyway, he's... it's clearly the fastest. I don't know what you're trying to show me, by the way. I'm trying to read Lewis's expressions and watch this lap at the same time, and I can't do it.
You're not good at multitasking, are you? It's fine.
No.
I was trying to. I've got my own sim racing gloves, so it's fine.
Oh yeah.
Just it is what it is. They're for a company that Ewan does some writing for as well. So it proves that I'm more loved by them than Ewan is. That's fine. The lap of the run, it's just clean. It's tidy. That's the important bit, and that's if you want to get faster in sim racing, it does sound really basic and really stupid, but the best bit of advice is to go around a circuit and hit every single apex. And I know that sounds so easy. You'll probably sit there and be like, I do every single lap. I promise you probably hit all the apexes a lot less than you think.
Yeah, just go a bit faster than the rest is the basic advice.
Oscar Harbutt's best advice to me. I think you're losing the speed in the corners and the bits in between them.
Yeah, that's great advice. Almost like the gap's either going to close, extend, or stay the same.
Again, it's fully factual.
Same kind of wisdom,
Thanks.
to be honest. But yeah, it is all about being smooth, and Darren McCormack certainly did that in that qualifying session. Now, can he go on and take the race win? Pole position to take race win. By the way, something we should note from the first race that we didn't speak about, but did make a mental note of it. Pole position does start on the inside for La Source here. Maybe that did help Johan Hoff just a little bit in that first race of the day.
Certainly so. And when Darren McCormack had pole position in quarter-final 2 earlier on in the season around the Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps, it was converted into a race victory. Then he qualified in 5th position, ended up in 3rd, and then qualified in 3rd and ended up in 3rd. So he's either stayed where he is or he's moved a little bit forward. He's at 2 positions gained in 3 races around this circuit this season. He'll be starting from pole position, so can't really gain anymore. But he can hold on, and I would say he'll be a solid favourite to do so. And again, if you are watching over on twitch.tv/RENNSPORTGG, you can do what I'm about to do and hit !bets, type in Virtus Pro or VP, and then type in a specific amount of number, because I'm pretty sure that Darren McCormack is going to win this race.
You think so? Yeah.
I'm pretty confident.
Yeah, it's a good... good likelihood, I would say, going forward in this race because of just his track record this season and the fact he's on pole here. And as I mentioned, I think pole does have a bit more of an advantage around here at Spa than where it does at places like Jeddah and at Fuji as well. So, yeah, all things looking good for Virtus Pro. And based on their qualifying positions there, they are favourites, I would say, now to win in Group B as well. Would take something pretty remarkable from BS Competition or Vitality to overhaul them from here.
Indeed. Look, it's going to be an interesting race. Obviously, these final races where this is the last time they'll be racing on RENNSPORT in an actual race before we take to the circuit at LAN at the Esports World Cup. And so for the final time in Group B, 2 more races left to go this evening. But let's roll our way through the final grid of Group B. It's Mikhail Stetsenko and Yuri Toman qualifying bans leave them on the final row of the grid with Gregor Schill, who had a slowdown penalty, but the lap was going to put him in 10th anyway. He starts alongside Thibaut Kaz, one for Vitality, who haven't had a great qualifying session here. Nikodem Vishnevsky will start from 8th. Erhan Yovsky makes it 3 Vitalities in the bottom half of the field. Then we get into the top half where we will see BS Competitions Ferris Stanley in 6th, Wojciech Fiala in 5th spot with Kevin Ellis Jr. starting from 4th. Then it'll be Marcel Chinchik from 3rd. Kaiki Oliveira on the front row of the grid. Alongside the potential favourite for the race, it's Darren McCormack for Virtus Pro. I'm sending. I put 100 points, whatever that means, onto the shoulders of Virtus Pro. Who do you think is going to win? Ewan O'Leary.
I'm going to go for... it's difficult to look past Virtus Pro, to be honest. I'll go for Oliveira and BS Competition just for something a little bit different, although Virtus Pro definitely favourites.
I'm trying to work out, didn't Kaiki Oliveira win around here? was one of
certainly
the
races.
One, yeah, I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. I have to go through the big spreadsheet to go and deal with that one. But either way, the final time for Group B is underway. And it is a better start for Kaiki Oliveira down into the first corner. You've got the inside line, though, and some big squeezing happening behind, and some big moments between Nikodem Wisniewski and Gregor Schill for the second time tonight. Side by side for the for third position, rather. Sees Kevin Ellis Jr. and Marcel Chinchik take it down into the opening portion of the circuit going through Rouge and Rallion. But it is Darren McCormack at the front.
Watch out for Kevin Ellis Jr. and the big run for Chinchik as well. Where are they all going to go here? Are they going to make it 4 wide maybe on the way towards Lecom? No, because there's teammates there. And Chinchik and Oliveira could have made a bit of an alliance there just for the moment, but no. 3 wide for the lead. Oh, that was a big squeeze. But Darren McCormack round the outside is going to take the lead. There's contact for Oliveira, who slides and slides again. Kevin Ellis Jr. is going to go backwards here if he's not careful. And Ferris Stanley down his inside. And then Wojciech Fiala's in line as well. Stanley and Fiala will fight side by side for that 5th place.
Bit of drama there, bit of argy-bargy through Lecom, but they all head their way back through into relative single file, except for this Wojciech Fiala versus Ferris Stanley. There was a little bit behind between Mikhail Stutsenko and Thibaut Kazamon as well. 3 wide as they run their way down into Pilon, question mark. Let's not try that one, as the big look was coming in from Erhan Yovsky. Wojciech Fiala able to keep him at bay, bit of contact as well, pushing him round. It's opened the door as well for Erhan Yovsky to come through. The Macedonian to the outside as they work their way into Lefania.
It's Yuri Toman coming through into the top half after a flying start. Qualifying banned to top half for Yuri Toman in the space of a lap. Wojciech Fiala going to try and deny him though, and he can't, in towards Stavolo. What an opening lap for Yuri Toman. And Vitality are only still a few points trailing Virtus Pro, basically because of Yuri Toman gaining 8 points on his own. Never mind everybody else gaining theirs. Marcel Chinchik and Darren McCormack are effectively fighting the group win between themselves out front, while Toman gains all these positions for Vitality further down.
Yeah, indeed. Could be some very important points being picked up here for Vitality. Here comes a look down the inside from Wojciech Fiala and from Mikhail Stutsenko. Bit of a squeeze as well, as Yuri Toman says, Fiala, you're not coming through there, mate. And he's opened up the door for Yovsky. The gap goes down to 0 between Vitality and Virtus Pro. It is as close as it could possibly be, as the look to the inside comes in from Thibaut Kazamon to try and throw himself back into the mix. Stutsenko's down in 12th. Meaning that Vitality are now topping the points.
This is extremely close for the group win. BS competition not that far away, to be honest. They could do with an extra couple of positions, of course, and Kaiki Oliveira will probably have to win with some help from his teammates as well, of course, but they're not that far away at all here. What does Oliveira do now, though? Because Darren McCormack's on a bit of a point of nearly breaking the elastic here. Can he? No, because Oliveira doesn't go down the inside of Chinchik, and that means that there's no chance to break the elastic. Side by side for Fiala again, who's gone too deep, and I'm afraid it's unravelling here for Wojciech Fiala, who was top half at the start of this race, and indeed early on, but has now dropped another couple of places. That's Wisniewski getting through, and Gregor Schill can't quite follow.
Certainly so. Not going so well for Virtus Pro, who have 2 cars in the top 4. They've also got 2 cars in the bottom 3, and because of that, they're losing out at the moment. Now they need Kevin Ellis Jr. to put in the work to get past Kaiki Oliveira, to get past Marcel Chinchik, to get them to the top of the points, to remove all the factors that Wojciech Fiala and Mikhail Stutsenko could be throwing into the mix. At the moment, it's 1.1 seconds as well between Yuri Toman and Ferris Stanley in 5th and 6th position, and because of that, there might not be much more points for Vitality to gain in that, unless they're able to somehow squeeze their way up to the back of that top grouping.
This is the end of the middle sector for lap number 2. It's going to be a top 5 who fight out for the win, and then the 6th place battle as well, where the Vitalities are going to hope to finish in those positions to give their teammate a chance to help them out further up front. At the moment, the Virtus Pros, though, of Fiala and Stutsenko need to gain some points so that they can bring McCormack back into the game, and maybe Kevin Ellis Jr. as well, who's up in 4th place right now. Things would change drastically, of course, if he were to make that a 1-2 maybe for the Aston Martin team. The 1 of 2 we've got in Group B here this time round. That was side by side between Schill and Stutsenko. Mikhail Stutsenko looking to start his run back through the field again.
Yep, indeed, the gap is holding quite nicely at the top, but this is where it gets dragged all the way back down as they head their way, dropping down the hill towards Rouge and Rallion, beginning the climb all the way up to Lecom and Malmedy. At the moment, things are okay for Virtus Pro at the front of the field. Will that be the case in a few laps' time? Here's a replay of the start. Watch this between the black car in the middle of shot, getting stuck with Gregor Schill, dropping the pair of those to the rear end. And I'm sure Felix Van Delft probably threw his keyboard straight out the window, of course, the team engineer for the BS competition team. I'm sure he would have been particularly pleased, but I don't know as much Wisniewski could do. It's just team-on-team contact for the second time tonight. It's not a good vibe, is it?
I mean, why was Schill continuing to turn in there when it was clearly locking them together and sending them both off? I don't understand. He just took them straight into the gravel. And, oh, well, Wisniewski's going to be off into another gravel trap now because there's contact with Casabon. And it's going to, it's going to ignite now for 8th position. The 3 behind are going to join in as well. And what's going to happen here?
To be fair, Casabon did the right thing there by absolutely flooring it into the front of Wisniewski's car. He's pushed Wisniewski back round, and thus no more drama. Whether that removes the potential of a penalty from your shoulders, the mistake still happened, and again, you do penalise the crime, the incident, rather than essentially the outcome. In that scenario, I'd be like, okay, I'd be like, warning. Dished out, received. Let's move on from that one. No one spun round. No one had a big issue. But, you know, it was close.
I'll do it again.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, whether he intended to push him back the right way again, by the way, or that was just convenient for him to just carry on like that, and he just cut him back the right way again, I don't know. But anyway, it all ended well, and that's the important thing here as we approach half distance. Schill's not going to wait around, even though Casabon was waiting for the late point there before the bus stop. Schill certainly won't. Oh, and he backs out. I thought he was going to go for that again, but no. Behind, by the way, Fiala and Statsenko have to start gaining some of these places. There's not many points available for them, but if they can just gain a few, they can bring Kevin Ellis Jr. and Darren McCormack into play as far as trying to win this group goes.
Certainly so. Through the first corner, they're going to drop their way down the hill again, and it is Wisniewski at the front of this group. There's no chance of them catching Ijovski. So right now, for Vitality, this could be an important couple of points for Thibaut Casabon. For Wojtek Fiala and Mikhail Statsenko, if they're able to squeeze their way past the grouping, it could help a lot. But they might not need it, as here comes the move coming in. Kevin Ellis Jr. going for second position, but look at that for the race lead as well. Marcel Cinchik going around the outside of Darren McCormack and taking over the race lead. And now Virtus Pro need everything they can possibly get. It's 2 and 3 on the road for them. But right now, it is Marcel Cinchik right at the front.
Certainly is, and Marcel Cinchik is starting to maybe just find a little bit of form here late on. Won last week the final race at Monza in Group C to bring Vitality up into Group B for this round, and it looks like they're going to score 9 points for the group win as well, with a great current position for Marcel Cinchik and especially the other 3, 6th, 7th and 8th. That is enough as things stand between these Vitality drivers. Darren McCormack and Kevin Ellis Jr. can only do so much, but they've got to get their teammates Fiala and Statsenko further up the field here so that they can get a little bit closer and try and win this group themselves, because on their own they're going to struggle to do this.
Certainly so, but look, it is what it is. The cards have been dealt. But right now, it is in favour of Vitality. They are the ones that are in position. They are the ones that are in the spot at the moment. Virtus Pro, though, can strip that one away as they head their way through the likes of Blanchimont, then down into the bus stop chicane. Darren McCormack will be patient, but he can't be too patient because he kind of needs to get through pretty quickly, because he needs to have the door open so that he can bring his teammate through as well. BS Competition, you were quite right in saying earlier on, they are not out of this right now, as Ferris Stanley and Kaiki Oliveira are knocking at the door. A 1-2 from them, what could that do to the points? He could open it right up.
Oh, Cinchik, dearie me, that was all wrong at the La Source hairpin. He got that terribly wrong. Too deep on the way in, very tight on the exit. They basically stopped on the exit of turn 1, and it's all going to happen here over the top of the hill. Who is going to come out the other side in the lead? It's anybody's guess right now. Oliveira gets really close. Ferris Stanley's going to have the biggest run you've ever seen as well. And how are those teammates going to help each other here? Where do they go? Where's the space going to open up in front of them here? As Cinchik defends to the middle. Oh, it's either side. Virtus Pro go either side and effectively block BS Competition in their position. Contact! Cinchik goes around into a spin, and Vitality will lose the group lead.
Yep, indeed. That's opened it up for Virtus Pro. It was 3 wide going in there, and I think there's been a little bit more drama behind. But now Marcel Cinchik dumped to the rear end of the field after that contact between himself and Kevin Ellis Jr. It was 3 wide. It was as awkward as it could possibly be. Where else did Kevin Ellis Jr., where else could he have gone in all of that? He's in the middle. You've got Darren McCormack swinging it around the outside. We'd obviously have to take a look at the replay on that one, but for right now, it's a little bit tricky. Darren McCormack then into the race lead. Yuri Toman, though, from the back of the field, 5th spot. He's in slipstream for the race lead.
Yeah, this is weird. The fact that Toman and Yoski suddenly are in the group for the race lead is bizarre, but there you go. They've got a great chance, and what a story it would be for Yuri Toman to take the victory here. A man who doesn't win very often, very consistent and scores a lot of points, but he doesn't win very often. Only took his first race win of 2025 last week, and he would like another one. If he could do it from 12th, it would be extraordinary. He's still got 4 overtakes to make, though, in the next 2 laps of this race.
We have had a win from 12th, though, this season. Of course, Nikodem Vishnevsky able to do it at Fuji in the opening race of the dynamic group phase for his group. He was able to work his way and pick his way through, but alas, this could be a very impressive drive, probably even more so impressive considering the stakes, considering the circumstances, considering how close the groups are. Look at that, just 19 points separating the 3 teams. That is crazy. At this point, I'm not going to lie, I want a 3rd race from this group.
Yeah.
Group B's always the best.
It's always going to happen, wasn't it, though, after only having 2 races. I did wonder that. You know, we've seen all groups in one night, and that is a great thing. But some of these groups we're going to want to see more, and we're certainly going to want more from this group. This is the replay of what happened. Chinchik, I guess, just caught in the middle of all this with 2 Virtus Pros either side. Doesn't actually give a lot of space on his inside there to Kevin Ellis Jr. Eventually he spins out to the outside. Wouldn't like to see how he dropped all the way back. I guess he was just waiting for everybody to come past. And that's why he couldn't rejoin, and that's why he's down in 12th as Yuri Toman comes past Stanley.
Indeed. I mean, look, I think that incident might go down as a racing incident rather than anything else, as Ferris Stanley and Yuri Toman continue their side by side through Malmedy. It's Yuri Toman ahead of Ferris Stanley. Serhaniyovsky knocking at the door at the mix. Still not done for Vitality. They can't count themselves out of it. Marcel Cinchik might have been knocked out of this group, might be scoring absolutely nothing for them, but they still have a few cars in contention, including Yuri Toman, who's rising like a phoenix through the field. But for right now, like I say, race control. Look, if they give Kevin Ellis Jr. a penalty here, that could actually mean a bad thing for Vitality, because it means they could put up more of a fight and drop basically this entire group off and mean that, yeah, well, Darren McCormack's probably going to win the race, and if not, it'll be BS competition, at which point they'll probably win the group as well. It's not an easy circumstance to be dealing with, and whilst that incident happened, it did go from bad to worse for Marcel Cinchik. He got given a 5-second time penalty for exceeding the instant points limits. That's for track limits excursions.
Yes, that is unsurprising when you consider the pounding he just took in towards the Lecombe chicane. Unfortunately, going over the incident limit. Now, Kike Oliveira was very obvious last lap in not making that overtake up in towards Lecombe on Darren McCormack. That will be a 5-point loss for Virtus Pro, by the way, if that goes through. We'll be down to 6 points. If Toman gets past Kevin Ellis Jr., that's a 6-point gain as well. They'd be tied with just those 2 position changes.
More importantly, though, I've got 100 points riding on Virtus Pro in our little in the stream, so I need Kevin Ellis Jr. or Darren McCormack to win this race. We've got one final 7-kilometre run on the 7th lap hit of Group B. It's Darren McCormack leading the race. It's Kike Oliveira in second. It's Kevin Ellis Jr. in third, and we are preparing for 4 wide, for big drama on this race into Lecombe. It's McCormack with the whole shot. He heads his way through Rouge and Radion. It's BS competition preparing for an overtake with the race lead. It's the king of speed, though, Kevin Ellis Jr., who's firing his way through in the slipstream. Here we go. He's got nowhere to go, though, as he gets squeezed off into the grass like we were seeing with the BMW LMDH back in Spa at the WEC round, as he was trying to find his way through. And now Kike Oliveira gets to the outside. Darren McCormack with the outside line through the second part of Lecombe is going to be able to hold firm for the race lead. I have no idea what would have happened had Kevin Ellis Jr. been able to find his way through in that. We had 2 wheels into the grass and was absolutely pinned. Now to the inside of him is Toman.
Toman has got to get through here and give himself a chance of winning the group, or at least tying with... Oh, and he's not going to do it there at No Name. He's got to tuck back in here quickly, otherwise Stanley will get alongside him, and he didn't allow that to happen here. And Yoski could help them out as well with a position gain as well, but a lot is riding on Kaki Oliveira now to try and overtake this and get through on the Virtus Pro driver. That's a nice line, though, from Kevin Ellis Jr. They also need Toman to gain this position. It's all happening here on the last lap of the race. Virtus Pro with the advantage as it stands, but how is that going to change into the final chicane? We know that this is a big overtaking chance. Has Darren McCormack done enough, though?
I mean, look, we'll have to wait and see. I think so, as he heads his way out of Stavelo, out of Curve Paul Frere. That is a big enough margin by my book. But what's going to happen behind? Where's the drama going to come in behind? We've seen some drama in the previous race in Group C with a bit of a contact in the final corner between Falcons and between MSI. Will we get it once more here again? Or will it be another victory for Mighty McCormack? Onto the brakes he goes and into the final corner. It is going to be a victory for McCormack. It is going to be a victory for Virtus Pro. Or is it, though? Because the door's going to be open now as there's pandemonium at the final corner. It's McCormack across the line, though, to take victory from Kaki Oliveira. But behind, Kevin Ellis Jr. had spun round and had opened the door, and just 3 points separate first and second on the groups. There is a big, fat question mark on that one.
What went on there at the final corner? Absolutely no idea. But one thing is for sure, Darren McCormack has taken his 8th race victory of the season. That is another one in 2 weeks, by the way. Won the opening race in this group at Monza only a few days ago. But now he is a race winner at the very final round before the World Cup. That will give Virtus Pro a lot of confidence going into that World Cup, especially considering they may well have that day off, avoiding the last chance qualifier. We will see in Group A a little bit later on, but that's a great bit of confidence for Darren McCormack and the team going forward.
Yeah, certainly so. And of course, importantly for Virtus Pro there, it's 2 victories on the evening. Kevin Ellis Jr. victorious earlier on. Darren McCormack victorious here as well. That's going to be a supreme confidence boost for them.
Yeah, it is. And that's possibly the main thing to take out of this. I don't actually think they'll really be bothered about whether they finish top of Group B or not. As Kevin Ellis Jr. said to us earlier, it was a bit about having fun here tonight. And that certainly will have still happened. But 2 race victories, certainly.
Certainly so. Well, let's catch up with the man of the hour. It's Darren McCormack into the commentary booth with us. Obviously, someone who's taken a fair share of victories in 2025. But for yourself, for your teammate as well, 2 victories on the night. I mean, look, great night for Virtus Pro, a great night for the team, and looking forward to surely some good races like this in Riyadh.
Yeah, cheers, guys. Bounce back a little bit after another qualifying ban. I don't have much to say about that, but yeah, I'm happy to just take a win. Yeah, I mean, obviously this round doesn't mean much. It all depends on whether Williams wins Group A or not. Right now it's looking okay for us, but you never know what can happen, right? So yeah, just really happy to come away from the season after, you know, some severe ups and downs, like getting 8 wins and then, you know, qualifying at the back quite a few times with some issues. So yeah, turbulent, but good for me and positive for the team heading into Saudi.
Yeah, 10 wins for the team as a whole. Obviously 8 for yourself over the course of this season. But as you said there, it still might not be enough to be in that top 3. What is it like having finished your season and not quite knowing where you're going to be come the World Cup?
I think we're confident we'll be fine because Williams need to pull off a mega result to win the group. So yeah, I don't know. I'm happy with our performance overall. It's not where we want to be. Of course we want to be the top seeded team, but you know, not everything could go your way, and it's been a big learning process for all of us. We're trying to gel as a new team, so yeah, I'm just proud of what we achieved over the online season.
Well, Dara, we'll see you obviously in about a month's time, but until then, best of luck watching Williams maybe win, maybe not, who knows.
Cheers, thank you.
There we go. Darren McCormack, of course, victorious in the final race of his group. And, of course, meaning the victory goes the way of Virtus Pro. This is how it all unfolded in what was a pretty hectic Group B race, as we've typically come to see in Group B. It's been one of the more fascinating groups. Contact between the 2 PS competitions of Nikodem Wisniewski and Gregor Schill, having the door opened. Marcel Cinczyk down the inside of Kaki Oliveira and of Darren McCormack on the opening lap of the race. It was McCormack hanging on to the race lead. of course, the battling in behind as Wisniewski was trying to work his way back up the order. A little bit of a fight with the likes of Thibaut Casabon just off the rear end. And again, the great side-by-side which takes them through Les Combes and through Malmedy. This almost spin as Thibaut Casabon then would light up the rear end to try and fire it into the front end of Nikodem Wisniewski to stop him from spinning all the way around. This was Marcel Cinczyk taking over the race lead as he would go around the outside at Les Combes to squeeze his way past the Aston Martin, the fellow Aston Martin of the Virtus Pro driver who belonged to Darren McCormack. And then everyone was starting to play the tactical games. There was this spin as there was contact between Kevin Ellis Jr. and Marcel Cinczyk. A tap onto the rear end as they were 3 wide into the braking zone. A tricky incident to call. No updates from race control on that one. And then some slides later on as Keke Oliveira was trying to wrestle his way up. This was the last lap of the race as Keke Oliveira would try and go for a move, more so covering off. And then there was this, which we didn't see on the broadcast. Ferris Stanley right into the rear end of one of the Vitalities, which then went into the rear end of the Virtus Pro of Kevin Lewis Jr. Meanwhile, it was Darren McCormack across the line to take victory. Race control, best of luck with that one. The provisional race results then see Darren McCormack on top in race number 2 of Group B. Keke Oliveira in second position with Yuri Toman in third from the rear end of the field. Erhan Yovski in fourth, Nikodem Wisniewski and Kevin Ellis Jr. make it 2 drivers from each of the teams in the top 6. Wojtek Fiala in 7th, Gregor Schill in 8th, with the Virtus Pro of Mikhail Stutsenko in 9th. Thibaut Casabon, Marcel Cinczyk and Ferris Stanley rounding out the 12-car field, with Virtus Pro scoring enough points to pull them clear of Vitality. Great race, very exciting. 2 more left to go on the evening. And of course, the penultimate one of that will be Group D, which I am sure will not be as clean as it was at Fuji.
Well, I was just actually thinking to myself while I was watching those highlights, just what a different kind of racing it is around here than it is at Fuji. You know, I do quite like Fuji as a circuit, especially to drive, but the racing here has been so much better, hasn't it, so far in these first 2 races. Really great racing, and you can always trust Spa to come up with a great race, and that's what we're going to see here in Group D again. As you say, absolutely nothing to play for these guys, really, other than pride. And that means that it's going to be all hands on deck. 14 points separate the 3 teams. ERA Esports at the top, TC Racing for Mercedes in second, and then Guild Esports at the bottom, looking to avoid a 5th consecutive bottom of Group D finish.
Yeah, indeed. They want to score more than a single point. That will be Guild Esports' main goal of the evening. And to be fair, they would have been in a far better situation had, well, I can't remember which TC driver it was, but obviously spun out Henry Moore at the first corner late on in the Fuji race. That's how racing goes. That's how it unfolds. That's how these points are dished out. Guild will know they've got actually some decent speed. They've shown that at Fuji. They need to show that once again here at Spa. Maybe they won't finish bottom of the grid. Unfortunately, they are destined though to finish bottom of the tower because they will be finishing in 12th position with 4 points. It's a maximum then they can score of 7 points. The next team already has 11, and that is ERA.
Yeah. It's really started round 4, unfortunately, for Guild. I said it at the time, and I still think it's true. Not getting out there immediately was almost where ERA and Guild were consigned to not making it to the World Cup. I think it was MSI, wasn't it, with them first time round, who got through immediately, and TC Racing joined them and then got out immediately again as well. And yeah, from that point onwards, ERA and Guild were pretty much finished, unfortunately. ERA had a chance, obviously, getting promoted from Daytona, but straight away relegated again in a very difficult Group C, by the way. They're against Vitality and Mal, so I mean, you can't blame them that they didn't stay up.
Yeah, sometimes, but this is the thing, is those... It kind of feels bad to almost like look at it, because obviously all 12 teams here are very, very capable. But the top 9 teams, I almost think, like, regardless of which of those 9 you're going to get in that group, it's going to be pretty hard. But then, like you say, like a Mouse and a Vitality down there in Group C, that's just how this unfolds. That's how it goes. Fair enough. I get that. But seeing those down in Group C, and then you're in Group C, you're just like, well, great, group of death then, basically, thanks. So there's we're the ones that are going to finish in third. You kind of almost, you can't just accept it because you've got to go for it, but that's just how it goes sometimes.
Yeah, no, with all respect to all the teams in the different groups, I think Group C was quite a bit harder than Group B last week,
Really?
which is a bit odd but that, you know, as you say, that's the way the dynamic group phase, and I have really enjoyed it. The fact that teams racing different teams every single week has been a lot of fun to watch, and yeah, I've thoroughly enjoyed it. But it hasn't worked out into the hands of some teams. That is for sure. These three teams we know will not be making it to the World Cup, but all gloves are off here in this final race, as we know. Only one qualifying ban for this one, but I'm only seeing a car number that doesn't correlate to anybody here, so I'll work that out later as Matt Emery comes here towards the end of the lap and the first time on the board. Faster than Bono House, who's not going to be anywhere close to his teammate here. Emery sets the first benchmark of a 15.0.
Which won't be close to pole position. Normal this time from Bonnerhouse, you're absolutely right. Fastest first sector did come in from Bonnerhouse, but that's obviously been beaten by 6,000 of a second by Danny Moreno in the Mercedes of TC Racing. And now Bonnerhouse will wait to come across the line and will set a mid to high 16, unfortunately. The joys of getting a slowdown penalty. This is looking much faster, though, from Danny Moreno. Look at that. As he comes across the line, he's going much quicker than Matt Emery was, and that's the important gap across the line. It's a 16.2 for a slowdown. That's a pretty decent time on the slowdown, to be fair.
Do you get much credit for that? Good with a good at lap times with a slowdown.
Depends how many slowdowns there are. Was it Hockenheimring a few? I think it's been 23. I think 5 drivers had slowdowns.
I feel like we used to get a lot more than we do these days. Yeah, it did used to matter quite a lot, actually, how well you did with a slowdown, but not so much these days. This is a great lap time from Daniel Moreno, by the way. He's shaking his head. 14.7. That is absolutely fine, and that could be pole position.
In Group D, that could be pole. That could be a good lap. Obviously, we'll wait for some of the big drivers like Marko Pejic, like Jack Keithy. They're ones that could maybe, Mikael Schmid as well, could chuck in a good lap time, could maybe beat that 14.7 for the rest of them. I think that might be a little bit of too much of a tall order. Agustin Talashi, of the, 100-odd drivers, I can't remember exactly how many drivers we've had in R1. Again, the only one that's raced that has the first letter of an A across the line, and we'll go into second spot, desperate to have a fight with Henry Moore. Wait and see on that one.
We'll be very excited for almost no reason at all.
Pointless battle, yeah, I'm with you.
Yeah. The people with the obscure first letter names, there's got to be a better way of saying it than that. But anyway, Marko Pejic into the final sector now. We've still not seen any ERA esports drivers, by the way, but that will change next time round. After Marko Pejic has set his lap time here, could be front row, not quite faster than Torlaci. Only 8 thousandths behind him, but it is third. And there is Azildrum, so somebody is not qualified there. I still don't know who it is.
It will be 93 drivers, by the way, in R1 since the series' inception that's taken part, and there's only 26 letters in the alphabet. Already, a few are missing. Obviously, Z, for example, or X.
What do you mean?
So if you have
know some racers start with Z.
We know a couple.
Yeah,
Zach Sweeney, get him on the grid.
Yeah.
I don't. Do we know anyone that starts with an X? If you have a friend whose first name begins with an X, get them in R1 immediately.
There's got to be a Javier or something.
Yeah,
you know
exactly. I mean? Oh, yeah, it's Xavier Reed for Coanda. Boom, get him in. Elias Azildrum, nope, across the line, whilst we're waffling on about completely pointless information. Let's see what he can do across the line. The fast first sector, by the way, has gone the way of Nicholas Matteo. Azildrum's crossed the line on a 0.9.
That is good enough for second at the moment. This is a big pole margin at the moment for Moreno if it's going to stay like that, but we haven't seen Keithley or Stapleford yet, who are the two fastest drivers, I would say, in this group. Stapleford took the first race of the evening at Fuji to take home his fourth race win of the season. Can Jack Keithley maybe take one now and get his second race win of the season for TC Racing and himself? 14.7, and that is absolutely fine for TC Racing. 1 and 2 as it stands.
I think Gabriel Solomon, by the way, might be the one missing from qualifying, considering he's dropping into chat, sticking 200 Ren points down on ERA. Go on, son. He believes in the team, that's for sure. I think his teammate is going fastest in the first sector is Mikael Schmidl. Nicholas Matteo then into the final sector and up towards the line. Bit of a slide out through the final one. I think has Henry Moore just gone faster in the first sector? Or is that going to be Robbie Stapleford? We'll have to wait and see on that one. Nicholas Matteo will go into 6th position, and here comes Mikael Schmidl.
Yep. I love how Stollerman has put that on ERA, by the way, knowing that it's not going to be him winning the race. It's going to be one of his teammates, you hope. Azildrim best placed at the moment. What about Schmiedel? Maybe now as well. He's probably going to be quite close to Azildrim here, maybe a bit behind him as it stands. It's a bit wide out the final corner, but where is it going to be for the Czech driver? 14.8. It is right alongside Azildrim for now.
Certainly so. Let's see Henry Moore then. He's into the middle sector, into the final sector now, as Robbie Stableford is going very fast in the first sector. I'll just put 200 points down, I think, on TC, but I'll deal with that in a second because I don't know if it went through, because I might change my bet if Robbie Stableford, if he's able to do it. Let's see what Henry Moore can do then into the final complex of corners as he'll head his way up towards the line. Henry Moore, he's not particularly pleased with his lap. Still a decent one. Third spot, second row.
Miles better than his teammates as well. Third place. So find the flag for Guild, who look like they are going to finish bottom of Group D for the 5th week in a row, as Robbie Stableford now makes his way up towards the line. This is going to be close to breaking up the TC Racing front row that is currently being held by Daniel Moreno and Jack Keithley. TC Racing looking to win this group again here, Group D, in their 3rd appearance. Stableford not necessarily pleased with it, but is it pole? No, not quite. In fact, it's 3rd, and he knows he could have got there as well. Hands to the face. He knows that lap could have been good enough. Moreno, though, wasn't pleased with his own lap time. He's got it, though. He's got pole position.
I've put 200 points down on TC. I've confirmed it. It's sorted. It's done. It's in. It's locked. It's ready to go. So they can't let me down now. It's Danny Moreno on pole and Jack Keithley alongside, all front row for Thibaut Courtois' esports team. Again, if you want to drop some bets into the chat, obviously twitch.tv/RENNSPORT_GG, exclamation mark bet, then the team, then the number, not the other way around like I did. God, I'm not good at this computer stuff, mate.
All this new technology.
Yeah, and I'm commentating alongside someone who can't use AI to get a spreadsheet to work. So fair play.
It's absolute rubbish.
Just
anyway.
ask the question, mate. I'm going to show you how to work it in Saudi Arabia.
Okay, I'm going to want to punch it probably, although it's not a punchable item, AI. But anyway, yes. By the way,
your laptop, you do, mate.
Yeah, no, I'm definitely not going to do that. By the way, for TC Racing, I mentioned earlier, this is something you're definitely not going to have the answer to. TC Racing only with the 1 win this season. Guild as well in Group D. That Jeddah round, by the way, was one of those rounds in Group D where all 3 teams were able to take 1 victory over the course of that round. And every team that has been in Group D has taken at least 1 win when they were here. But who do you think has the best average points per race, of these 3 teams? ERA Esports, TC Racing and Guild, who of course have been here for different lengths of time, but I've got an average of how many points they score per race. Prior to tonight, who had best?
Who's got the best average? I kind of want to say TC because I think they've been in the higher group for longer, but I'd almost say ERA.
Yeah, it is ERA by what, 2 points, 2.3 points?
Oh, is that it?
Yeah. So despite the fact ERA has spent 4 rounds in Group D, only got promoted once, and TC Racing have managed to stay up higher, when they were here, TC Racing on average scored less points per race, which it doesn't make sense to me really, but it's true.
Yeah, but I do kind of get it. Because just like ERA being in this group for longer, I don't know, it's one of those ones. It's fascinating. It's fine.
Said that so sarcastically as well.
It's true. Yeah, well, I mean, read into that what you will. You know me, I do love a good stat, but
I enjoyed that.
What me being sarcastic, or
no, my own statistic.
Honestly, I wish more people were around when I was doing the spreadsheet for the first round of this season, and I found out that Henry Moore was the first driver that started to take part of the championship, and then within 2 minutes found out that Augustin Torlashi was the first driver to start. Honestly, I was on a different part. I was like on cloud 9 of like finding weird stats. I told everyone, not a single person cared.
Who are you doing it with, by the way? Were you on your own?
Yeah, of course I was. I don't have any friends.
Oh, right. Mate, you made it sound like you were doing it while you were like alongside other people or whatever.
Oh, I had my AI friend helping me out, but
oh, great. Do you say thank you to it?
yeah, I do.
No, you don't.
When the robots take over, I'm not being taken out. You lot can take the hit.
Well, I think I'd be quite fine with being killed if they do. Anyway.
This broadcast has gone on quite a tangent. Apparently, 4 hours is the cut-off for sanity. My goodness. We've got 2 more races left to deal with here. Group D and Group A. Don't worry, ladies and gentlemen. We will be in Riyadh in no time.
We'll be. Oh, hello. There we go. Yeah, we'll be serious one day, but not yet. Group A is to come a bit later on, when things will get serious, and we'll see whether Williams Sim Racing pull off what would be the biggest miracle we've seen this season. I think it's fair to say, but you never know. Robbie Stepford's waving to us. He knows he's on camera.
I wonder if this is the thing is that I know that, well, to be fair, there's not really that much of a delay on the stream, so maybe he's got the stream open on another screen or whatever. I can confirm there's not much of a delay because I've got Twitch open on the screen and it's like maybe a couple of seconds back. The joy of modern tech. I remember when that stream, it was like 20-30 seconds back. No, not anymore. So all these drivers know when they're on camera and stuff. Don't eye roll.
Back in your day, whatever.
Beat you out of this commentary booth, mate. You've done probably more rounds than George this season, to be fair, so at least there's that.
Nearly. Yeah, nearly. Oh, anyway, here's the starting grid ready for the final Group D race of the season, and it is Gabriel Solomon with that qualifying ban that will start from the back with Bono House alongside. Matt Emery is going to be 10th alongside Nicholas Matteo, with Marco Pajic and Augustin Trulaci in the bottom half of the grid. Ulysses Ildrim and Michał Schmidl will make it an all ERA row 3 with Henry Moore next, and Robbie Stableford the best place of those Porsches, then Jack Keighley and Daniel Moreno on the front row. Not sure if that's Moreno's first pole, but he's got a great chance to take his first R1 victory here today.
As much as I've got qualified on my spreadsheet, I don't know how to even look through to go and find that stat as to whether Danny Moreno has had a pole position. I would do my best, but I'm not smart enough to try and figure that out. Well, look, I promise you I'll come with a folder full of loads of printouts and stuff with all the information in Saudi Arabia, don't worry.
And there'll still be things we haven't thought of that we'll be scrambling around for during the race between us, which is going to be fun. So that's the way with large statistics. Anyway, 7 more laps of Group D action, and this will be the last action we see from these 3 teams in this Esports World Cup campaign. They won't make it to Riyadh, but they will put on a show for us at the very end here of the season. Lights out, and it's time again for more racing in Group D, and that was immediately 4 wide, 5 wide in towards La Source. Oh, and it was never going to work. A big spin for one of the Guild Aston Martins, straight into one of their teammates as well, and another one off into the gravel. None of the Guild drivers are in the top half of this field already as they come out of La Source for the first time. 5 wide, and it was never going to work in towards turn 1, and 4 of the Guild drivers are in the bottom 5 of this field.
Well, at least the racing has reached the levels of sanity that the commentary box has. My goodness me, how do they think 5 wide was going to work down into La Source? Here comes the move then for the race lead. It's Robbie Stableford trying to give it a go. He looks to the outside of Danny Moreno. Looking to the inside as well comes Jack Keighley as he tries to get past his teammate Augustin Trulaci. Slams it onto the brakes, trying to get it to stop. Robbie Stableford heads his way to the front end of the field, and it is Stableford ahead of Moreno, looking for back-to-back victories on the night. Bit of contact as well from Schmidl to Moreno.
Yeah, and if they fight, then Stableford's won his 2nd race of the evening. Oh, contact Matteo, and then Emery and Solomon goes through. The Guild Esports drivers are going to be all in the bottom 4 if they're not careful here, scoring the minimum of 6 points if they're not too careful. Oh, no! They've taken each other off the road. Nicholas Matteo and Matt Emery are not going to be pleased with each other after this race. It's a good job they're not going to be seeing each other in person in Saudi Arabia, because they would have had a fight probably. That was unkind in towards No Name Corner. The 2 of them off into the gravel trap and down to the back end of the field.
Well, I did say we were going to have a more chaotic race than we had back in Fuji, and the field's delivered. So at least we've had that for 1 lap. It's almost ended after a single lap, but Robbie Stableford's trying to check out into the distance, and if he's able to nail this final sector, maybe that gap will grow. Clearly, Group D means dumb decision, because there's been quite a few over this opening lap around Spa, but it's been exciting. I guess we can chuck that one into the mix.
Yeah, that was certainly something on the opening lap of this race. We'll have some replays from the opening laps in a couple of moments' time, but it's really between ERA and TC Racing for the top of Group D on the final day, and right now ERA's performance is more than good enough to get them this first position here from Group D by the looks of things. Over the start-finish line now, and it is the start of another lap for Jack Keithley to try and regain some of these positions. Augustin Torlashi's in front of him. Lost 4 places, don't forget, in that first lap, Jack Keithley. Not a good start at all. And one of his big rivals here from a rival team, Robbie Stapleford, is now leading the as a result, somewhat, of his demise. Will Stapleford keep the lead, though, here as Danny Moreno will try and get past him. Keithley and Torlashi are going to exchange places. That seems sensible to put Keithley up in front. But what about Stapleford here? Can he keep Moreno behind him? Well, the answer's no for the moment, but he's got a queue of teammates behind him. So Moreno very much outnumbered here at the front.
Stapleford lifted out of that 100%. Did not want to be side by side in the corner, did not care about leading at this point. He knows how to play these games, he knows how to win these races here in Group D. He's won quite a few of them at this point, but right now it's about playing the long game for him. And he's got all his teammates behind. He's got Schmiedel, he's got Azildarim, and they are topping the group comfortably right now. The big drama for them is Keithley closing, but look at all this. I mean, what were they thinking?
I don't even know where to begin with all that. So I'm not going to. Into Lecomte. That's Alberto House spun round. Didn't see that live, actually, but spun round to the inside. And then he gained some places because of these two. Now, yeah, I mean, pick the bones out of this as well. In towards no-name corner. Nicholas Mateo on the inside line. Matt Emery on the outside.
Nah.
I mean, describe that.
I mean, I'm not going to lie. That looks borderline intentional. You've got to the inside, really. And you have slammed that throttle down, like to the point where I am not even sure Mateo is staying anywhere near the road on the exit of No Name. So I'm pretty sure that might be a whopper of a penalty. But we'll see. We'll see what happens from race control for Nicholas Mateo. All I can say is, didn't like the look of that. Do like the look of this lead battle, though. It's been pretty interesting and been pretty exciting as Henry Moore and Augustin Torlashi do battle for 7.
Yeah. This is down towards the back end of the field, unfortunately, for Henry Moore after a great qualifying, and he's had a couple of promising moments here tonight, but unfortunately that top 3 position is going to evade him by the looks of things at the end, and he'll have to come back again later to try and get those better results, which he has deserved at times over the course of this season. He's now the best placed of the Guild drivers once again here in this race. 7th place for now, with Augustin Torlashi right in behind him. There's the teammates, Stapleford, Schmiedel, Azildarim, helping each other, even stay in touch with Moreno, who's looking very quick now.
Yeah, right. Where's the speed come from for Danny Moreno? The fact they're needing to use the triple slipstream big bump to try and keep up with him, he's pulling away clearly. As Augustin Torlashi and Henry Moore go side by side, Marco Pajic back into the mix. Henry Moore to the inside at Malmedy, squeezes him out wide, pushes him off the road. That was maybe a little bit rude from Henry Moore. It's opened the door for his teammate Marco Pajic to come through.
Absolutely. And Guild get a little bit closer to to winning the group. They're going to need a bit of a turnaround for that. I think it's fair to say in the next 4 laps. But there you go, a couple of positions gained anyway. Further up front, top 6 all in one train, but as you say, only just being held on at the moment by the ERA Esports drivers. Triple slipstreaming from Daniel Moreno. If he could have found some of this speed at the start, then TC Racing might have had a bit of a better season. This is exactly what you hope to see from Daniel Moreno right at the very end. Can he become another new race winner in R1? We've already had a new race winner for 2025 in Johan Huff, but can we get a second one maybe here tonight and get to 30 for the calendar year with Daniel Moreno?
Yeah, indeed, driving really well at the moment, although I will say that gap is not big enough right now for him to feel any set of comfortable. It's under half a second as Robbie Stapleford, a driver who would not be a first-time winner for 2025 or a second-time winner or a third. How many wins has he got now? 4? Yeah. So I was thinking. you and Louis is literally counting them like sheep at the moment. But yes, I was going to say, to be fair, I should probably know that as well, but I didn't want to open my spreadsheet. I thought you knew off the top of your head. That's fine.
Well, I did know off the middle of my head, so it just had to work a bit of time to get down there, and then I knew it.
Those brain cells were rubbed together, and it's a slow process, unfortunately. Danny Moreno, though, quarter of a second. There could be a switch for the race lead this time by.
Yeah, I think there will be. Stableford's got a good run here. He's not going to get the bump draft from his teammates, but he won't need it either. Oh, hello. He nearly went straight into the back of Moreno here, who could well get freight trained. And this is the danger now for the TC Racing driver. When you're on your own here and you've got teammates, it's difficult. He fires into Lecom. Oh, side-to-side contact as well. Stableford almost pushed off the road there. He's still on the inside here, though, Moreno. And he's going to get through his Stableford, but at least Moreno has held on to second. Can he keep that position, though? Where is Smeedle? He's not down the inside, so it'll be all right by the looks of things. Through Bruxelles, will he hold on? Yes, he does. That's crucial for Moreno. While he's got no teammates, he desperately needs Jack Keithley to get up here and help him.
But the battling, as much as it's obviously maybe slightly counterintuitive for him, I think it works out better for Danny Moreno. Yes, Gabriel Solomon is also closing back up. He did bet 200 Ren points that ERA were going to win, and you said that it wasn't going to be Gabriel Solomon. Maybe it will be, who knows, without this race has been unfolding. He has closed his way right up onto the rear end of the group as well. So there's 4 ERAs to 2 TCs. But for Danny Moreno, he was taking on 3 of them by himself. So having the extra one, the 4th one into the mix, that's not that big of a deal. The most important bit is he's got his teammate in there as well. Jack Keithley needs to get through on Ulash Zildjian, needs to get through on Mikkel Smeedle, and needs to get behind Danny Moreno to give out some assistance here to try and take on Robbie Stableford and steal the victory back away.
Into the bus stop chicane, maybe, for Moreno. Unusual, but this is what he's been forced to do, really, because he's fighting alone, and he's got quite a long way round. Oh, side-to-side contact. Stableford's slightly off the road, but he's still alongside, and this is where the danger comes from Moreno now. He's still not got the help for his teammates. Jack Keithley's the only one who really can help him here, and Moreno is going to be freight train if he's not careful. Outside into La Source. Here he goes, squeeze into the gravel. There you go, and Stableford is going to now help Smeedle come through.
It won't be too bad, though. Even if he drops back behind Smeedle, there we go. He drops into line. He gets the double slipstream, just about finds the gap ahead of Ulash Zildjian. Now we'll get the double slipstream on the race up towards Lake Com. They're going a little bit slower. It could open the door for Jack Keithley to fire his way into the mix. We ride on board with Ulash Zildjian. Remember, Keithley will be going even faster behind. They're side by side for the race lead, trying to basically block the road. And Danny Moreno says, yeah, there's a little bit of a gap here. Probably not the wisest move. There's a 3 wide. This is going to end in tears.
Oh, dear me, that was a bit of bowling down in towards Lecom, and look at that, over the curbs, and he's straight back into second again. Now what are race control going to do about that? Stableford leads, then Moreno. Jack Keithley's got into a spin, by the way, after a battle with Solomon, so he's really up against it now, is Moreno. We could see our second 1, 2, 3, 4 clean sweep, and it could be for ERA again.
Yeah, indeed. ERA could potentially be in position to do it once more. They've done it already this season. Vitality has done it this season. Williams have done it last year. Could we be having yet another one? We were kind of almost expecting more of these, really, at the start of this dynamic group phase. Alas, we've not seen that many. We've not seen as many as we would have thought. Obviously, every race has been an opportunity for them, and effectively per round we get 12 of them, and we've had 4 rounds before this to see it out, and we've only had 2 thus far. So it's a surprise that there's not been more. I said 12. Is it 12? Yeah, it's 12. 12 races a night. Oh, 12 races a round, rather.
Yes. Yeah, 12 races around. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not that surprised it's not happening more often, to be honest with you. I think it's quite hard to do, and you know, I'm not sure it's going to happen this time round either. You've got to remember that Henry Moore's caught up now, as well as Marco Pajic. Torlashi is there in the group as well now. It's still a long way to go for ERA to try and get the clean sweep from here, but it would be pretty remarkable for to be the first team to do it twice, especially in the same season when they're not even going to the main event at the end of it. What a weird set of circumstances that would be for them, but they're a long way away from doing it for the moment. I mean, how Moreno's going to win this, I've got no idea. This is he's super up against it here, and I mean, he's not going to get a very good run out of La Source. How does he defend from a Zildjian? I don't understand how he's going to do this, to be honest, but he's got 2 laps to try.
I think so. The big thing here is that you can sit there and try and orchestrate it. Oh, do I want to sit behind? Do I want to be third in line? Do I want to try this? Do I want to try that? Blah, 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 blah. I think that's almost the worst thing to do right now. You have to treat it naturally. You have to let it go to you. If there's an opportunity to go for the overtake, I think you've got to go for it. You've got to give it a go. As Robbie Stableford will be dropping back. He'll be lifting off just a touch to get back behind Danny Moreno. Still tries to make it a little bit awkward for Moreno to get through into the race lead. Penultimate lap of the race. It is TC leading the way.
This is bizarre teamwork, I've got to say, from ERA Esports. I've got no idea what they're doing in terms of sharing the slipstream and trying to gang up on Moreno. They're not doing a very good job of it at the moment. I've got to say, Daniel Moreno is driving very well, and you know, he deserves credit for that. But what are ERA doing here as far as teamwork goes? That's 2 laps in a row now. They could have given slipstream to one another, and on that occasion even boxed Daniel Moreno in on the right-hand side of the road, and they just didn't do it. And well, now they're all queued up behind Moreno, going on to the last lap, knowing he's going to defend with his life effectively on this final lap to try and win from here.
I think the only thing that I'm seeing from Danny Moreno that maybe I'd be like, oh, I'd change that, is he's driving at full racing speed. This is what happened to Jack Keithley. So he had a little bit of contact and then went for a spin. I mean, I think that's just one of those racing deals and how it was so awkward there. If I'm Danny Moreno, the only thing through that middle section where passing is quite difficult, I would have dropped that speed off. Like, really, and that takes a lot of confidence to do, but at this point, it's win it or bin it. Drop that speed off, make it awkward for ERA, make it so that they trip over each other a little bit, make it so that Guild are back into the mix and maybe they're focusing backwards as well as forwards. That's the only way that you're potentially going to be opening up, because if you go at full speed here, surely all we're going to see now is bump drafting and speeding through using the slipstream from Robbie Stableford, from Azildarim, from Smeedle, from Salomon, and we're going to see an ERA victory.
Well, it's not going to matter for Moreno anyway, because he's just received a 1-second time penalty for forcing another driver off the slip. Oh, that's a monumental concertina effect down in towards Les Sources, and that is going to be side by side between the ERA teammates. Now then, they can set their eyes on this target of getting the clean sweep if they're smart about this and if they know about the penalty for Daniel Moreno.
Yeah, let's see what's going to happen here. Are they going to sit behind, or are they going to try and fight their way through? Are they going to trip over each other, or are they going to find the glory? Let's wait and see, because here comes the move. Robbie Stableford will go to the left-hand side. The speed is coming in, though, from Ulash Azildarim. How deep is Moreno going to go under the brakes? Cutting straight across goes Robbie Stableford, and it is the race lead for the Stapler.
And he could end this season with 5 wins, tied 4th most with Tumas Tattler. That would be an extraordinary return for Robbie Stableford's season. He's driven very, very well for ERA, who look like they're going to get a real big haul of points here. And maybe even with that penalty from Moreno, a clean sweep for the 2nd time this season. That's why they're so far out in front at the moment in terms of the point standings. That's why their average is so good, by the way, points per race, because they could have 2 scores of 74.
Yeah, which would be absolutely crazy. Going out wide through Puon there on the exit of it. The opportunity will still come for Danny Moreno to squeeze his way through. That 1-second time penalty over his head will probably not do him any favours.
Azildarim's now got 5-second time penalties. So has Page, Emery and Solomon, all for start procedure violations. Nobody started this race correctly by the looks of it. Henry Moore's now got one for exceeding incident points limit. It's all happening here. Half the grid have got penalties, but not Robbie Stableford, who looks like he's going to come through and take this race victory. But whether Daniel Moreno is going to give this one last go just for the hell of it, I think he probably is. Through in towards Blanchemont. How is this going to end? Down in towards the final chicane of their season, of course. Their road ends here in the Esports World Cup, but how is it going to end? Stableford versus Moreno. Onto the brakes for the bus stop. Stableford holds on, and he's going to take his 5th victory of the season. He's taken all the wins for ERA Esports this season, and Robbie Stableford has ended the season with a great account of himself, clean in sweeping the Group D rounds here at the finale. Spa and Fuji both go to him. 5 wins on the season. A great season for Robbie Stableford individually.
Yeah, and it has been like I say, a very impressive run for him. A driver who started out in R1 actually quite strong. I remember him back in Katowice, looking really strong a couple of years ago. Then he dropped off a little bit, struggled to find his feet. I think he's found his feet, though, in ERA. And as much as the team have not been strong enough to take him, for him and the team to take their way into the Esports World Cup, I think there have been a lot of positives for Robbie Stableford so far this season.
Yeah, they definitely have, and he can take that forward into the future for sure when he I'm sure comes back again, because they've not been that far away at times this season. ERA Esports, a couple of weeks earlier, getting promoted into Group T for the first time, and they could have had a much better chance at achieving something this season. As it is, they're going to finish the season only 1 point behind TC Racing and only a few points behind Falcons, not that many behind MSI. Made a decent account of themselves this season, but it is going to be 11th place in the standings at the end.
Well, we're joined by our race winner, Robbie Stableford, for the second time tonight after what could only be described as a race. That was very interesting, absolutely wild. Not quite the 1, 2, 3, 4 though. I think for ERA there was a bit of a penalty as well. There was penalties being dished out galore at the end of that race. It's very hard to keep track of. You were penalty free though, and a perfect drive and a 5th victory. It's been a great night for you.
Yeah, I couldn't have asked for more. That was a pretty hectic race, to be fair. We were trying to do the 1, 2, 3, 4 again, but yeah, just didn't manage it. But yeah, that was pretty hectic. Good thing I've messed up my middle sector again, because it always puts me in a better position.
It's weird how the tactics work sometimes around here at Spa, for sure. How are you going to look back and view this season as an individual? Because you've taken 5 wins, all of your team's wins as well, even though as a team you finished 11th. How are you going to look back on it?
Oh, it's probably my best season since Plateau when we started. I think hopefully RENNSPORT carry on with this format. I think it's brilliant, much better than the seeding stuff we did at the start of the year and what we've been doing before. And yeah, it's probably my best season and will be definitely stay in my memory.
Well, congratulations on taking a 5th win of the season, Robbie, and thanks for chatting to us again.
Cheers, thank you.
Thanks very much. Robbie Stableford, 5 wins this season. All of the wins for ERA Esports going to him. Well, where do we start with this lot? The highlights of this 5 wide in towards turn 1. Rather set the tone for this race, I would say. A couple of drivers spinning to the outside. Not sure they're going to be repeating that anytime soon. Here's another angle. Not sure we've seen that before or we're going to see it again either, to be honest, especially not round here at Spa. That was a big squeeze on the way towards turn 1. It certainly didn't end there. The battles continued in towards Lecom. This is pretty unlucky for Bono House, really. A small bit of contact sending him off into the grass. This was less unlucky for Nicholas Mateo and Matt Emery, who rather drove each other to the barriers through No Name Corner. There you what, have a bit of that tyre wall for Mateo and for Emery, unfortunately. The battle out front was astonishing, really. Daniel Moreno fighting alone for TC Racing with ERA Esports surrounding him from all angles. Robbie Stableford was most consistently alongside him. Here he was through the final bus stop chicane alongside on that occasion. This is a bit deeper into the race, a bit deeper into the field for a couple of the TC Racing drivers as they would confirm 2nd place in Group D on the final day. This is where it all came to a head, 3 wide, cutting through the chicane. And on the inside, Jack Keithley spun round. Keithley was helping Moreno out front. After that point, Daniel Moreno was completely alone amongst the other Porsches, which really set him back in this race, you would say. That made it very, very difficult for him. Here was Robbie Stableford coming up on the outside to get past him on the way towards Lecom. Not a lot that Moreno could have done about that. He gave it a good go through the final corners and in the final laps, but he couldn't get past. And in the end, that 1 second penalty is going to drop him down. It's going to be 5th at the end for him. Stableford, wow, these results look different, don't they? Goodness me. Stableford and Smino 1 and 2. Henry Moore 3rd. How's that happened? Further behind, Torlashi and Moreno rounding out the top 5. Jack Keithley a couple of seconds further back with Mateo, Azildrim, House, Solomon and Page all within a second of one another in the interval. And then Matt Emery being hit with a huge penalty. 15 seconds off the back end of the field. I would say and reiterate, those results are unofficial for the moment. That's a big change from what they came over the line with.
Yeah, I don't know what to say about that. That is not the result I was expecting. Correct. Obviously, congratulations to Henry Moore for first podium. That I think has come out of absolutely nowhere.
There's no way that stands. I mean, I can't see a way. We will see. But part of the reason was because 4 of those penalties were dished out on the last lap. I can't imagine race control have a very long time to apply them to the post-race results. So as I say, that's very unofficial. And unfortunately for Henry Moore, I don't think he's going to be keeping that 3rd place.
Honestly, yeah. It's kind of one of those ones like, I've had some like podiums and stuff from like various ways in sim race where it's always penalty. Any time where it's like there's a race result of that and you get it like given it basically through a penalty, you're sat there looking at it being like, to be fair, I don't really care. It's just not the same. It is absolutely not the same. But a podium's a podium if it ends up going that way. We will update you at the end of the evening on that one, because that was certainly, as I said in that interview, that was one of the races that we've commentated on this season.
Well, yes. One of the best.
It was a race.
Okay, cool.
I wouldn't go with best. I'd lean it slightly more towards the other way. But at least it was exciting.
It was very exciting. I enjoyed it, I've got to say. So there you go. That's the main thing.
Only important if Ewan enjoys it.
Oh yeah, that's the main metric I think that races should be judged on. No, anyway, this is where it gets a bit more serious now. Obviously, Group A, and whether Williams Sim Racing can pull off one of the miracles we've seen in 2025. There they are, 35 points behind Porsche Commander and already 13 behind Team Redline. To be honest, for them to even finish second, it's going to be a big struggle for them to win and go straight into the Esports World Cup as one of those first three. Is going to be an even bigger miracle, but the team currently leading do have their best driver with a qualifying ban, so there's some silver lining for them.
Has he been the best driver for them this season, though?
Yeah.
You reckon? You take... I mean, look, Charlie Collins has been very impressive so far this season. He's had multiple victories, had a victory, obviously, last round... Well, for one, had a victory earlier on in the day. Obviously had a victory last round at Monza. I don't think he didn't win at Daytona. Did win the final race at Jeddah. Didn't win at Fuji. Won, what was it, 3 races on the bounce? 4 races on the bounce at the start of the season?
Yeah. I'm still taking Josh Rogers.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, fair. No, that's fine. It's fine.
Just, you know,
his Charlie Collins Christmas card list. That's fine.
I mean, I'd take being second to Josh Rogers. Come on, that's fine. I think, you know, historically, especially as well, you know, if you take the whole history of sim racing or whatever into account, even R1, you know, it's no contest for me. But yeah, he's in what I would describe as, by Josh Rogers standards, a bit of a drought. As far as race wins goes, hasn't won since Daytona. Can you believe it? Rounds and rounds ago.
He's washed. He's officially washed.
2 weeks ago.
That's how this system works. He's washed now. It's over. Kevin Siggy is through the first sector. That's the important bit. Can he grab himself a pole position where things are looking very, like I say, interesting a little bit with this group? I'm trying to remind myself as to how things looked for Redline back here, obviously earlier on the season, because I think the answer was not great. Kevin Siggy did get through into the final at least. He got 4th position in the final. He qualified in 4th position, and then in the quarterfinals he qualified in 2nd. Over the entire evening versus his qualifying position, he gained just 1 spot.
I seem to remember that this was the round, because it was the first seeding round, this was the round where so I certainly thought, because Porsche Commander won about 4 or 5 of the races, you thought, whoa, they are absolutely here this season to come and win again, because as we talked about before, 2024 wasn't such a great year for them, but they kicked things off in the first seeding round with an unbelievable at the first seeding round, and they've rather continued it here.
They won 6 of the 7 races around Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps, the Porsche Commander. Darryl McCormack was the only one who wasn't Porsche Commander who won. Yeah. Redline's best result was a 2nd place from Kevin Siggy in quarterfinal 3.
Only 4 teams have got more wins than that overall. Teams overall, and they got and they got more than 8 of the teams in one day. Dear me, what an opening to the season. Anyway, let's see if they can do it again as Kevin Siggy puts the benchmark on the mark. First of all, not bad, but not pole probably.
Yeah, 14.5. It's a decent lap time, but I agree it's not going to be good enough for the pole position. Jeff Rietveld will be the next one to come across the line. He's looking a little bit slower than his teammates. See how the final sector goes as Dane Warren's gone fastest in the first sector. That's faster than Kevin Siggy by about a 1/10 of a second. Losing out a bit of time in the middle sector, though, does Dane Warren. Jeff Rietveld across the line. It's a 14.598, so about 1/10 slower than his teammate. Here comes Dane Warren.
Dane Warren, who was second earlier on at Fuji today. Looking to fly the flag for Porsche Commander now, with Josh Rogers not being able to qualify for this one. They are going to need to take some results from somewhere else here, and Dane Warren will have the chance to do exactly that here as he now makes his way out of the final corner, looking for his first race win since the Fuji Dynamic Group round, and he gets himself between the 2 red lines.
Don Blyer up next in what is a must-win race for the Atlassian Williams Sim Racing team. Do you remember, though, Don Blyer was on pole position in the final. Obviously, earlier on in the season, he was able to take pole position ahead of Charlie Collins. Collins came on strong, though, as the race unfolded, and it was Collins who would end up winning that final to get 3 victories in a row. It would be 4 by the time we got to the second race at Monza. And across the line for Don Blyer, poor final sector. It's only 3rd.
Especially when you consider, just watching that practice session, I don't know if you saw the times, but 2:14.3 from Don Blyer in the practice session. It's always the way, isn't it? When you get to one-shot qualifying, the pressure's on, it suddenly gets a lot more difficult. But Dominic Blyer not able to get the time that he really needed there, and now a lot is riding on Daniel Pastor. This is Sebastian Job, who's just gone purple through the middle sector.
Indeed. Sebastian Job on his return to R1 has struggled quite a lot, to be honest. He hasn't looked like the dominant force that we've seen from Sebastian Job time and time again. Obviously, he did miss the opening few rounds of R1, but once he's returned, it just hasn't quite clicked. Maybe it's clicking now around a circuit where he has certainly clicked in the past. We've seen some unbelievable laps from Sebastian Job around the Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps. I don't know if that fist bump is through happiness or disappointment. I think with that time across the line, disappointment. He's learning from Siggy here. He's beating up his wheel.
Yeah. Don't let him smash his head on it. Be big trouble. Through Jordan Caruso now, the final sector for him. One of those drivers who took race wins at Spa, by the way. Semi-final number 1, and that's his only race win. As I mentioned earlier, the only driver to win a race during the 21 seeding round races to have not won during the dynamic group phase. Every single other driver has. Can Caruso put that right now? Well, it's going to be 3rd to start with at least, but yeah, we'll see. Close to pole though.
Here comes Charlie Collins, though. Purple first sector, decent middle sector, and let's see what he can do in the final. Is he going to get a good drive off of this final corner? One earlier on in the night. Can he win once again? He'll work his way through that final turn and out towards the line. Looks all right. His reaction, he stares up towards the time, sees what his delta is across it. He misses out by 9,000ths of a second from Kevin Siggy.
What about Daniel Pastor? The next 3 lap times for Williams Sim Racing are going to be absolutely huge. Pastor, Van der Velde and Belleziotis all need to be ahead of Blyer, really, who's down into 6th position here. They all need to be ahead of him here if they're going to win this group and go straight through to the Esports World Cup by passing the qualifier, by winning this round. It's high stakes, and Pastor, well, is that celebration or not? No, I would say not. 14-7, nearly a 14-8.
Unless he's got some very good sarcastic celebrations. Unfortunately, I don't think that is the case. Tinko van der Velde destined to be at the back of the field because this time's going to be even slower than that. This time's going to be, unfortunately, a 2:15 for Tinko van der Velde as he works his way into the final chicane and then up towards the line goes the Dutchman. It will be last place of the times currently set. Vasilios Belleziotis, the last of the Williams drivers, and all hope for them potentially winning this group has gone. Virtus Pro sat back, probably as happy as they've been all season right now looking at this.
Yeah, they probably are. This is not the qualifying that Williams Sim Racing needed by any means. They are going to be ahead of Josh Rogers, but and Blyer's going to be ahead of Rebuild, but it might not be any much more than that really for them. They're going to take the 10 points and they're going to move up 1 position in the standings ahead of Miles into 5th. But other than that, this is not really going to matter. Over line 14-7 for Belleziotis. Well, they needed a miracle before. They need whatever more than a miracle is now.
Easy for some to say. Luke Bennett not putting on a good lap right at the moment. Obviously, he's got a slowdown penalty in the final sector, meaning that he's going to be starting on the final row of the grid alongside Joshua Rogers. It does mean that Kevin Siggy will be starting this one from pole position, just ahead a trio of Porsche commanders.
There it is. Bennett at the back alongside Rogers. That's a high quality back row, by the way. Bennett versus Rogers, but there you go. A time I said would never be quick enough for pole is pole. Kevin Siggy with his 14.5. I thought we were going to get some 0.4s, even a 0.3 during that session, but no. Kevin Siggy's lap time more than enough in one of the lowest quality Group A qualifying sessions we've seen all year.
Brutal. True though. Let's see if this pole has the lowest quality pole position of Group A that we've seen thus far in the season. What mistakes are you going to spot? Well, there's one.
There you go.
Touche.
There's one.
Touche.
Thank you.
I will step back. That's fine.
I do worry sometimes that the drivers listen to me to talk about this and sort of throw their hands up and say, well, you go and do better then. As if I could get into the 220s probably around Spa, but yeah, it's unfortunately not quite as quick as what you'd expect from Group A, and there you go. I mean, maybe Siggy will admit that himself as well. That's 2 pole positions for him now, isn't it? After he took one at Fuji. Hopefully this start of the race is going to be a lot better though, and so far we have seen pole sitters do a bit better than what we did at Fuji.
I've slammed 200 Ren points straight down on Porsche Commander, mate. They're starting second, third, and fourth. I think they're going to be looking strong in the race. Stick your bets in the chat now. Twitch.tv/RENNSPORT_GG if you're watching elsewhere in Sim Race. Throw your bets to see if you can steal some of my Ren points, which I lobbed off of someone else earlier on with a 1 correct bet. I don't know how this works, but that's fine. Either way, look, honestly, these race drivers might not be listening in because they're focused on what they're doing. I can tell you, at least from my my experience, the team managers do listen in, and they are more than happy to message you about the things that you're saying that's wrong. To which you just close chat and move on.
Thankfully, they don't do that to me, which is
You sit on the fence too much. Then start making some really big opinions on this broadcast.
When was the last time I sat on the fence? I don't do that. Or do I?
Well, you can't really sit on the fence with that statement.
Yeah. Well, yes.
Do I or not? I don't know. Like, make a decision.
I don't know. Maybe I do. Sometimes, maybe I don't. You know, it's.
Delirium has taken over this broadcast. 4 hours 45 minutes. He started off so professionally as well.
Well, let's not go too far. Yes, it's what happens generally. There is the end of Kevin Siggy's lap, and there is his second pole position of the night here at Spa. Oh, and here's a bit of racing in practice. Have a look at this. Practicing for later on, Luke Bennett alongside somebody. Well, Williams Sim Racing are going to need to do a lot of this if they're going to win this group. I thought at the start of the day there's a bit of a chance for them, and even at the start of this race I thought, well, there's at least a chance for them to finish second in the group and do something that no other team has done before other than Team Redline and Porsche Commander, but unfortunately even that is slipping away from them here, and yeah, it looks like it's going to be another team rooted to the bottom of the group, and looks like it might well be BS Competition who will have the honour of the best sort of record, if you like, from when they were in Group A, if you like, from 58 points from 3 rounds, average of 19 points a race. Still low average, I suppose, but might end up being the best.
Yeah, certainly so, which, considering the other teams that have taken on, there's Group A, Virtus Pro, and, of course, Mouse. Actually pretty impressive, of course, Atlassian Williams Sim Racing here. Actually very impressive that BS Competition were effectively the head of that. That'll be it's a small accolade that nice contact there. Small accolade that they probably won't really care about going into the World Championship, but still, it's one of those things to kind of keep an eye on. What are we seeing in this warm up? Oh my goodness.
I don't even know who that is. 2 of the Williams drivers just having a pre-race meeting on the side of the road, just out of La Source. Well, there you go. I don't know what was going on there either, to be honest with you. But anyway, hopefully less of that in the race. After what we saw in Group D, you end up fearing for the worst a little bit for the start of these races. But you'd hope from Group A the quality will be a bit higher.
But we have also seen top split racing, like on iRacing and stuff, for example, where you're like, oh, these are some of the best drivers in the world. Oh my God, what are they doing? And even, obviously here in R1, we've had our fair share of what is happening, even with the top groups. So you just never know. One thing we do hope for, though, is some solid racing, some exciting content, and if not, just full send Memeville. Let's have it. One final time before the Esports World Cup.
I mean, it might be what Williams Sim Racing provide in this race. Who knows, as we have a look at the starting grid ready for the final race.
Yes, indeed. One final race of the season, one final race online in the spring season of 2025. And it's Joshua Rogers and Luke Bennett, two drivers who know what it takes to win around the Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps, starting from 12th and 11th. Then it's Williams with Tinko van der Velde and Daniel Pagdorp. Vasilius Belletsiotis and Jeff Riepveld will start from 8th and then 7th, with Dominic Blyer from 6th. Sebastian Job almost looking like a return to form, but ended up dropping down into 5th position, with 3 Porsche commanders inside the top 4. It's Caruso, it's Warren, it's Collins on the front row. It's Kevin Siggy, though, starting from pole position when Collins won the final earlier on in the year. That was done from 2nd place. Can he do so once more? What is your opinion, Ewan? Everyone let you know your opinions down there in the Twitch chat as well.
I don't know if it's going to be Collins, but I'm going to say a Porsche Coanda driver wins from here. They've got the best, just for on pure numbers, 3 out of the top 4, they've got the best chance, surely.
Time for Ewan O'Leary to stick 100 Ren points down on that bad boy. But either way, the safety car is into the pit lane. The final time on the road to Riyadh before we take flight and head our way over to Saudi Arabia. We are racing down into the first corner, the final race of Group A, and it's Kevin Siggy from pole position leading comfortably into the first corner. It's Dane Warren's right over the rear end of him as Charlie Collins gets to the outside. Coming through the middle though is Sebastian Job as he squeezes his way past Jordan Caruso. Josh Rogers already up 3 positions. He's into 9th spot as they're side by side down the hill. Collins is going to hang on as it's Porsche Coanda red line, Porsche Coanda red line, Porsche Coanda behind.
This is a big traffic jam over the top of the hill. And, well, who knows who's going to come out the other side with the race lead here. The top 3 especially queued up now. The teammates are going to help one another. Or are they? Oh, 3 wide, 2 on the grass. 2 wheels on the grass from Dave Warren. And he nearly hits his teammate here. Charlie Collins through the middle. Doesn't know where to go. Big squeeze as Kevin Siggy on the outside. Tries to take the lead. Oh, they're all off the circuit down the bottom end of the screen there. Tinko van der Velde drops down to the back end of the field. And it's, oh no, for Williams Sim Racing. It's going from bad to worse, as if he wasn't bad enough already. Dominic Blyer in the wall now as well.
Oh, we had so much hope. We had so much hope, Ewan. It has unfolded dramatically, but either way, it's red line leading of Kevin Siggy and then Collins, Caruso and Warren behind. So it's still those 3 Porsche Coanders. What on earth happened on the race into Les Combes? The IQ, I think, was so low, it was in the negatives there.
That was not a brilliant start to the race for some. Unfortunately, or fortunately rather, a good start for others. Kevin Siggy retaining the lead there was very impressive on the outside of 3 wide. I'm not really sure how he managed.
I want to know what the decision making was a little bit from Dane Warren there to be like, yeah. I could assist my teammate here. Actually, do you know what? Banter. I'm going to put 2 wheels on the grass and try and make this 3 wide. Where does that come from? I
mean, you can tell that this race doesn't matter too much for Porsche Coanda and Redline, because that was a really strange decision making. to opt for taking out all 12 cars nearly rather than help your teammate is a very bizarre set of circumstances there. But anyway, he's down to 4th. Jordan Caruso actually up to 3rd. And watching on as Kevin Siggy has to defend from Charlie Collins into the final corner there.
Yeah, indeed. So Siggy then leading, but of course we know what the slipstream's like. For Porsche Coanda, things are looking decent at the moment with 2nd, 3rd and 4th. But of course, the way this is going to work should be in favour of Porsche Coanda, at least for a little bit. Luke Bennett and Sebastian Job might try and fight their way into the mix. You never know, we might get ourselves a 1-2-3 for Team Redline. 1, 2, 3, 4 still on the cards for Porsche Coanda though. Joshua Rogers behind Daniel Pagdorp is still in the mix.
And this is what they should have done last time round. Working together can get Charlie Collins into the lead, maybe even Caruso into 2nd. Let's see if Siggy's going to allow that. Absolutely. He will keep the teammates apart, but that's what they should have done last time round. Get Charlie Collins into the race lead, and some of what we saw on lap 1 might have been alleviated.
Certainly so. So Charlie Collins up to the front. Will he be able to pull away? That's the big question right now. Most likely, no. I think he's going to be chased down by Kevin Siggy, but he could get the assistance of Jordan Caruso, who, of course, does have a race victory around here. When we went here in the seeding phase, Porsche Coanda not only won 6 of the 7 races, but they did also have all 4 of their drivers win on the same night, which is a feat which I am 92.6% sure has never been done before.
Have you got a statistic on how sure you are about things as well?
Yeah, 92.6. There you go.
Let's see how Williams Sim Racing self-destructed. No. Oh, wow. 4 wide. Well, oh, right. Okay, I understand. Van der Velde, I think that was, trying to squeeze that 4 wide. And you can understand the aggression. That was Blyer making a solo mistake there, really, hitting the back of one of the Porsche Commanders. And, then to the side of... not sure which red line that is, but they slid around. It's either Bennett or Job, don't know which one. But unfortunate, really. I don't mind the going down the inside 4 wide there because of the situation that Williams Sim Racing are in, but unfortunately wasn't quite executed as planned.
Certainly not. That was a little... Again, the look to try and make that 4 wide, it was always going to mean that those 2 drivers on the left, or the 3 drivers on the left, were always going to move over a little bit more, and it was... just a messy one, but oh well, that has happened. Like I say, it is what it is. And Josh Rogers is still in this train. We ride on board with Sebastian Job. And you can see a half-second margin has appeared for Charlie Collins here. If Jordan Caruso is able to work his way past, it might be the double on the night for Charlie Collins. I mean, to be fair, he's in a great spot to do it.
Yeah. Can he tie Darren McCormack for most race wins this season? The answer's looking like yes, because Jordan Caruso is going to fly past Kevin Siggy now with that double slipstream. There's not a lot that Kevin Siggy can do when he's all on his own out there with no teammates around. Collins and Caruso can work together and they can pull out to a big margin here. Porsche Carrera look like they're going to win the group. Charlie Collins looks like he's going to take his 8th win of the season.
Certainly so. He's now built up a bit of a margin. If Jordan Caruso is able to slow him down, this will certainly help. That said, will Jordan Caruso just keep the pressure on? Maybe he wants to win the race himself or what? I mean, look, at this point, why not? Right now, with obviously the points being scored with Porsche Commander in their current spots, they'll be outscoring, as you can see in the top right, they're outscoring red line on the round, winning the round, which would mean they would then top the seeding going into the Esports World Cup. They would be the #1 team, the team to beat. They're in position to do so.
Yep, they certainly are by a comfortable margin as well. As I mentioned earlier, coming into today, Coanda and Redline, while on the same points, Coanda drivers, Porsche Coanda drivers, had actually scored more points as individuals than the Team Redline drivers, to the tune of 36. That would extend to, about 80 odd, maybe more, based on my bad maths. Nearly 90 based on this round here, rather. This is one of the bigger margins we've seen between these two teams over the course of this whole season.
Yeah, certainly. So here comes a look then as Siggy's trying to work his way back into the mix. Can he do so? No, he cannot. Will Dane Warren be able to do so? I mean, what are the chances of this being a 1, 2, 3, 4? I think the answer is kind of 0. But alas, for the second time tonight, Joshua Rogers and Sebastian Job will be throwing themselves across the line very tightly behind. Joshua Rogers a little bit behind. Luke Bennett, and the side-by-side between those two continues in the fight for what is 6th position. I just don't think Team Redline would allow Porsche Coanda by any means necessary to get that 1, 2, 3, 4. That ain't happening, but there's still the possibility of it. You never know.
Yeah, I think the 1, 2, 3, 4 is a little bit on the unlikely side at the moment, but I'm not going to give them 0%. I'll give them 8% chance. Why not?
We're really on with the statistics there.
Note that one down. Side by side between Job and Rogers, they battle again like they were at Fuji. And in the background, Rogers on the outside for the first part, inside at the second, I think has got the place as well. Pastor and Belziotis queue up behind. No, still not quite got it done yet, Rogers. Good space given, though, by Job. And, Pastor decides not to make it 3 wide this time round.
Certainly not. Well, here we go. Bit of a squeeze there on the exit. Let's see how it's going to unfold. Daniel Pagdor we're riding on board with to see these cars ahead fight their way around the Circuit Spa-Francorchamps. Bit of a slide coming in from Joshua Rogers, and Daniel Pagdor might work his way into it. At the moment, 8th, 9th, 10th and 12th, it would be the second lowest score, the joint rather lowest score of any team in R1, if I remember correctly. I need to go back to my stats to see where Virtus Pro also finished 8th, 9th, 10th and 12th to score a whopping 9 points.
Yeah, and that would bring their average down dramatically as well in terms of points per race. It would bring it from what the highest after they scored 20 in the first one to almost the lowest, but not quite as low as Virtus Pro who were here for 6 races in fairness, which makes it a bit more difficult on them. But even so, scored less points per race than any other team, partly down to that 9-point score, as you mentioned. I don't think it is going to finish like that. I think Daniel Pastor and Verstios have got decent speed right now, and they're just waiting for the right moment to pick off Rogers or Joe, whoever loses out in this fight for 6th.
Indeed. Well, you can see how close it is for the race lead, but you can also see how Kevin Siggy is kind of being left in this fight to his own accord. I did say earlier on the broadcast, I was like, oh, I wonder how long until we pass 300 races in R1. Do you remember I said that?
Yeah.
This is the 326th race. We passed it ages ago.
Is it?
Yeah.
How? That's come up very quickly.
Because we've had, so we had the 300th race much earlier on in the season. In the dynamic group phase, in the 4 rounds that we've had, 48 races in that alone over the last few weeks. So yeah, we've flown through the races. Joshua Rogers, he's going to try and do his main maths now. As Daniel Pastor, as you rightly predicted, he's going to throw himself back into the mix. He's got his teammate as well coming through with him. Vasilis Belletsiotis to the inside as these two battle with the 2 drivers with the most victories in R1.
That is why you need your teammates up there. Pastor versus Belletsiotis helping each other move forward. Dane Warren looks like he's moved forward as well on Kevin Siggy, but it's not over back here just yet. Sebastian Jobe looking to try and score some more points. It's been a difficult 2025 so far for the red line driver, and he needs to get some form back again. Oh, Belletsiotis slides, and that sends Jobe into the gravel slightly. They will all keep it on the road this time round, though, as Williams try and salvage some points from this. Daniel Pastor certainly has with that last bit of overtaking.
Yeah, indeed. Look, it's something, and at least then, you know, to get themselves out of the potential position of getting the lowest point score of the group stage of this part of the competition. It's something. They all add up bit by bit. So tis what it is. Dane Warren, by the way, got past Kevin Siggy, so it's now 1-2-3 for the Porsche Coanda team. And what has seemed like their dominance over the online season thus far, as much as Redline have given them a very good run for their money, it does seem as though the dominant force heading into the Esports World Cup is going to be Porsche Coanda, and maybe even, at least from the driver's side, from what we've seen from the online part of this season, maybe it's going to be Charlie Collins and Darren McCormack going toe-to-toe.
Yeah. It's going to be very exciting to see those two back on the racetrack together again, because it feels like it's been a little bit of time actually since we've seen them properly going toe to toe. Probably hasn't been that long in reality, but it feels like it has been, and it'd be great to see them back again. Absolutely side by side, which I'm sure they will be at some point at the Esports World Cup still to come. But Porsche Coanda are going to go into the World Cup as favourites, I think, at this rate. 1, 2 and 3 in this race. They're going to take this round by one of the biggest margins they've had and that we've seen by any group winner in this phase. And yeah, as I say, with that points lead, that number 1 seed, they're going to go in favourites. Here comes Rogers.
Yeah, at the moment they've got double the points, make that slightly more than double the points of Team Redline, if my eyes don't deceive me. They've been incredible thus far. Of course, one thing to note from this is obviously only 2 races rather than 3, but still, it's just showing the dominance that Porsche Coanda have had thus far. I mean, it is incredible. We're also, you know, This is where a lot of teams have struggled against Porsche Coanda and Redline this season. Porsche, you said yourself, and yeah, maybe you could argue it as well, but Porsche Coanda's best driver, Joshua Rogers, the driver who's tops all the stats basically across R1, they've not needed him. They're 1, 2 and 3 without him. And Redline kind of do the same thing, you know, where Sebastian Jobe has been missing for most of the season. They're still up there. They're still challenging for round victories. They're still right up there. They still have the drivers challenging for race victories, like race in, race out. It's unlikely we have a race where they're not challenging for race victory. And that's kind of the interesting thing. That's why teams like Virtus Pro, Mouse, Williams, and BS Competition have struggled to take them on in this format.
they're still there or thereabouts when they're not winning as well, Team Redline, which is why, despite having the same amount of wins in this dynamic group phase, Redline and Virtus Pro, Redline have scored way more round points and they've scored more points as individuals as well, because they are a lot more consistent. Which is kind of the same thing what we were talking about with Marcel Cinchik as an individual earlier on. Can Redline take it to that next level again, really push on like Porsche Coanda have? Because their consistency hasn't gone anywhere. They've still been comfortably second when they haven't been winning, and they have won a couple of rounds of this dynamic group phase, but can they take it to that next level? Because when you're going up against a team who are on that level, just the quite good consistency isn't enough anymore.
But the difference is, of course, next time we'll be seeing these cars taking to the race circuit, it will be on LAN, it will be in person, it will be in a different format, it will be in a format that may not suit Porsche Coanda and Redline quite as nicely as this format has. I remember saying when this format came around, when we announced this format plays perfectly into the hands of a Redline and a Coanda.
Yeah, and it's shown that. It's shown that over the course of these 5 weeks, or 5 rounds, I should say, as Williams Sim Racing give it one last go here at trying to gain some points, and there you have it. That rather sums up the evening, unfortunately. Daniel Pastor spins round and drops to the back of the field.
Yeah, so unfortunately, Williams' season returns to the position where they were a little bit earlier on, where it's really not looking great, and they will join Virtus Pro on the lowest points haul from a single race from any one team. Jeff Reedveld could make a move and make that one slightly worse and give them just will it be 6 points, whatever they'd be scoring. Yeah, it wouldn't be ideal.
Yeah. So have we? This is 7 points, isn't it? What they got at the moment. So this is the lowest, isn't it?
Oh, this would be the lowest, yeah. Aye.
Yeah. So this is 7 points. So there's only one score in which it could be worse, unfortunately, for Williams Sim Racing. And it might yet be if Reedveld gets past Belziotis, but that's not too much to worry about. Here's Charlie Collins towards the final few turns.
Yeah, apologies. It was 8th, 9th, 10th and 12th rather than what they have at the moment, which is 8th, 10th, 11th and 12th. So that's why it was 9 points for Virtus Pro and why it's 7 at the moment for Williams, who will top that unfortunate leaderboard. Topping this slightly less unfortunate leaderboard is Porsche Coanda, who are going to win the round, and Charlie Collins is going to win both races on the day. Group A has belonged to Porsche Coanda throughout this part of the competition. Next stop for them, Riyadh. Next stop, the Esports World Cup, as Charlie Collins wins at the Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps, with Jordan Caruso and Dane Warren making it an all Porsche Coanda lockout on the podium.
What a great drive and a great season for Porsche Coanda. 3 wide, photo opportunities galore. Charlie Collins, the driver of the season for them in 2025. He will go toe-to-toe with Darren McCormack in Riyadh, that is for sure, and it's what a great fight that's going to be. But Porsche Coanda are going to go in as favourites, there's no doubt about that. A dominant victory, even just over 2 races. They've put out a winning margin that's bigger than what most winning teams get in their group over 3.
Yeah, it's been so impressive from Porsche Coanda thus far this season, and again, that race really just capped it off. Of course, you could maybe say if everything was on the line, would Team Redline push that extra little bit and find that extra little bit of time? I think the answer to the question is yes, they would. We know what Team Redline are like, and we know when they need to find that extra little bit, they find that extra little bit, they push that extra little bit. This isn't really that representative. At the same time, though, imagine the confidence going into the Esports World Cup for Porsche Coanda right now, having dominated tonight and having fended off Team Redline once again.
Yeah, I think, I don't know if they would have fought any harder in a different circumstance. I think they would have really wanted to take the first seed from here, to be honest. You don't want to give your rivals an edge, really, when it's so close here between Porsche Coanda and Team Redline. You really don't want to get them a leg up at all. So I think they really would have liked to have won here, but probably towards the end of that, you're right, they might have think, well, you know, it doesn't really matter now. They weren't ever going to win it back. So, yeah, towards the end, definitely they would have let go a little bit.
Certainly so. Well, I mean, that's basically us done for the online championship. Don't get me wrong, I'm not ending things like George Morgan did a few weeks ago a little bit early, because we still got a few things to deal with. Got to wait for all those results to be finalised. We've got to basically go back and check what we've seen from all the other groups, and we probably should catch up with our race winner Charlie Collins as well in a few moments time as well. Let's drag him in here and let's have a little bit of a chat with our race winner, not just once this evening but twice as well. We didn't catch up with you after race 1. What a fantastic evening for you, finding that form that you had right at the start of the season as well. 2 races, 2 victories. What an incredible performance from you. How do you feel?
Hey guys, thanks Lewis for the kind words. Just feels really like a big relief and just a lovely way to end the season. Yeah, I'm super happy with that. I mean, 8 races, maybe it doesn't sound too much on paper, but just all of the preparation, the kind of focus each week, having to do, different track, and just with also BOP at the start of the season, it really does add up. And I think just to end on a note like that, going into Saudi is, just the best thing possible.
Yeah, of course, gives Porsche Commander the #1 seed going into the Esports World Cup, but it's been close with Team Redline all season. One thing I have noticed with these 5 dynamic group phase rounds is the fact that, yes, you've been exchanging the wins, but the gaps have often been quite big, and that's been underscored here tonight in terms of the individual rounds. Has it been a coincidence, would you say? Has it surprised you just how much you've won by, and then just how much they've won by week to week?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think you could definitely link it to a car being stronger at a specific track, but I also think there's a really big mental element, especially in the kind of the rounds where you have 3 races. It can be easy to kind of, after 2 races, if you think you're not gonna win the round, maybe retreat a bit, and I think we saw that on both sides at times. So I think it's a bit of both, and yeah, I think that's pretty much it.
One final question before we let you go and have a bit of a breather. Obviously, we've got a month between here and Riyadh. Obviously, a little bit of celebration with your teammates. That's fair. A month between here and Riyadh. What's the preparation like getting ready for a LAN event like that?
Yeah, it's a great question. You think it's so much of a different environment there is the obvious. I think what's really different though is having to kind of be really quick to get up to pace without much time in the rig. Also, with it being a different rig itself, I think you have to train your mind to be a lot more resilient. It's really not just the driving; it's also kind of a mental thing to be kind of ready for people distracting you, kind of walking behind you, or whatever, people with cameras in your face. Yeah, it can be distracting. I think when you have it in your home, when you're comfortable, you can get really frustrated by it. But in Saudi, in the major, you kind of just really have to be ready for everything. So I think there's the obvious driving aspect. There's also a big mental preparation.
Well, best of luck. You've got a month to get ready. We'll be seeing you in Riyadh in the Esports World Cup.
Cheers, guys. See you there.
Well, what a season it has been, and here is the final race to cap off the online part of our championship. A reminder of the final race in Group A as Charlie Collins was able to go on to take victory. This drama, though, all behind as they were trying 4 wide down into Lacom. Of course, not a great idea as Josh Rogers was spun off courtesy of the Williams Esports team. Going for a spin. More drama for them, though, as they would exit Malmedy. More contact and more into the barrier as well. Everyone was pushing to the absolute limit that they possibly could, including that moment there from the Team Redline driver Sebastian Jobe trying to keep up with the top 3. Meanwhile, it was Charlie Collins taking over the race lead. It was Kevin Siggy sitting behind in 3rd, behind Dane Warren as well, as he was trying to find his way into the mix. Daniel Pajtor was seeing the likes of Joshua Rogers and Sebastian Jobe go side by side, was joined by his teammate Vasilios Belletsiotis, who was also trying to lean on Sebastian Jobe as well and try and force his way through. It wouldn't quite work on that occasion as the top 3 were starting to check out into the distance. Joshua Rogers trying to keep the likes of Daniel Pajtor, Vasilios Belletsiotis and Sebastian Jobe at bay as he would find his way down in 6th position. There'd be this contact and the Williams driver would go for a bit of a spin on the exit of Malmedy late on in the race. For Charlie Collins, though, it was a perfect drive. For Porsche Commander, it's been a near perfect season. It's a 1-2-3 to end. It was Charlie Collins ahead of Dane Warren, ahead of Jordan Caruso rather, and then Dane Warren. The 3 of those separated by less than a second. Kevin Siggy in 4th position with Luke Bennett in 5th. Joshua Rogers would end up in 6th position. For Porsche Coanda, and then Sebastian Job in 7th. Vasilios Beliciotis will be in 8th position with Jeff Rietveld in 9th. And then the trio of the Atlassian Williams Sim Racing team, Tinko van der Velde, Dominic Blyer, Daniel Pagdorp. Unfortunately for Williams, they tried, but they were well beaten by Porsche Coanda and Redline, as the teams that have also gone against those top two have found throughout this season. It's so difficult to keep up with those two.
Yeah, it is, and we will see at the Esports World Cup whether anybody is able to. Porsche Coanda certainly go in as the favourites. Team Redline will be right behind them. But who's going to be that team to really challenge them both and really get up there to challenge them as well? Virtus Pro are going to be straight in there into the Esports World Cup. They bypassed the qualifier as a result of tonight's racing. So are they going to be the ones? You get the feeling that Kevin Hurst Jr. and Darren McCormack can't do it on their own. What about the other teams? Are there any more well-rounded teams, maybe like BS Competition, Vitality or Mouse, one of the other sides who can maybe challenge them? It's going to be very, very difficult. Porsche Coanda and Redline head and shoulders above the rest as they go into Riyadh.
Yeah, the waffle, by the way, between myself and you, and will continue for a little bit longer because we're just waiting for those official results coming in from Race Control so we can update you with how each of the groups looks and how things will look heading into the Esports World Cup. One thing that we do know, though, because of course Williams not winning there in the round, which was kind of expected, but still there was maybe the potential hope coming into the evening, is that our automatic transfers into the Esports World Cup finals will be Team Redline, will be Porsche Coanda, and of course will be Virtus Pro. That's a good result for Virtus Pro. Obviously, they're one of the teams that made the biggest signings coming into the season, with Kevin Hurst Jr. and Darren McCormack coming on board, along with, to be fair, quite a few behind the scenes, like Kuba Brzezinski, of course, who's back behind the scenes of the Virtus Pro team as well. It's a really good position for the team to be in, to automatically move straight through. Maybe it was an expectation coming into this season, but they are in a good spot heading into the Esports World Cup.
They certainly are. As I said before, I still think that they need a bit more out of Wojciech Fiala and Mikhail Statsenko, and you can understand why they are a little bit behind the other two, because they haven't been driving on RENNSPORT for as long, and they haven't been competing in R1 since the start like the other two have, although those two have, of course, moved teams since they began in R1 2 years ago. But for me, you can't win and beat Porsche Coanda and Redline with two drivers who are, capable of getting race wins and podiums in that kind of field. And right now, I just don't feel that Fiala and Statsenko quite are there. Maybe in a month's time, they can really knuckle down and get a bit closer to that level. They don't need to actually take any race wins themselves, but they need to be a bit closer towards the front, a bit more consistently getting points for the team. Otherwise, it is going to be a two-horse race, and Virtus Pro are going to be very much on the outside looking in.
Yeah, and then of course, we've got the Teams Championship to deal with, fair enough. We've also got the Drivers' Championship, which is always very, very exciting to deal with. Obviously, remember the Drivers' Championship back in Munich. Of course, both yourself and me, we've had a great time seeing a lot of these esports events in LAN, and this is how things unfolded. So this is the top of the standings. Porsche Coanda Esports, 58 points confirmed. They are the top of the standings heading into it, so they'll be the top seed heading into Riyadh. BMW M Team, Redline, Racing Bulls and Virtus Pro will join Porsche Coanda in moving straight through into the Esports World Cup finals. The teams in 4th through 9th, well, they've got a little bit more work to do. They'll head into the last chance qualifiers, which will happen out in Riyadh as well. So we'll see a bit more racing coming in from BS Competition, from the Atlassian Williams Sim Racing team, from Mouse, from Vitality, from MSI and from Falcons. They will go into the last chance qualifiers to sort out the final 3 teams to move through into the Esports World Cup finals. That will all be out in Riyadh between the 8th and 11th of July. The final 3 teams, we say goodbye to Mercedes AMG Esports team TC Racing between ERA and Guild as well. Goodbye to those 3. They will not be heading to Riyadh, which is brutal, but fair.
Yeah, I think so. After a couple of, or a few bad rounds for them, especially Guild, who have finished bottom of Group D every single time. It's been a shame to see for them. A surprise package, you'd say, of the 2024 Esports World Cup, getting as far as they did. It's been a shame for them this season. ERA Esports made a good account of themselves, as well as TC Racing as well, but it wasn't to be for them. Unfortunately, 9 other teams who were just a little bit better over the course of the 5 rounds.
Well, it's been a long journey that has led up until this point, but of course the journey is not officially over we have one more stop on the journey left to go, and that will be the Esports World Cup. The 8th to the 11th of July, return here to the twitch.tv/RENNSPORT_GG, of course, over on the Esports World Cup social medias as well. From myself, Lewis McGlade, from Ewan O'Leary, Cameron Roger and George Morgan have also brought you the season. Everyone behind the scenes, thank you so much for joining us here in the RENNSPORT R1 season. We'll see you in a month's time for the World Cup.